Larisse Moreno. Part 1. The Isolated Pawns.
Chapter 1. The Broken Shadowraith. Reven. You'd think stealing a queen would be easy for a Shadowraith. Considering I once kidnapped a princess from this very palace and no one stopped me, it should be. But that was before Eidolon, the king of Tindra, moved in. He is why, instead of using my power over Shadow to get to her unseen, I'm standing in a forgotten room at the top of a set of dark stairs that lead down into an underground cistern. He'd know if I used my shadows. As my maker, he can use them too. "Goddess, help me," a voice whispers in the darkness, and for a heavy second I think it's her. Merrin. My heart surges to life as I listen, waiting, straining to hear that voice again, to make sure it was actually her. Nothing. The breath of hope I'd been holding rattles out of my chest. Who am I kidding? I'm not that lucky. Besides, there are plenty of other things that whisper to me. Most aren't good. I don't think it was one of Eidolon's shadows, the fractured, evil pieces of the king's soul that I carry inside me. The voice would have sounded like my own because I'm one of those shadows too. The one to get away, to stand against him. It could have been a desperate stranger crying out for help. I hear them every night, their voices coming from all over the 6 dominions of Nova, despairing people who whisper pleas into the dark that they think go unheard, but the shadows carry their words to me. I used to find them, the vanished, people would call them, and take them to the safety of the Shadowwood for a chance at a new life. But the Shadowwood isn't safe anymore. I can't save anyone. Pathetic. A new voice rings in my head. This one I recognize because it comes from within. This is one of Eidolon's shadows. If you can't save them, why could you save her? Shut up, I mutter. That sets the other shadows off. Their voices in my head blend and blur as they talk over one another. The foul things I carry fight for control every second of every hour of every day. If my tenuous control slips, the shadows will gleefully bury my consciousness down deep in a tomb made of my own body and take over. There's no telling what they do after that. Tightening my hands into fists, I force them back down. It works. For now. Luckily, Kane, who is with me down here, doesn't seem to notice any of that. He's too pissed off about what we're about to do. In the history of bad ideas, kidnapping the woman everyone believes to be the queen of the dominion of Aryd out from under the nose of the powerful king they think she's married to, especially when I can't use my powers to do it, ranks right at the top. But it's the best we could come up with. I refuse to wait even a second longer to get Merrin out of there. I've been hiding and waiting for what has felt like an eternity, every plodding, torturous minute spent healing after the wounds I sustained in the last battle with the king. The battle where I lost Merrin. We've been hunted the whole way, constantly having to evade Eidolon's soldiers, keeping out of their grasp by moving all over the blasted dominion. Almost every single one of Aryd's different deserts, in their varied colors and landscapes, has seen our ragtag band of misfits. The king's men have been relentless. Granted, I have Eidolon's shadows, and a few other things he needs. He wants them back. But he has something I want back too. Standing beside me, Kane snorts an unamused laugh. This is a joke, right? I grit my teeth. After all this time in the desert, endless sand and heat are now my idea of what the seventh hell must be like. After 3 weeks traveling here together, just the two of us, having Kane's ugly mug in my face every single day might be the 8th. If you haven't noticed, I'm not much of a joker. Kane grumbles something under his breath and stares at the inky water the stairs lead down into, expression dubious. Let me get this straight. You want me to trust you to get us into the palace by swimming through an underground labyrinth, a dark underground labyrinth that you've used once. And that one time you weren't in control and you couldn't see anything in the pitch black and Merrin was the only one who actually knew the way. That about right? We've already discussed this. A lot. Yes. No. He crosses his arms, jaw taking on a stubborn cast. I train a hard gaze on Kane. In his early 20s, like me, he's as tall as I am, but lankier, leanly muscled thanks to growing up in the desert. Black hair, nearly black eyes. The guy laughs a lot when not among enemies, which, to him, I mostly am. He and I are complicated. Merrin sent us to Kane for protection. As the son of Zareth Canis, who leads a Zerafit of wanderers, proud, nomadic people who thrive in the desert, he could offer us a unique form of protection. This man is the entire reason why the people of the Vanished I tried to protect, Merrin's twin sister, Tabra, who is technically the true queen of Aryd, and I aren't dead yet. Kane has sheltered us all while putting his own people at risk. I should respect the man, feel grateful. I can't stand him. I hate him because he's known Merrin most of her life and wants her for himself. I hate him because he's had years with her, years when he could see her face or touch her, when all I had was her voice in the darkness, begging for a different life and a few stolen weeks with her at my side. I hate him because I know he would be better for her than I am. He could protect her, cherish her, keep her safe. She could grow old as his heartmate. I, on the other hand, I bring only death. It also doesn't help that all he's done is doubt me and argue with me all the way here. He's lucky I haven't disappeared him yet. I could. I've done it before. My control over shadows is a blessing and a curse. I can manipulate them to do my bidding. I hide in them, travel by them, wield them as weapons. I can also obliterate everything within leagues when I lose control. Right now, though, I can't do any of that well. I'm better than I was, but I'm still weak. Something Kane knows. Eidolon's shadows know it too. The dark corners of the room shift restlessly around us. Kane snaps his gaze to me, body tensed and ready to defend himself. I force the darkness to still. He doesn't relax, though. He's smart not to. What's the real plan here? Kane asks with narrow-eyed suspicion. Get your shadows to drown me? Hide my body in darkness? Is that my plan? No. Tempting as it is. Could it happen anyway? Maybe. Hells, a few weeks ago I came a hair's breadth from accidentally killing Kane's father, the Zareth, for refusing to let us leave to rescue Merrin sooner. If Kane knew that... Do you have a better way in? I know he doesn't. A tick sets off his jaw. He despises this plan, but we have no better option. We need to get into the castle grounds undetected, and I can't use my power to do that. We agreed, and by we I mean Kane strongly pointed out, and I eventually agreed, that I shouldn't use my shadows to get us in and out of the palace, not with the way it drains me. not with Eidolon likely able to sense it, waiting like a spider in a web. I'm saving my power for in case this goes sideways, and I need to get us out quickly, and the likelihood of that happening is high. We haven't been the only ones with time to plan. Months. Marin's been trapped with that monster for months. Who even knows what sort of protections he's put in place, or what he's done to her? Tebra was with Eidolon less than 2 weeks, and look at what shape she's in. Wasting away, prone to violent fits. With Marin's face, it's been very easy to picture the same happening to her, too. Screw waiting. I imagine stuffing the king's shadows into a box made of indestructible stone with a heavy lid. I shove all of what I feel in there with them, every strong emotion. Emotions are dangerous for someone like me. I'm going. Stay here and wait if you want. Kane flashes out a hand to stop me before I can do more than shift my weight forward. Hold on. What now? He straightens with a light in his eyes I don't trust and a cocky grin I've seen way too often. Actually, he holds up his hands, palms glowing a cheerful yellow. I'm not the only Imperium. Humans who were born with powers gifted to them by the goddesses here, though he's Hylarai, while I'm Infernai. Just another reason to hate each other. His light bounces off the water but doesn't penetrate beyond a few feet into the tunnels. I cross my arms. Seeing won't help all that much. Breathing is the bigger issue if I get us lost down there. He ignores me, focusing on the water which begins to bubble like a current, pushing toward us from the sunken passages beyond. The level in the chamber where we stand rises, coming up to the stairs until I have to back up to keep my shoes dry. Then, suddenly, the water parts, clearing a small, walkable path for us down the stairs and into the exposed hallway beyond. I glance at Kane, who shrugs. Better than drowning. At least he's handy for something. His power to draw water from the driest part of the desert saved our asses more than once these last weeks. Handy for the Shadowraith, too. Together, Kane and I descend into the dark and now dripping tunnel, only to encounter a wall of water before us. As we get closer, the water behind us moves, slipping across the walls and ceiling, but not touching us until it fills in at our backs, locking us in a bubble of sorts. Kane cocks his head at me with an air of expectation. What? You want a pat on the back for creativity? Wouldn't hurt. Your ego doesn't need any help. What can I say? Self-confidence is part of my personality the same way assholeness is part of yours. Then he sobers, the warrior in him focused. Since I don't know where I'm going, and space is limited in here, I can't move all of it. Just enough air so that we don't immediately die if you get us lost, but it will only last so long. Between the two of us, we can make it through the cistern. Dry, I might add. Yes, thanks to Kane. It only took 2 wrong turns that would have killed us if we'd tried to swim it. Peering through the crack in the door that leads out of the cistern and up to the patrolled grounds between the outer and inner walls that surround the palace, we wait, timing the guards like Marin taught the shadow that was in control of me when she showed him this way into the palace. Finally, we take our shot, running across the open land that protects the palace like a dry moat, softly lit by only the 3rd moon, then up and over the inner wall to drop into the private royal gardens. Which is when we hear it. Music, laughter, talking. Far enough away that no one is near us, but still a big problem. Hells and damnation. A party, I whisper. Quite the occasion by the sounds of it. Kane thinks for a moment, then grimaces. Sand rats, it's Marin's name day. Wait, her birthday is today? Perfect, just perfect. And you didn't think to mention that. He throws his hand out, waving around us. I've been a little busy to keep track of the day. And what about you? If you're so arrow-shot for her... Arrow-shot? So taken you've lost your wits? Before I can blast him with shadow or at least punch him in the face for that one, a shout rises up nearby. Hey! On sheer instinct, without even blinking, I will the shadows behind the guard running at us to grab him and slam his head into the trunk of a tree. He falls to the ground in a heap. The purple glow of my palms douses immediately. Kane and I both go silent, waiting for any other guards to pick up on the alarm, but the garden remains peaceful. I should have handled that, Kane grumbles after a bit. The glint of moonlight on his knife blade tells me he was ready. I'm not apologizing, though. Scaling the side of the palace itself, we make our way up to the balcony. Instead of going left toward Meryn and Tebra's old rooms, we go in opposite direction, wrapping around to an even wider terrace. Every room in this wing opens onto the private balconies. At least the Queen's name day celebration means the people in the palace are distracted and probably gathered in the ballroom, which is in another building. Except that includes Meryn. The thought of having to wait for her is already an itch under my skin. Let us out! The scream comes from within, exploding the metaphorical box I had locked the shadows inside. Fuck. I put a shaking hand behind me and form a fist, the Wanderer signal to stop, while I wrestle for control. Damn it. I had the shadows buried so deep that they shouldn't have seen anything or known where we are, but they do. They know the king is near. Our maker is near. Their screams are like ragged blades shredding my insides as they try to claw their way out. If I look down, I know I'll see their faces bulging out of my skin, even under my clothing. 7 hells. Eidolon doesn't need to find me. The shadows want to find him, especially now while I'm weakened. I went up against Eidolon once when I was physically whole, and I lost. There's no way I can face him and live. Not tonight. We need to get Meryn out of the palace before Eidolon realizes I'm here. That's the only way this works without us getting dead. Kane taps my shoulder. Don't. The word comes out as a snarl that even I don't recognize. The sharp blade of a knife slides against the skin of my throat. Just give the word, Kane's voice says in my ear. Not a threat, a mercy killing. He means it too. I hold up a hand and neither of us moves. I need to be in control before we take another step. I slip a hand into my breast pocket and run a finger over the perfect, smooth glass of the flower, the one Meryn made and gave me one night in a moonlit wood when we pretended we were the only 2 people in the world. I'm so close. Damned if I'm going to let the shadows win tonight. I take a long, slow breath, stuff the grinding fear that I'm already too late to save her in the box with the shadows, and pull the metaphorical lid back over it, containing the evil. I've got it. Mostly. The knife doesn't move. You sure? Meryn probably wouldn't like it if I pushed her best friend off this ledge. Yes. The knife leaves my throat, but I don't miss the way Kane releases a breath of his own. I'm pretty sure I scared the life out of him. These past months, he's seen what happens when I lose it. More times than I like to acknowledge. We continue on until we reach the biggest balcony with alabaster columns leading into the room beyond, rather than the usual black marble, reminding me of stripes on a banded alder vulture from home. The curtains are thrown wide open, as if in direct defiance, daring anyone to try something with this queen. This has to be Merrin's room. It smells of her, fresh and subtle and clean. Inside, beyond the columns, is a massive bed covered by a gauzy netting, empty. So is the rest of the ridiculously opulent room, one large enough that a small house could fit inside it. It feels hollow in here. Cold. Unfeeling. Not like Merrin. She must hate it. Feels so alone. That's assuming she hasn't succumbed to Eidolon the way her sister did. "We'll have to wait," Kane whispers. "Somewhere no one will see us." We both look around. There aren't many places to hide one of us in this breezy, wide-open space, let alone two of us. Not that I can see. "Wait, the hidden room," Kane says. "There's got to be one, right?" I know what he's talking about. In the rooms Tabra lived in when she was a princess, there was a secret chamber for Merrin, the hidden twin. The queens of Aryd have been concealing their second-born twin sisters for centuries, generations. Makes sense the queen's chambers would have a space like that, too. We split up, pressing against the walls until I get to a section that looks as solid as the rest, but when I push against it, a hidden panel springs open silently. "Here." I wave him over. Kane grabs a candle. As if that's going to protect him from the shadows if they break free, or me if I accidentally lose my temper. We're about to lock ourselves in a small room together, though, so I decide not to point that out. Before closing the door, I pause and look across the room toward the passage that leads deeper into the palace, to where Merrin is celebrating. Now that I'm here, I don't know if I can make myself wait. She's so close. I've waited months. Months I've been forced to exercise patience I don't claim to have. Months of roiling terror for her as I waited and planned and prayed to the goddesses that she wasn't dead or being tortured. Months of being drip-fed news about her. I'm not sure what I'll do when I finally see her. Hopefully keep my head and get all three of us out of here safely. But the fact I can hardly make myself wait in her room until she returns should be a warning. I will do anything, kill anyone, sacrifice everyone, including myself, to get to her, to keep her safe. Because she is mine. "What are you doing?" Kane snaps. I don't answer. Instead, I close the door, and we wait.
Chapter 2. The False Queen. Merrin. Fear is like sand. It's impossible to get rid of once it touches you. The tiny grains in small amounts might only chafe, but if it's left to build, to collect more and more, those grains turn into massive dunes that are exhausting to scale, or worse, become quicksand that will swallow a person whole. I sit stiffly on my onyx throne, an inane half-smile pinned to my mouth as before me my kingdom dances. Highborn authorities currently in favor with the crown, my sister's crown, are dressed in fancy costumes that mimic flowers that only grow for a single day after a rain in our desert dominion of Aryd. The dancers swirl by in a kaleidoscope of color, blurring together until all I see are flashes. Cunning eyes turned my way, always watching. Smiling mouths that look more like bared teeth. Jangling laughter that sets my nerves on a knife's edge. They're all here to celebrate my 19th birthday, mine and Tabra's. Only my twin, the true queen of Aryd, isn't here. I am, and they all think I'm her. A large hand lands on mine, gently, or so the people looking on will think. What they don't know is there's always purpose in the way Eidolon touches me. And I have to try hard, so bloody hard, not to flinch. I force myself to face him. Turquoise eyes. I don't like meeting his gaze. His eyes remind me too much of... I cut myself off from thinking the name and focus instead on the man at my side right this second. King Eidolon. My husband, as long as I continue to play this role of queen in my sister's place. His lips draw back in a smile.
Happy name day, my queen.
Name day. What a joke. My name was erased from the Book of Names on the day of my birth. Until recently, no one has ever known that our line of queens produces twins. One to rule, one to forfeit. I'm supposed to be the forfeit. The second born, the body double, the decoy, the fake. Look how well it's working. A shudder slithers down my spine, and I have to consciously try not to pluck at the material of my gown. I'm supposed to look like a cactus rose, all pale pinks and soft petals, as a foil to Eidolon's ice blue costume. But the skirt is so flouncy it annoys me. The mask itches, and the bodice presses my breasts up practically to my chin. Every breath makes them heave. All of which makes sitting beautifully still for the king at my side near impossible. He knows I'm not Tebra. He knows. And he and I are both putting on a show together for my people while he hunts for my sister and everyone else I hid from him. What he doesn't know is that I'm also putting on a show for him. Months spent pretending to be besotted with this man, just like Tebra had been before I got her away from him. Away from the man who has secretly killed our queens for centuries. The man my sister married after he poisoned her with a gift of an amulet. The same amulet that now hangs around my neck. A man I also happen to be magically bound to by a sand nymph's curse. I only just found out about that. With every passing heartbeat, I've expected to become Eidolon's puppet, my strings pulled by his every whim and wish. But I feel... nothing. No tug, no urge to follow, no sense that he controls me or my power, either with the amulet or the curse or any other magical means. I honestly don't know what's supposed to happen. So I've been playing like one, or all of those things have done their job and I'm his. Thankfully, he doesn't seem to notice my shiver of revulsion as he leans closer.
If I haven't said so already, you look truly enchanting tonight.
I want to vomit. Thank you, I murmur instead, lowering my gaze in a flutter of lashes. Do I sound pleased enough? Insipid enough? Flattered enough? How did Tebra sound when she was the one under his thrall? I force my stiff cheeks to move and smile back. And thank you for my name day celebration, my king. Are you enjoying it? He gives a small hum that could be either agreement or denial. There's a look in his eyes I can't quite pinpoint, and I have to keep myself from fidgeting in my seat. Then he gives my hand a squeeze.
Do you know the biggest mistake of my life was falling in love?
He leans back in his high-backed throne covered in cold-looking gemstones, all blues and whites, reminding me of the portal room in Tindra, the picture of relaxed and casual.
The first incarnation of me.
He says this in a low voice for my ears only. No one else knows the source of his immortality, how for centuries he shed his shadows to create a younger version of himself.
That man fell in love.
Looking at this incarnation of Eidolon, it's hard to imagine he ever loved anyone but himself. This one is evil incarnate. Although I did fall in love with a different version of this man, the only shadow of his to escape him. Reven. He's hiding in the desert somewhere, with Tebra, with the Vanished. I should be with them. Instead, I'm stuck here. Eidolon cocks his head.
Do you want to know what happened?
All I can do is nod.
His lover betrayed him in the most ruthless, heartbreaking way. The Eidolon of that age made a vow to himself that he would right all her wrongs against him and against the world, and he would never allow himself to be so pathetically weak again.
Why is he telling me this? In the middle of my party, of all places? Is it a warning not to fall in love with him? I would never betray you. I have to say it. He expects me to. He hums and runs a hand affectionately over my hair, which is slicked back in a bun at my nape, like he's petting a dog.
As sitting queen of this dominion, what do you think is your most sacred duty?
This feels like a trick, like a test, or am I being paranoid? To protect my people. He huffs a laugh. Does the polish of his smile tarnish a little bit?
I had hoped you would say to love and honor your husband, the king.
I blanch. Does he know? The question rips through me. Does he know I've been faking being under his thumb and infatuated? That the truth is I hate him with the fires of the burning lands? But he can't. Nothing has changed recently. I don't know how I hold my composure, but I don't flinch. I don't look away. He studies me a long moment, then...
I have a gift for you.
Eidolon gets to his feet, an intimidating figure of a man, tall and lean with jet black hair silvering slightly at the temples, and with a commanding aura that most mistake for leadership, but I know to be cruelty. Immediately, the music stops and the dancers watch him and wait. He holds out a hand to me, his expression a charming mask as he gazes at me, lips tilted and striking eyes unblinking. Everyone around us, all my viziers, authorities, and even the servants believe his act. I know better. Every day they tell me how smart I was to align our struggling dominion with his strong one, how lucky I am, the way he loves me so much that he never wants to let me out of his sight. They tell me a lot of things about him. They would probably find it very odd if I ran away screaming right now. I glance at his hand. The last thing I want to do is leave the relative safety of the crowd to go anywhere with him. But I have no choice. A girl under his spell would go quite happily. So I let him help me rise. Eidolon turns us both to the room with a wide smile, like he's presenting us to our people, and waves his other hand.
Carry on without us, while I treat my queen to her gift in private.
The expressions all around us are variations of delighted or sly. Immediately, the music resumes, and so does the dancing, as he leads me down the steps of the dais. The crowd parts as we walk, bowing and murmuring things like joyous name day and many happy summer solstices, Domina, as we pass. We make it out of the throne room into the gardens between it and the palace. I can't walk through here without thinking of the night a certain Shadowraith kidnapped the wrong princess. Reven won't come for me tonight, though. It's been so long that I don't anticipate it every second. Not anymore. I haven't given up, just settled in. We enter the palace itself, our footsteps echoing off the smooth obsidian floors. Eidolon takes me to his chambers in the royal suites next door to my own. With what I can only describe as a flourish, he opens the door and ushers me in. The light of the brazier fire casts a warm glow over the king's massive bedchamber. I jerk to a halt, my lungs freezing in my chest. No. Standing before me is my handmaiden Aklis, the woman my sister loves deeply and my only friend in the palace. She stares at me with wide, terror-filled green eyes as Eidolon's trusted general Quinton holds her at sword point. Goddess save us. He knows. Chapter 3. Ashes, Ashes. I stand very still, Eidolon beside me, watching my reaction. What I don't do is babble. I've learned to control that particular nervous tell these last few months in the palace. Aklis? Her name punches from me in a way I don't have to fake. I turn to the king with equally authentic wide-eyed horror. What is going on here? He gives me a pitying look, then waves a hand in her direction.
Isn't it obvious, my queen? She is your gift.
Wait, what? Panic sets in, the tremble of my hands spreading to my shoulders. I can't fall apart now, not when I don't know what's happening. How would a girl who was supposed to be under his thrall react? As if he senses my struggle, he narrows his gaze.
Rather, her life is your gift.
Bile churns in my stomach. The air in the room, it's so thin. Or am I hyperventilating? My breasts strain against the tight bonds of my dress with each inhale. Can you see how fast I'm breathing? I can't slow it down. I still don't see.
She was found riffling through my chambers.
My heart plummets to the floor. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have told her about that book. Eidolon kept a diary for centuries. Reven described it to me once. That book has to have answers. Answers for why Eidolon steals and kills our queens, what his endgame is, maybe even how we defeat him. We've fought him and failed once already. The book is important. I would have been looking if I could, but the king has a way of keeping me locked up without anyone else knowing. I'm not even sure how, but anytime I leave the room, he appears at my side. And of course, I have to pretend like I'm thrilled at his attentiveness rather than alarmed. This under his thrall thing has been a pain in my royal ass. I told Oclis about the book only a day or two ago. I'm guessing that while Eidolon and I and the rest of the palace were distracted with my celebration, she must have gone searching in here, the most likely place he'd keep it. The question now is, what kind of response is he expecting from me? I try to make a show of goggling. Is this true? I demand of Oclis in my most queenly voice, channeling my grandmother, who was ruler of Aryd before Tebra and me. She doesn't answer. Why doesn't she answer? Why doesn't she whimper or make a noise, blink, something? After a beat, I face Eidolon. Was anything taken? The way he's watching me, I can't tell if it's with amusement or suspicion. Is he toying with me?
No.
Let's be thankful for that at least. I fluff my fancy floral skirt trying to play the part of a frilly, empty-headed royal.
But you know the punishment.
My heart rate kicks up another notch. Because I do. Are you sure she wasn't simply cleaning? I mean, she must be punished, of course, because you've made it quite clear that your rooms are off limits even to servants unless one of your advisors is here. He only hums. I can't get a read on him, but he's definitely watching me. I try a tentative smile. It feels wrong on my face. Death does seem a little excessive. He clucks his tongue like a nanny scolding a toddler, then slides an arch look at Oclis.
Answer my next questions with the truth, and I won't kill her.
The words drop between us like a devourer bursting from the ocean to swallow me whole. The truth? What does he know? What is he trying to get me to reveal? My knees are wobbling so hard I press my thighs together so I don't fall over. Pull yourself together. That's Oma's voice in my head, my great aunt who raised me and trained me to be who and what I am. She wasn't what I'd call a soft woman. Stone-cold bitch is closer. It doesn't help. Eidolon sobers, no longer hiding behind the sham of charm.
Was she in my chambers at your order?
Gotta save us. What do I say? Oclis did this without my knowing, but she did it to help me, to help Tebra. I touch the signet ring on my pinky, the one bearing the striking snake sigil of our house, the one identical to my sister's. I can't let the king kill Oclis, which he'll definitely do if he thinks she did this on her own. The problem is, confessing to giving an order would expose my own deception of being on his side. He needs me, for now, so I don't think he'd kill me, but resort to other means of making me do what he wants, tell him what he needs to know. I'm pretty sure torture of some sort will be in my future. I don't have any choice here. I close my eyes. Yes, I gave her the order.
Quentin, you know what to do.
At Eidolon's command, I jump and open my eyes. What? My gaze swings between the two men and then to her, to my loyal friend who stayed with me here in the palace when she didn't have to. She could have run, could have saved herself months ago. Could have gone to find Tabra, who I know she worries about desperately every single day. Eidolon unclenches his hands. I hadn't even noticed they were fisted, hiding the purple glow. Darkness unwraps from around her body and her eyes flood with tears. She makes a gagging sound and more shadow pours out of her mouth like a black silk swath. She's been bound and subdued and silenced by his darkness this entire time. I know why. So we couldn't try to communicate with each other, warn each other, try to think of some way out of this together. Without a word, Quentin takes her roughly by the arm and drags her to the door. "I'm sorry, Domina," she whimpers as they pass us. As she disappears into the hallway beyond, I lunge after her. To do what? I don't know. Stop him, help her, give her a chance to run? Except a new rope of darkness wraps around me, pinning my arms to my sides. Eidolon's violet light competing with the glow of the fires in the room now that he's no longer hiding it from me. I'm lifted into the air and deposited on the other side of the room. Before I can protest, Quentin returns, not with Oculus, but with the head butler here in the palace. Ushi. He's been a servant here for 3 generations of my family. He used to sneak Tabra, or me when I was standing in for her, sweet treats at dinner, knowing she loved anything with sugar. His cragged face, aged by time, and our hot, dry climate is as familiar to me as any in the palace. Ushi is bound and gagged, not with shadow, but with linen strips. Quentin leaves, the door closing behind him with finality. What is Ushi doing here? I demand. Or try to demand. Panic laces my voice like poison. Darkness snaps out from the corners of the room and wraps around Ushi's neck so violently his sunken eyes bulge and his face immediately turns purple. Stop! I struggle against my own bonds. Stop! You said...
I said the truth would save Oculus. For now.
Eidolon isn't looking at Ushi, but at me.
However, I can't let this transgression go unpunished. Someone must be the example.
The example? Goddess. Ushi is the head of the servants here. He is beloved and respected and old enough that the younger servants try to help him. We tried to get him to retire, offered him a permanent home here in the palace to enjoy the end of his days. He refused. Eidolon picked him because without him, the workings of the household will suffer. Because Ushi is familiar enough to me that I'll feel the loss personally. And because Ushi is old enough that his death won't be questioned by anyone in the palace. A secret threat for Eidolon to hold over me. I reach toward him. No! The shadows writhe, and with an audible pop, Ushi's neck snaps. He goes suddenly, sickeningly limp. Then the shadow disappears like smoke in the wind, and he drops to the floor with a heap of twisted limbs. Chapter 4. We all fall down. The king steps over the corpse, closing in on me, and I flinch. I can't help it. Every scrap of the veneer of his charm is gone. The churning bile surges up my throat, choking me. The man before me isn't human. He's evil in a skin suit. Reven was right to steal all of Eidolon's shadows when the king shed them the last time. Someone had to try to stop him.
I guess that sand nymph's curse didn't bind our souls after all,
he says almost casually. Immediately, an image of the day the curse snapped into place. The first time we locked eyes flashes through my mind. A line of glittering sand connected us, and then shadow swirled over and around those grains like dense smoke until it obliterated the light. I thought I saw a hint of my own death in that moment. Suffocated, annihilated. Is that what he's about to do to me? Eidolon's hand flashes out, and he yanks the amulet, his amulet, from around my neck in a painful snap of the chain. Then he shoves it in his pocket.
It's time for us to be completely honest with each other, Merenith. Starting with you making me a portal.
The first time Eidolon saw me, I used my powers over sand to create a magical glass portal that could take us anywhere. It's how I got my sister and Reven away from him and to safety. I can't.
Stop lying.
The P comes out like a pop of sound, and he rolls his shoulders like he's having to hold himself in check. Now he's letting me see the blistering anger underneath. I'm not. I scramble to find words. Ever since I've been here, my powers have dwindled. They're practically gone. It's the truth, but I see in his eyes that he doesn't believe me. A torrent of shadow rises over me, and everything goes dark and loud like a sandstorm before it disappears just as fast, only now we're standing in my chambers. Then darkness shoots out from his hands and fills the space between two of the large white columns that lead out onto my balcony. The shadow spreads and grows, smoothing into a parchment-thin barrier until it blocks the view of the night sky and the gardens outside. He does it again to the next gap between the columns, and another, until every window, every doorway, every single way out is blocked. Then, with a snap of his fingers, those shadows turn clear, like the towering glass walls that run the entire outside border of Aryd, the ones that keep out the devourers. Not gone, but gone enough that no one other than me will know they are there. So this is how he's kept me prisoner. He's showing me the trick now, which I admit is way more frightening than not being sure. Why? To make absolutely certain I can't leave? Or to muffle the sounds of my screams?
I'm not the monster you think I am. I have people of my own to protect. People important to me. You won't believe my reasons, not after a lifetime of being fed lies.
He stalks toward me.
So I won't bother trying to convince you. However, if you want to live, I suggest you stop giving me excuses and do everything I say.
Behind him, our combined silhouettes are cast by the firelight from the brazier at my back and the glow of Eidolon's hands. I watch in horror as his shadow on the wall in silhouette wraps its hands around my own shadow's neck. I can't feel it. He's not actually touching me. But it's like I'm watching what he really wants to do to me play out in shadow. He's going to kill me. Get what he wants and then kill me. A fresh wave of terror is chased by a hotter, more violent surge of anger that ignites every inch of my body, a vicious concoction of emotions. I will never help him. I will never be his puppet or do anything that would let him gain more power or go after the people I love. Not if I can help it. If I'm dead anyway, then screw him. Eidolon shoves his face close enough to mine that I can smell mint from the iced tea served at my name day celebration on his breath.
Quentin is still out in the hall with your precious servant.
I understand the threat. I have a choice. Protect her, or protect hundreds of innocent lives. My sister, Reven, Cain, the Vanished, and the Wanderers. Thousands when I count the people of Aryd. My people. Maybe even the people in the other 5 dominions of Nova. They think they're safe in Mariana, Tropicus, Savannah, Wilderness, and even the King's Dominion of Tindra. They're not. If I make him a portal, he can go anywhere. If I make him several, he can send his armies wherever he wants. Giving in to Eidolon puts them all at risk. Every soul in this world. I stare at the floor, trying not to give in to creeping despair, my heart growing heavier with every passing breath. I know who I have to sacrifice. I'm sorry, Oculus.
You will obey me,
he growls. I close my eyes and a single name fills my mind as I search for strength to see this through. Reven. My Shadowraith. He was supposed to come back for me, but he didn't make it in time. Or maybe Eidolon got to him already. Either way, I'll never see him again. Almost as if Reven answers, a cold breeze unfurls in the room, stirring the sheer curtains that hang between the large buttressed columns. The prickle that skates over my skin hardens my resolve, and I open my eyes and glare at the king. Maybe if I can get to one of the knives hidden between my mattresses. Obey you? I scoff. The hells I will. Chapter 5. About Bloody Time. The fury that descends over the king's face now that he's not hiding himself from me sends me scrambling backward until I tumble onto my bed on my ass.
I've been gentle and patient until now,
he snarls in a voice like broken glass.
After the celebration is over and our guests have gone, you'll find out exactly how much.
On that very real threat, Eidolon disappears from the room, shadowing away and leaving me, chest heaving and heart pounding with terror, to agonize for another few hours over what he means by that. Actually, forget that. I'll be ready, asshole. I spit at the closed door. I crouch down, pulling out the knives I've hidden between the mattresses. I have no doubt I'll lose the fight, but I plan to go down fighting all the same.
Marin.
That voice, that velvet and iron voice that Eidolon shares with Reven, sounds directly beside my ear. The king is back? Was he toying with me or something? The burst of anger tinged with fear is instant, like a snake bite, the poison of it spreading with every erratic pump of my heart. I jump up and whirl around, a knife at his neck.
That's my girl.
Someone else in the room says in a satisfied murmur, the words hardly penetrating through my shock. Because the eyes I'm staring into aren't Eidolon's eyes.
Marin, it's me.
As fast as I lunged, I stop, going dead still as recognition slowly dawns. I've dreamed this 1,000 times, but after what just happened with Eidolon, I'm not sure this is real. He lifts his chin, and the stubble on his cheek brushes against my hand holding the knife. This is real. On a gasp, I drop the knife. It hits the mattress with a muffled thud. I clap a hand over my mouth, trying to muffle the sounds that want to pour out of me. Reven!
Hells,
he mutters, then drags me against his body. Relief and elation are a burst of light inside me as he captures my lips and kisses the ever-loving life out of me. He feels the same, hard and solid, hand buried in my hair. He smells the same, fresh like the creosote willows that manage to thrive in the deserts. Like home. He gives a low groan like he's been lost in the desert and has finally found a hidden spring. Reven. Goddess, he's here. He's really here in the palace. He came for me. He's kissing me. His taste slides over my tongue and through my blood. Everything about me centers and settles. I tighten my arms around his neck and crawl up his chest to wrap my legs around him, to burrow into him. Only just as fast and way too soon, reality slices through my haze of happiness. Eidolon. I yank back, breaking us apart on a gasp for air, his hand still tangled in my hair. How did you get in here? I didn't see him come in. Maybe if he shadowed in, we're okay.
The wide open window?
The harsh, slightly accusatory grumble has me leaning to the side to look over Reven's shoulder and straight into the deep brown eyes of my best friend, Kane. His expression is a sandstorm, but we have bigger problems than whatever crawled up his ass. The window. Oh, goddess. Eidolon will have felt someone come into my room with those blasted shadow wards of his. He's going to show up any second. Fear wraps around my heart and squeezes until I think it might pop. With frantic hands, I push at Reven to let me go. At first, he tightens his grip, but then he finally gets the message and sets me down. I put a finger over my lips then as fast as I can, shove both him and Kane across the room. I open the hidden panel in the wall. Swinging the door wider, I usher them both inside. Eidolon doesn't know about this space. I don't think so. At least, though clearly I have no idea what the king does and doesn't know. Maybe his shadow alarm is only at the windows and doors? I shove them in there. Don't make a sound, I whisper. But before I can shut the door on 2 sets of thundering scowls, Reven slams a hand out, stopping me.
We were hiding in this room when you and the king came in.
I stop at that, staring at him, trying to reset my thinking and my rushing pulse at the same time. If they were already here before the wards went up, I guess that buys us a reprieve, but better safe than dead, and we shouldn't take our time. Without a word, I rush back out into my room and reach under the mattress to grasp the amulet hidden there and slip it into the breastband under my fancy ball gown. My amulet, not Eidolon's. This one was passed down from hidden twin to hidden twin. I thought it had been helping me, amplifying my powers, but it's been cold and unresponsive since I got here. Afraid he'd take it, I hid it months ago because it's so similar to Eidolon's, though mine is made of white lightning glass instead of blue. I return to the room to find Reven standing in the doorway watching. He steps aside to let me in, closing the door behind me. Which is when I get a better look at him. He looks awful. The sharpness of his features now gaunt. Skin tanner than before, but somehow still more wan underneath. Dark circles under his eyes that look almost like bruises. What have the king's shadows been doing to him? Or is this the result of his wound? Is this why it took him so long to rescue me? You came? The words are a whisper. He gives me a solemn nod, gaze searching my face.
You doubted I would?
Did I hurt him with that question? No. I've been so alone, so afraid. More like, what took so long? Kane clears his throat, a sound that might be a cough or a laugh. I look over at my best friend who wants to make me his heartmate, who wanted me to leave Aryd and Eidolon and all our problems behind for my sister to deal with alone and disappear into the desert with him. The same man I sent away because I was hell's-bent on taking down the king. Much good that did me. I glance between him and Reven. Wait, they came together? I would have paid good money to be there for that. Kane watches me, his expression not warm and smiling like he normally is with me, but instead lined with a stiff sort of betrayal that penetrates my heart like a knife slipping slowly between my ribs. But the threat of Eidolon turning back up means I can't deal with him right now, with either of them. I cross my arms. I can't leave. Eidolon will know if I do, and I'm not leaving Oculus behind. Chapter 6. Get Out. If I thought Kane was scowling a second ago, his expression now could take the hide off a bull. I expected that. Reven's reaction is harder to take. He goes dead silent, dead still. But it's his eyes that kill me. The turquoise dulls with a kind of resigned acceptance.
Fuck. She's fallen under the same spell as Tabra.
Kane says to Reven as though I'm not standing right here. I roll my eyes. I'm not spelled. Oculus. Reven cuts me off.
We're not leaving you.
Listen to me.
Shadow her out of here, Kane says to him. We'll figure out the rest later. It's too dangerous to stick around.
I hop back, hand up. Don't! Reven took me against my will once by Shadow, the night he kidnapped me thinking I was Tabra. Helpless is my least favorite feeling, worse maybe even than fear. I should really make him promise never to do that again. When the darkness doesn't even twitch, I lower my hand slowly. I'm not leaving Oculus. He has her. A tick sets off at the corner of Reven's right eye. An echoing hardness expands in the scar holding my insides inside. A scar made of the shadows he knit my body back together with when I accidentally impaled myself on my own glass. At least, I think that's him I'm feeling. Kane looks away from me, shoulders practically cut from granite he's so tense. Oculus helped him before. She helped him find me when Reven, overtaken by the king's shadows, locked me in the room like this one in Tabra's old chambers. Kane knows Oculus. She's my friend, I say to him. He'll know what that word means to me. I don't have many, and Cain is one of the few. Reven studies me, then nods once.
Then we'll go get her.
Cain jerks back.
We can't. You need to get Marin out of here. I plan to, as soon as we get Marin's friend.
They glare at each other. I throw my hands up. Oh my goddess, we don't have time for this. Reven holds up a hand.
I'll go. I said no.
Cain snaps. The two face off, Cain fuming, Reven unmovable. I know when Cain gives in because he crosses his arms.
Fine, we go together.
His mutter is grudging.
But you get Marin away if we're caught.
I shake my head and they both give me hard looks. I don't care. Eidolon set up some kind of shadow ward around my room. He'll know if I leave.
Hells.
Reven runs a hand through his hair, glancing toward the panel in the wall.
What about when anyone else comes in or out?
Reven demands.
Does he know?
I don't think so.
Are you sure?
Cringe. No. Cain's hands drop to his sides, and the two of them look at each other. I guess somewhere along the way they learned to do that guy communication thing. Any second they might start speaking in grunts. Finally he sighs.
Do you think you can get all four of us out?
He asks Reven.
Only if I don't use my powers until that moment, and I won't be able to get us very far.
I frown. Given his appearance and the fact that he didn't shadow me out of here to start with, I'm guessing he's still pretty weak. Is this why he couldn't come sooner? Just how bad was he when we got separated?
I'll go get Oculus and bring her back here,
Cain says.
Marin stays in her room in case Eidolon checks, and you hide in here. When we get back, Reven gets us all out. Agreed?
I blow out a silent breath. I hate this plan, but I refuse to leave her behind. Eidolon will kill her or use her as bait or something unfathomably worse. Best guess is she's in the prisons. Do you need me to describe the way? His lips quirk, a gleam entering his eyes that I've missed seeing so much.
Who taught you to sneak around? I'll find it.
I roll my eyes. Knowing a few details wouldn't hurt, though. He sobers.
Tell me.
In a lowered voice, I explain the easiest way to get there and back safely. When I finish, Cain shoots me a wink, then leaves, striding out of the little room, across my chamber, then out the door with a confidence I'm far from feeling. I follow and sit on my bed and make myself count to 100. Then do it again. No Eidolon. Maybe he only detects me? I glance toward the wall that hides my Shadowraith behind it. What I want to do is talk to Reven, just in case something goes wrong getting away from here. Just in case this is the last moment we have together. It's a risk, but I go back to the hidden room, closing the panel door behind me. He doesn't bother acting surprised. Looking at Reven, an ache blooms in my chest. So little time. I could see you. His expression flickers with confusion, his only reaction. The glass flower I gave you is a tiny portal. Remember? The glass is too warped and layered for me to send anything through, but I could see you sometimes. Distorted parts of you. And I could listen. At first, before my powers lessened. He blows out a long breath. Did you ever hear me? I have to know. I called to you at night. Every single night. That tick at the side of his eye sets off again.
Once.
My heart leaps. He could hear me. I don't know why that means so much, but it does. But only once?
For a long time, I was too weak, and all I could hear were
He breaks off, grimacing like he's in pain. I guess the shadows still don't like him talking about Eidolon.
I thought I was conjuring you in my head, or maybe hearing one of the people in trouble.
He's talking about the vanished. They are refugees now. They need him. More than they need me, even. If we run into trouble getting away, I want you to leave me. He crosses to me in 2 strides, hands on either side of my face, fingers slipping into my hair, expression as intense as I've ever seen, which is saying a lot.
I'm not leaving you again.
The dull knife of separation that's been cutting away at me all these months. I see it in his eyes, too. The determination flattening his lips. Feel it in the urgent squeeze of his grip. Being away from him like that, it hurt. Because of our new, untried feelings for each other, or because of the shadow rite we performed to heal me and the connection it formed, I'm not sure which. Our scars bind us, I think. Though we haven't had time to explore this bond between us. Still don't. The shadows gutter, flickering in the dim light of the single candle, and a glimmer of a face, another face, crosses his. One of the shadows. Reven's ocean eyes take on an unrelenting glitter, sharp as obsidian glass. No, not Reven's eyes. I wrap my hands around his wrists, brushing my thumbs over the silvery puckered scars there, so similar to mine, made the same way but a long time ago. A shudder passes through him and into me and grounds both of us, and Reven returns to me, the shadow gone.
He needs me too much to kill me,
he manages. The yet hangs in the air between us.
But he can't have you. He can't.
I'm not who he wants. Not really. My ability to make portals would be handy for him, but that's about it. You're who he wants. You and... Oh, goddess, how selfish am I? I haven't asked about my sister. I bite my lip. How is Tabra? His stillness says all I need to know. She was in bad shape last time I saw her. I'd been hoping distance from Eidolon would help. I guess not. Tell me. A subtle disturbance in the air, cold dread seeping through my blood, warns me before Eidolon's voice fills the chamber, echoing off the walls.
I knew you'd come for her eventually.
Reven and I both jerk around as the panel door that I am sure I closed opens wider, and the king steps into the frame, blocking the only way out. Eidolon tips his head, eyes a stormy sea of fury focused solely on Reven.
You certainly took your time.
My heart drops to the floor. Mother Goddess, I've been bait all along. Reven lurches forward. I'm not sure if he or the shadows are in control, but instinct has me grabbing his arm. Don't! We can't repeat what happened last time we fought the king. We're not ready to take on Eidolon. In jerking moves, Reven yanks me in tight against his body with one arm. Shadows rise around us but fall away as quickly, like they stopped working. Reven grunts like he's in pain. Eidolon's expression tilts into something smug.
Having trouble?
Arms of shadow whip out from the king like the tentacles of the Hollow, the only devourer I've ever encountered in person, coming straight at us, at me, at Reven. No! I cry out. What happens next comes so fast I hardly know it before it's over. I raise my hands like I can stop Eidolon. On a feral, otherworldly snarl of sound from Reven, darkness comes up and over us. The last thing I see is Eidolon's astounded fury as his shadowy arms barely miss us. Part 2. A Waiting Move. Chapter 7. We left them behind. We disappear in shadow, a whiplash blink of darkness. I can't see us moving, but I've done this with Reven before, traveled this way. It feels the same, though last time I had a chance to take in the sense that we were moving. This time it's faster than a twinkle. I know it happened, but I'm standing outside the city of Oasis so suddenly, if the view hadn't changed, I'd think we hadn't gone anywhere. I stare at the skyline of the city, a stark relief in the starlight, a league or more from where I stand. Realization of what just happened hits, and a bubble of panic squeezes through my shock. A sound I don't even recognize bursts from me as I surge forward to run back to the city. Reven wraps an arm around my waist, and my feet kick into the air as I try to get away. We left them, I yell, flailing and pushing against his hold. We left Cain and Aklis behind. His grip only tightens the harder I struggle. I jam an elbow into his side. At his grunt that sounds pained enough to get through my panic, I still and swing my gaze to the man who yanked me out of the palace with Shadow. Only it finally sinks in that Reven looks as dazed as I feel. Now that I've stopped trying to run, he lets go, giving his head a shake. We have to go back, I point. His lips flatten in a grim slash, but I can tell it's less to do with who we left than how it happened.
We can't.
What?
I can't.
I stop. Reven looks like death on a stick. Sweat beads his forehead and the pallor under his skin is visible even in the light of only one of the 3 moons. He's completely drained. Teeth gritted, I leave him behind and start trudging through the sand in the direction of the city. If Cain returns with Oculus, they're going to find a bad situation in my rooms instead of Reven and me. Eidolon will... Goddess, I don't know what he'll do to them. They're walking into a trap. They won't know he's waiting there. Reven catches up with me quickly, taking me by both arms. He leans over, face right in mine, even as I strain against his hold.
Think, Marin. Cain would be furious if I let you go back. If I let you put yourself at risk for him.
But he'd do it for me. The words tear at my throat. I push at his chest. It barely moves him. I can't leave them. The clamor of bells goes off, able to be heard throughout the city and even here, far on the desert outskirts. The palace alarm.
You can't go back,
he says quietly. I glance from Reven to the city and back, heart cracking with each peal of those wretched bells. He's right. We can't risk either of us falling into Eidolon's hands now. I'm helpless all over again. Powerless. Goddess, I hate this feeling. One I'm all too familiar with, after all. My purpose in this life was written in stone before I was ever born. But that doesn't mean I deal with it well. Frustration pulses through my blood, and I have no place to put that pent-up energy other than clenching my fists into Reven's shirt. I can't do this. I can't.
We have to go. Now.
He takes off, and I have to scurry to follow. As usual, when the man is on a mission, Reven walks with purpose, like a devourer slicing through the ocean for a meal floundering in nearby waters. Unfortunately, I have shorter legs, and even used to the desert, I'm stumbling along beside him. Wait, we're going by foot? I pointedly look down at my fancy and extremely impractical party dress.
I have clothes.
Good for you. Did he miss the point? I wave a hand at myself. I don't.
I meant clothes for you.
Oh, that's something at least. Even if his things will swamp me. What about Cain and Oculus? He doesn't slow down or look at me.
Cain and I spent days traveling here together. We had time to work through a lot of different scenarios. I showed him the way through the cistern you used to sneak in and out.
Oculus knows the palace maybe even better than I do.
Then they have a chance.
I'm huffing and puffing now. A little slower if you want to keep me around. I want to stop them even as the words are leaving my mouth. He's trying to help me, and I'm back to pampered princess mode. It's a defensive instinct, or that's what I tell myself. Reven says nothing. He does slow, though not by much. Is it me? I know we're trying to get out of here fast, but he's being a little twitchy. You did this when you kidnapped me the first time, walked really fast. Of course, we could have been followed then too, which was probably why you were in such a hurry. And I guess this time doesn't count as kidnapping. I trail off as he slows more, though he still doesn't look at me. And the way his face is a mask of nothing makes me hesitate.
You still talk when you get nervous.
His slightly crooked mouth doesn't so much as tilt as he says this. No, I don't. Not anymore. Or maybe it's just around him now, or because... What happened to the man who kissed me breathless in the palace? I can't even tell if he's mentioning this with affection or irritation. Who said I'm nervous? He huffs a laugh that I'm pretty sure is disbelief and speeds up again, muttering something under his breath. I stumble, then have to trot to catch up again. What? He doesn't answer for a second, then says,
If Kane beats me back to where we left the horses, I'll never hear the end of it.
I'm pretty sure that's not what he said. But I get that now's not the time to have a chat about our relationship, so I leave it. Except he's walking too fast again, and acting grim in a way that's starting to make me as twitchy as he is. Hey! I reach for his arm. He stops entirely and steps away from my touch in a deliberate way that is impossible to misinterpret. That stings. Okay, what is going on with you? His hands move to his hips, but he's staring at the ground. Why won't he look at me? Reven? I don't try to touch him again. His jaw works.
That wasn't me. That got us out of the palace? I wasn't the one who controlled the shadows.
Chapter 8. If not you, then... I don't understand. Reven didn't make the shadows get us out of the palace? Sure as the sun rises, Eidolon didn't do it. What does that mean?
I don't know.
He looks at me finally, and I can see the worry etching lines around his eyes. He doesn't know. How is that possible? Are you trying to confuse me?
No.
Scare me, then? He gives a little growl of frustration.
No. Although, as usual, you should be more afraid than you are.
I hide it better than most, I quip. I'm not entirely being sarcastic either. I have been flat out terrified for months straight, with none the wiser. His snort is unamused.
I knew my control was shaking, but I didn't know it was this bad.
How bad is bad?
I tried to get us away, but it didn't work.
That's bad. Did the shadows stop you, or Eidolon?
I don't know.
Did the shadows get us out of there? It makes no sense, but I have to ask. He runs an agitated hand through his hair, standing it up in spiky chunks.
Marin, I'm telling you, I have no idea.
I think he might be really shaken up about this. Except why? Whatever happened, it got us safely away, right? Maybe you did it on instinct? I've done that before, when I was first coming into my powers over sand.
Maybe.
I give a frustrated huff. The shadows want to return to Eidolon, so they wouldn't. The only other one who could use the shadows is Eidolon, and he definitely wouldn't. I trail off, then give him a closer look. He's been taken over by shadows before without me figuring it out. He catches my guarded stare and grimaces.
It's me.
Me who? I sound like a bad joke.
Reven.
How do I believe that? We really need some kind of secret code or something to help us both be sure. He says nothing. I'm not joking.
I get that.
He pauses, then taps at the silvery scars on his wrist with 2 fingers. I raise my eyebrows. Is that supposed to be...
The signal. Yeah.
He glances off toward the city.
We need to keep moving.
In other words, stop stalling because the king will come for us sooner rather than later. Hopefully Eidolon has no idea where we are. Does shadowing leave a trail? I open my mouth to ask, only to close it again. Honestly, I'd rather not know. We complete the next half hour in silence, although I keep sneaking glances at his face. I feel more than see similar glances coming my direction. He's more subtle than I am. Like me, he doesn't say anything. After a while, he points off into the distance.
There.
Sure enough, 4 horses wait for us on the horizon. One is a pack horse, so if Kane gets to it with Oculus, we'll have to figure that out. They're standing beside what looks like a hole in the ground filled with water. Kane's doing, no doubt. Imperium split into 2 types. Hylarai, whose power is over tangible elements like air or rock or fire, and Inferni, who wield powers over intangible elements like souls or minds or shadows. Like me, Kane is a Hylarai. Only he manipulates water while I control sand. I'm still not used to the fact that the boy I idolized as a child has powers. It's not that I'm surprised, since both his parents were Imperium and powers are passed through blood. It's more like we've both grown up suddenly, and I'm not used to the changes. There's no sign of him or Oculus.
Here, change into these.
Reven pulls stuff out of one of the satchels, then turns his back. I make a face at him. It's not like he hasn't seen my body. I quickly dress. He gave me wanderer clothing, though the rust-red color tells me it's borrowed from a Xeraphate in the Crimson Desert rather than the Singing Dunes, where Kane's Xeraphate usually roams. They must have had to move a lot to get way up there. Still, this is more appropriate for the desert than my name-day gown, which I leave in a heap on the sand, happily able to breathe better without the torture contraption they call a corset. My new clothes don't fit well, but I don't care. I'm grateful the man thought to bring me some at all. It's safe to look now. I don't miss the way his shoulders tense, but I pretend not to notice and scan the horizon in the direction of the city. How long can we wait?
Not long.
He glances toward the horizon where the first rays of sunlight are starting to peek through the night. We walked for quite a while. I cross my arms and keep watch. Please let them make it out. The sun starts its gradual climb into the sky, lighting the world first with grays and lavenders, then pinks and yellows, and finally the brightness of full sunrise. And still, Kane and Oculus haven't shown. Reven makes me eat, but otherwise doesn't talk. I'm so distracted I barely taste the dried meat and dense bread he handed me, washing it down with surprisingly cool water from Kane's makeshift well. Reven's not going to wait much longer. I can tell that much.
Let's wait in the shade,
he says. With deft movements, he sets up a long piece of cloth, using one of the horse's saddles as an anchor and two telescoping sticks to create essentially what is a miniature tent. I clear my throat. That's a wanderer trick.
I know.
Right, because he learned it from them like I did. Did you know most of Nova's math system came from them? Oh, goddess, what am I talking about? Math systems? Rather than answering, he beckons me over. We lean back to back, also a wanderer trick. In the distance, a telltale undulation of the land catches my eye. I squint at it a second to be sure. Do you see that? He shifts against me to look. Then another grunt. Interest or acknowledgement, I'm not sure which. It's a terravore. They can move entire dunes. As we watch, the huge underground creature makes an appearance. The sands parting way for a dark, leathery beast that arches its shovel-shaped head into the skies on a trumpet of sound we can hear from here. Triumph or warning? It's a coin toss, which?
I know.
Okay, then. Then you know that if they don't bury you alive, they eat you. The terravore in the distance burrows back into the ground with every appearance of glee. But don't worry, it's too far away.
I've encountered one already.
My jaw drops, and I'm glad he's behind me and can't see. You have? Lucky. I've only seen them far away, their massive bodies churning the land like ocean waves.
It didn't end well for the terravore, or the platoon of Eidolon's men in the area.
Oh. There's a lot to unpack in his answer. I want to ask more questions, but a growing bout of shyness stays my tongue. I mull over why that is. It doesn't take much mulling. 1,000 doubts built up inside me during my time as the king's captive prize in the palace. Months to wonder if what Reven and I had was real, or just in the moment, or a reaction to the pressure we were under, or worse. It was more real for me than it was for him. I gave myself to this man, body and soul, and have dreamt of him every night since. I can still feel his touch, his lips, hear his voice. I try not to squirm, but now I'm picturing the way he touched me, the way he looked at me, like I was something precious. Other than that kiss in my chambers, which I'm starting to think might have simply been a result of relief, his behavior this night has been confusing, distant in a way that is tying knots of unease in my gut. Maybe I should tell him I missed him, because I did. It's all been so fast between us, but that's the truth. I missed him. But what if he doesn't feel the same way? awkward does not even begin to cover how I'm feeling now. So, I try, sifting my fingers through the sand. What did you spend your time in my desert doing? After a beat of silence, he huffs a laugh.
Your time in the palace has reduced you to small talk.
I mean, what else should I say? Hey, remember that time you made me come apart in your arms right before everything exploded around us? Any thoughts? What do I call you? My boyfriend? My lover? Oh, forget that. It's awful, even in my head. You're not exactly giving me much to work with, I grumble.
Of the two of us, I'm not the talker.
His voice is so dry I can't help but chuckle. I missed your kind of not talking these past months. The words are out as they come to me, before I can think them through, and I bite my lip. Maybe we shouldn't be dealing with my emotional insecurities right now anyway. The timing to bring this up is all wrong. Cain and Oclis are in danger. We left them. Eidolon could follow and find us any second, and here I am thinking about... Heat seeps into my cheeks. Because what I'm thinking about is crawling into Reven's lap and going back to that kiss from earlier. Like, I need that contact to calm me down, which is not like me at best and pathetic at worst. If I could, I'd bury my face in the sand to hide the embarrassment warming my skin. But then he'd know something was wrong. My friends might be dead, and I'm worried about my romantic status. I am a terrible person.
Hells.
Reven mutters behind me. At least, that's what I think he mutters. What? His back against mine tenses, and he's silent long enough that I'm starting to squirm inside all over again.
I said hells.
He finally says, louder, snarly like I remember him being, the way he was in the wilderness forest after he kidnapped me, the same way I hear his voice in my dreams, and it makes me smile, even as those knots in my stomach tighten a tiny bit more. What about the hells? I try to sound casual and start drawing a nonsense pattern in the sand with my fingertip.
I'm in one. Right now.
My smile broadens, mostly on a gust of relief. Because he sounds as awkward and as bothered as I feel. Maybe I'm not the only one dealing with this. Now, why in Nova would you... In an instant, I'm not sitting with my back to him anymore. I'm not entirely sure if he used shadows or his arms, but I'm straddling his lap, and his fingers are burrowing into my hair, and his aquamarine eyes are lit with a blue-green fire as he stares at me in that fierce way he does.
You know why.
Thank the goddess. Belly turning squishy, I lift a hand to trace his cheekbone, run it over the texture of the scruff on his jaw, over lips that are the only soft part of his face, which is all harsh angles and slashing lines.
I missed you.
His throat works. Is it possible to miss someone I hardly had time to know so badly that I had to force myself to eat? Every single day I was without him. Something off, hesitant, stirs behind his eyes. After a stark pause, his body taut under mine, he groans and tugs me closer, kissing me. Not hard and fast and desperate and worried, which is how I feel. This kiss is soft, exquisite. I sigh into him. Yes, this is what I needed. He suddenly pulls back, his face a study in conflict that strikes at my young, inexperienced heart like a dagger.
We shouldn't. I shouldn't.
I stiffen, leaning back against his hold, searching his face. Shouldn't? What was that just now, then? I open my mouth to ask, only my amulet, which has been cold and unresponsive almost since the moment Eidolon put his own amulet around my neck, flash heats against my skin. In a rush of sensation like a full-body shudder, I feel my power come back to me. It's as if every single grain of sand, even in the hard-packed ground where we are, is alive and mine to sense, mine to command. The ground vibrates beneath me, or it feels that way. I put my hand over the hard lump under my breastband. Goddesses almighty. Was my amulet the reason? It can't be a coincidence that it got hot and my powers came rushing back. I couldn't wear it around Eidolon. Is that why they stopped? But no, that can't be right. I spent years making flowers in the desert before Oma gave me the amulet. And yet, after months of not wearing it, I tuck the thing into my breastband and my powers return. None of this makes sense.
Marin?
Reven's hands tighten on me, worry edging his voice.
What's wrong?
Something hard smacks me in the back, then drops to the sand by my knee. A ball of mud. I snap my head around to find Kane standing 20 feet away, 2 heavy-looking bags on the ground beside him, his face a study of anger and, yup, once again, betrayal.
You left us there.
Chapter 9. Amends. Kane glares at Reven. Clearly all the blame is going to my Shadowraith for the way we got out of the palace. And probably the kissing, too. Relief, apparently, can be almost as painful as worry and guilt, threatening to split me wide open. Reven's hands dig into my hips where he's gripping me.
Were you followed? Screw you,
Kane shoots back. My shadowy scar twitches ominously. I think because Reven twitches too. Thank the goddess you made it, I rush to say. I'm off Reven's lap in a heartbeat, hurrying over, but Kane is still busy glaring over my shoulder.
No thanks to him.
He's looking past me at Reven, who I can hear also getting to his feet.
I think you pulled that on purpose.
The low growl from behind me is a bad sign.
Listen, you spoiled.
I wedge myself between the 2 men squaring off like dogs over a hindquarter of meat, but I keep my gaze trained on Kane. Eidolon discovered us. Reven had no choice. Kane leans back as though I shoved him, gaze darting over my shoulder, then back to me. After a moment, while he still doesn't say anything, the way he relaxes slightly tells me he accepts that. Where is Oculus? I demand. She leans around from behind Kane, eyeing Reven with visible trepidation. It's no wonder if I think about it. The last time she saw him, he was Shadow. And what Eidolon did to us, that was only hours ago. It's okay. I reach out a hand. Are you okay? If Quentin touched a hair on her head, I'll send him straight to the hells. After a second of glancing between the 2 of us, she focuses on me. I'm unharmed. Thank the goddesses. In my relief, I've never seen a more beautiful sight. The sun picks out blazing copper colors within the short strands of her hair. Plus, she sort of glows. Her heavily freckled, almost alabaster skin might as well be a beacon in the light. I practically shove Kane out of the way, reaching for her hands, but she throws herself down, prostrate before me. I'm so sorry. I was trying to help you find the book.
The book?
Reven's question is sharp. I ignore him, dropping to my knees. I know. It's not your fault. The tears running down her cheeks when she lifts her head make my heart squeeze hard. I thought they'd assume I was in there doing my work.
You were trying to find his book?
Reven demands. Kane jumps in too.
What book are we talking about?
But Oculus is still crying. I scoot closer and wrap my arms around her, which makes her gasp. She may not be from my dominion, originally from Tropicus, but she's been here long enough to know touch is important in Aryd. Plus, I'm her sovereign, technically. You were only trying to help, I whisper to her. I shouldn't have told her about it anyway. That was my burden and mine alone. I let my frustration at not being able to go anywhere without the king knowing get to me. After a second, Oculus takes a breath, then nods. Letting go of her, I lean back and we smile at each other as she wipes her tears away with her sleeves. Then we both get up. I look at Reven. We didn't find it. After a long stare, is it sad that I even missed his intense stares? He nods.
Did anyone follow you?
He asks Kane. Oculus, probably because Kane's fists ball at his sides, decides to step in. I got us to the cistern and he got us out. We navigated the city together. No one followed.
You're sure?
Reven is scanning the stretch of desert behind them. At least the sun is out. No shadows for Eidolon to use out here on this relatively flat part of our deserts. The bigger dunes where Cain Zeraphate tends to remain are off to the south and east of us.
As sure as we can be,
Cain snaps.
but we should definitely clear out now.
After another beat of searching, Reven gives a jerking nod and they both head toward the horses. I step in front of Cain, though, shooting a glance at Reven, willing him to understand what I'm about to ask next. Can you start unpacking up and give us a minute? He doesn't take his gaze from Cain.
Not too long.
The instant he leaves, I feel cut off, different from the distance. It starts in my belly or maybe my scar and spreads outward. I watch Reven's back as he stalks away. What's going on in his head? But I can't fix it until I get a chance to talk to him alone. Meanwhile, my best friend, who I hurt, is behind me, so I face him. I can hear Reven moving around, breaking down our temporary tent. Oculus goes to help him. Cain doesn't move, dark eyes studying my face but no smile. Where is his smile?
You're unharmed?
He asks. I shrug. I wasn't harmed physically, and Eidolon never consummated our marriage. But some wounds don't show on the outside. He sort of nods to himself at that.
Were you scared?
He asked me that once, the time his sister Pella shoved me into a well and I almost drowned. Part of me wants to confess that I spent every waking moment terrified. I would make a terrible spy. But I don't tell him that, because I want the boy back who doesn't frown at me like this, who teases and cajoles and charms. Is he gone? Or did I make it too hard for him to be like we were before? I wasn't scared, I say, hoping he'll remember how that was my answer after the well. Princesses don't scare easy. Were you scared? After a beat, Cain huffs out a laugh, shaking his head. Does he remember? Then he shoots me a smile that is full of his particular brand of arrogance, but one I can tell is more teasing than truth. An expression so Cain, I have to smirk back. I've missed him too.
Of course I wasn't scared,
He says. Indestructible, we both say together. He remembered. That's when I finally move closer, wrapping my arms around his waist. He smells of sand and the spices wanderers bake into their bread. And it's so familiar my eyes sting. I've only hugged him like this a handful of times, mostly when I was a little girl. I hope he understands that this is my way of apologizing, and also being relieved that he made it out okay. After a beat, he relaxes, arms coming around me. This is the second time he's come to rescue me. Third, if you count that time in the palace before Reven's shadows knocked him out. Thank you. His chin drops to the top of my head, and we stand there like that until Reven says something to Oculus behind us. Nothing important, but we both know we don't have time to waste. Eidolon is still too close for comfort. With a reluctance I can feel, Cain lets go. Then he glances at Reven and lowers his voice.
Be careful of him.
I frown. I know.
You don't. He's gotten worse.
And in Cain's eyes, I can see that he means it. What happened out here in the desert while I was trapped?
Just be careful.
He reaches out to tweak a lock of my hair.
Okay?
Slowly, I nod. Okay. For a second, he looks like he doesn't believe me or he wants to say more. Instead, he raises his voice.
Get a move on, Shadow Man. I don't want to be left behind again if the king shows up.
Chapter 10. Wandering the Deserts. We've been riding for days, but despite the danger I know is following us, I'm almost giddy. I've definitely been cooped up in the palace too long. The desert. My desert. My personal escape since childhood. Feels like freedom to me. Actual freedom and not just a temporary reprieve. There's no telling how long that freedom will last. So far, we've been lucky. I study the back of Reven's head as he and Cain take the lead together. Neither will let the other ride alone with me, which is its own brand of entertainment. I swear, those two turn into toddlers arguing over a toy when they're together. I wipe the sweat from my brow with the back of my sleeve. Apparently, when he and Reven came for me, Cain left word for his father that we would meet the Shadowraith in one of several places only known to them. The first two were a bust. We're headed for the third location now. And for all these days, I've been trying to figure Reven out. I can't quite put my finger on the subtle way Reven's been shutting me out since we got going. There's a distance to his silence. Like when he was my kidnapper, he only speaks to me if he has to. It's a gap I can't seem to bridge. One I worry is real because that sensation of being cut off earlier hasn't let up. The shadowy connection between us is no longer stretched thin like before. It's not cold or empty either. More like not moving. Still. Intentional. Best guess, the shadowing us out of the palace situation is still worrying him. So is getting me safely to the Shadowraith. Legitimate concerns, which is why I haven't cornered him about it. As soon as we get to Cain's people and I can get Reven alone, he and I are going to have a talk. We round a massive burnt red rock formation we've been skirting for a few hours now, and the desert opens up in front of us, changing from the red, rocky terrain of the southern reaches of the Crimson Desert to a flat and cracked space that looks desperate for water. On the other side of this, we hit the bottom of the Singing Dunes to the east, where the sands turn tan again. Like it is near Oasis, where we started. Cain's Shadowraith is somewhere out there in the dunes. No matter which desert I'm in, I can breathe here. I could live here forever and thrive. Reven and Oculus? Not so much. Partly because we're plodding our way along under the scorching, relentless eye of the sun. How Reven, with his need for night and darkness, is handling this, I don't know. At least he's had months to adjust. Even I'm a little toasted, my golden skin taking on more of a bronzed base than usual. Oculus, on the other hand. Where she's riding beside me, Oculus gives a wheezing cough and I send her a concerned glance. Do you need to stop? After years in the palace, she's not acclimated to being under our harsh sun all the time. She's burned to a crisp. All the skin I can see bright red. Her lips are visibly cracked, and I guarantee sand has worked its way into every crevice of her body. She's used up almost all the skin butter that the Wanderers make from the milk of barongs, terrifyingly ugly and yet gentle creatures, but not a single complaint has passed her lips. I'd rather keep going, she says. I hope you're not too miserable. First stuck in the palace with me, and now out here. I appreciate that, Domina. Nope. I wag a finger at her. None of that Domina stuff. Not anymore. Her eyebrows raise. I'm Marin to you from now on, not queen or princess or Domina. I refuse to be what I'm not when I don't have to, and especially with people who really know. Doubt still twists her lips. I heave a dramatic sigh. Don't make me give an order. Oculus loosens up enough to roll her eyes, something I've only ever seen her do with Tabra. All right, Marin. She says it in a dry voice, but at least she acknowledges that things are different now. Everything is different. I'm 19, a girl with an inconsistent power, my kingdom in the hands of a monster, a lot of people to protect, and a sister who is supposed to be a queen but isn't. It's a lot. All I was supposed to do was die for Tabra. This is way more than that, and I can't do a bloody thing about any of it until we find Cain's Shadowraith and figure out a plan together.
You're thinking like a wanderer, not an authoritate.
The low rumble of Reven's voice up ahead talking to Cain has Oculus and me looking at each other. We both heel our horses to move closer quickly. Those two really shouldn't be left alone together.
I'm telling you,
Reven is saying as we near them.
A Tindran queen would never be seen in the get-up you brought for her.
They're arguing about my clothes? Seriously? I glance down. They're a little large, but still the typical wanderer garb. It's difficult to see where one layer ends and another begins with the way the garments are designed to wrap around the body. I'm not even wearing the razor-thin armor strapped to my legs, torso, and shoulders that most wanderers do.
It's what we wear in the desert,
Kane argues through gritted teeth, drawing the last word out in an exaggerated way.
Where you happen to be. Exactly. She's dressed the way a wanderer would be.
Kane looks around like someone else could explain this to the Tindran's Shadowraith.
Merrin practically is a wanderer. She even wears her clothes the way they're meant to be, like a desert-born.
He glances over his shoulder and shoots me a wink. I only know because Kane has taught me how when I was a kid. Reven, on the other hand, is not wearing his correctly, which is obvious in the once-over Kane gives him. Reven snorts. Actually, snorts.
That doesn't mean she's a wanderer now.
I saw it coming, and even so, the impact of that statement hits me harder than I'm ready for. I give my horse's neck a slow pat, trying not to let it bother me. Almost my entire life, a wanderer is the only thing I ever secretly wished to be. But Reven's right. I'm not, and will never get to be that. Despite the fact that Kane sort of proposed. There's still a tiny ache of what could have been inside me. For both of us. I could have been happy with my best friend once, before all this. I'm glad Reven's ahead of me, both of them, really, so they don't see my reaction. Oculus catches it, though. I see her glance over from the corner of my eye.
Merrin is the queen now,
Reven continues.
Ruler of all Aryd, even over your father.
I bite my tongue. I'm not queen. I'm a princess. Tabra was the one officially crowned and also wed to Eidolon. I'm just a stand-in. Strictly speaking, I'm not even a princess because of how the hidden twins setup works, with the second-born being erased from all existence. I'm a nobody. Not a queen, and not the waif who wanted to be a wanderer. Not anymore. I honestly don't know who I am.
So you want to truss her up like some overblown authority?
Kane demands, flinging a hand in my direction. No thanks. I've been trussed up for months, and I'm not particularly keen to go back to restrictive clothing I'm terrified to rip, or, goddess forbid, get a crumb on. Especially not in the deep desert. Think of the sweat marks.
To make a statement? To ensure your father knows who is in charge?
Reven's voice leaves no doubt about his opinion of the Zareth.
Absolutely.
In charge is the last thing I want to be. On the flip side, though, I'm suddenly picturing Pella's face when she sees me give orders to her almighty father. Her lips pinched and white and eyes narrowed in that snotty way she does. She doesn't like me. The feeling is mutual. Come to think of it, that alone might be worth it.
Fine, but not the full regalia,
Kane huffs after a moment. As if we have a closet full of garments to select from out here in the middle of nowhere. It's not like we had to escape from the palace in a rush or anything. I swear, when these two get together, our collective intelligence drops. Reven just shakes his head, visibly disgusted that Kane can't see how important it is that I not show up like the poor city girl the Zareth knew before. I brought clothing for both my dominas, Oculus says. Both men turn in their saddles to look at her. Reven's gaze skates right over me in the process. Deliberate? Not enough to call him on it. I mean, what would I say? Hey, you didn't look at me when you looked at her. The tug on my slowly fraying nerves makes me shift in my saddle.
That's what you were filling those bags with when I was trying to drag you out of the palace?
Kane's expression is beyond disgruntled. My turn to snort. At least she had the foresight to think of it before she got to the middle of the desert. A comment that makes both men stiffen, glance at each other, then face forward abruptly. Oculus catches my grin and her lips tilt up. My own smile slips when a tremor deep in the ground catches my attention. My amulet, now around my neck and tucked between my breasts under my clothes, is asleep again, but my power over sand isn't. Which means if there's enough movement, I can sense it. From terravores to herds of Jarombi, the mouse-like animals with bat-like ears that hop around on their hind legs, to a Zeraphate. I straighten in my saddle, looking off to our left. Kane?
Yeah, Mare.
At the shortened version of my already shortened name, Reven mutters something I'm pretty sure I don't want to catch. Something that makes Kane grin as he glances at me to see what I want, then looks off the same direction I am. I squint against the sunlight so bright against the sand, searching. And then I see it. A long distance away, a tiny plume rises into the air. Not a mirage. It's a Zeraphate of the Wanderers, in number and on the move in daylight. They don't do that unless they have to, usually resting during the day and moving in the cool of night. Kane and Reven already told me that Zeref Canis has his people moving in daylight as a countermeasure to being tracked by Eidolon's men. It has to be them. At least another day's ride across these flats and into the dunes, but still, thank goddess. Kane pulls up so that Oclus and I direct our horses around his. When we're next to each other, he sets his mount walking again.
I hope you're ready to face my father.
Ahead of us, Reven's shoulders tense, and I silently will him to turn around. Say something. I'd even take a glare at this point. Look at me, I think at his back. My breath catches when he angles his head slightly to the side, like he might. I wait, watching. He urges his horse forward faster instead. Chapter 11. The Zeref. We are set up outside the Zeraphate camp, separated by several dunes so I can't see it. Waiting should be my middle name instead of Evangeline, since I do so much of it. The crispness of desert night air surrounds me as the land transforms from the sunset shades of magentas and pinks to the navies and blacks of dusk under the 2 crescent rising moons. I had a whole day to work myself up for what is about to happen. What I will say to Zeref Canis, plenty of time for the doubts to build. Kane is out there with them right now, preparing the Zeraphate for my arrival. My arrival. The Queen's arrival. What a cosmic joke. This is 100 times worse than pretending to be Tabra in the palace. There, no one knows that a second one of us even exists. To them, it's not even a question that I am Queen Tabra. The immediate response upon seeing either me or my sister, regardless of which, is respect or some variation of that. But this Zeraphate, I've essentially grown up among them. They see me as a city waif, as Kane's pet. And now, because of the way I had to send my sister and Reven and all of the vanished to them, and the way Eidolon has hunted them, every single person knows I'm a twin. They know I'm a fraud, a phony, a charlatan, a liar. I try not to fidget with my clothes or glance down. Queens don't do that. I'm all trussed up again. Oclus was incredibly clever in the clothes she grabbed, given that she was in the middle of escaping the palace. I'm wearing black robes, fashioned after the Wanderer's clothing, but fancier and fit for royalty, with small jewels of all colors woven into the material in a colorful zigzagging pattern. The skirts are flared out between me over my horse's rump. Oclus even managed to twist my hair up into some towering, headache-inducing concoction. And none of it makes a single bit of difference. No way in all the 7 hells are the people of this Zeraphate going to accept me as any kind of leader. Maybe Tabra and I together could sway them, but I suspect that's even more unlikely. Both Kane and Reven, in some misguided version of protecting my delicate sensibilities, have remained closed-lipped about my sister. I'm not oblivious or deliberately ignoring that. I've tucked my worries away, waiting to see her in person and decide for myself how bad of a state she's in. Until then, I'm queen. Ish. Queen-ish. Maybe what I should do is hand all my troubles over to the Zeref, a true leader, experienced, wizened, tell him what I know and let someone older, tried, and proven step in to handle this mess. Except he ran. a tiny memory whispers inside me. When Reven and I went up against Eidolon, the mighty Canis took his people from the palace and left. "Sit up straight, Domina," Oclus whispers from behind me, sounding like Oma suddenly. Knowing we likely have an audience, she's back in servant mode. I mind my posture and tip up my chin, calling on every last ounce of my practiced ability to transform myself into the queen to get me through this. We agreed, more like I was informed, that when we entered the Xeraphate camp, I would be in the lead, Oclus and Reven behind me like servants. I don't like it, but they all, Cain included, insisted that the posturing is critical to set the right tone from the start. It's not going to help. The tone was set a long time ago. Cain, Reven, Oclus, none of them listened to that argument. So here I am, preparing to do this on my own, mostly. I press a hand against the amulet under my clothes. It's helped me before, with the hollow, with my fear of heights. In the Shadowwood the night we fought Eidolon's shoulders, the morning we fought Eidolon. Even in quiet moments when I'd be doubting myself. Or that's what it seemed like. I could really use help now.
Wait.
Reven's call rings with reluctance. I look back to find him dismounting, handing his reins to Oclus, who looks as surprised as me, especially when he comes over to me.
Your stirrup needs adjusting,
he says, not looking me in the eyes. No, it doesn't. But I let him slip my foot out of it and fiddle with the buckled straps anyway.
You can do this.
His low voice skates over me in a hushed murmur. Possibly the most words strung together that he's aimed in my direction in days. He says it with his head bent over his task, and I almost ask him to repeat it, except I realize before I open my mouth that he's trying to make sure no one else can hear this conversation. No one, as in any wanderer sentries hidden among the dunes around us.
You don't need help,
he tacks on. I want to make a face at him, but I don't. This isn't going to work. I also keep my voice low. There's too much history here. He shakes his head, the black tangle of his hair falling into his eyes. I tighten my grip on the pommel of my saddle just so I don't reach out to brush it back. He needs a haircut.
Doesn't matter. You are Iridian royalty. They are your subjects. Period.
Right. He's right. I know he's right. It doesn't make me feel any better. That comes out more as a grumble.
There you go, Domina,
he says overly loudly. With a hand around my ankle, he slips my foot back in the stirrup. Under my skirt, where no one could possibly see, his thumb brushes against my skin, sending delicious, ill-timed shivers through me. Days without his touch, and I'm craving him in an instant. That can't be normal. The way he stills, then drops his hand quickly to his side, sucks all that craving right out of me as fast as it came on.
Can I do anything else for...
He lifts his head, and whatever he sees in my gaze has him biting the words off with a grunt. Then I see it. I see the flash of wanting in his eyes, and suddenly my scars shift inside me like a physical touch, a caress, and I almost laugh on a swell of relief, because the distance between us isn't there anymore. That craving spirals, sharper, hotter, thrumming. But just as quickly, he schools his features and the sensation inside me disappears, going cold, and those shivers change, and not in a good way. 7 hells in a handbasket. I feel like I'm a horse on a lead rope being jerked around. Now I'm sure I wasn't wrong. He is shutting me out, on purpose. Frustration builds like a geyser in the crystalline desert, ready to spew scalding words all over the man. What are you doing? I manage to keep the question soft, even though the words are out of my mouth before I can stop myself. But I don't take them back. I'm calling him out, even while I'm aware that we're being observed and listened to. He takes a deliberate step back.
Can I do anything else for you?
He finishes his earlier thought. from before that scorching look, pulling back into the role of servant that he's supposed to be posturing. How convenient for him. Heat now crawls up my throat and into my cheeks. What I want to say is this isn't over, but I can't. Now is not the time or the place, so what I actually say is no, through clenched teeth. He nods and walks away. I don't wait for him to mount before I prod my horse forward. He can damn well catch up. Even before we round the last dune, the orange glows of hundreds of campfires reflect off the pale sands. The Shadowraith is currently set up near where the singing dunes meet the salt flats. The minerals glitter at me from everywhere, white but also iridescent. I've heard of the salt glacier that sits at the southern edge of the flats. Not white at all, but striped and all colors of the rainbow. The natural beauty all around me mocks my staged pageantry. I take a deep breath as the camp comes into view, and try hard not to turn my horse around and run. The entire Shadowraith has gathered together to greet me. Rows and rows of faces, people all lined up to see the false queen. I was wrong. This is 1,000,000 times worse than the palace, not 100. There, the expressions aimed my way were interested or happy, or at least polite, maybe even a little fearful after my grandmother's style of rule. But the Wanderers... Right now, I'm looking at a sea of hostility, suspicion, or at best, indifference. Terrific. And I can't even crow to Cain and Reven and Oculus about how I was right, not without losing more ground. The first familiar face my gaze picks out from among the crowd is the last one I want to see. Cain's sister Pella stands apart. A true wanderer, her midnight hair hangs in a thick plait over one shoulder, contrasting with the oatmeal shade of her clothes. She's the Shadowraith's only daughter, and he dotes on her like a proud papa should. Only she's not some pampered princess. She's an incredible horsewoman, deadly with a bow and arrow and a staff, and she knows these deserts like the land is close family. It doesn't help that she's also one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen, which is saying something. Or she would be if she weren't always snarling. I'm sad to say her father's indulgence has turned her into, well, a bitch. What Pella wants, Pella gets. Usually what Pella wants is me out of her brother's life, never to return to their Shadowraith. Not this time, though. This time she's not the Shadowraith's daughter looking down on poor Meryn from Enora. She's the Shadowraith's daughter who must bow to Merenith Evangeline XII, princess and acting queen of Aryd. I'm looking directly at her when the Shadowraith booms out.
Our long-lost daughter has returned.
Mighty Canis holds his hands high in the air in a gesture of celebration and welcome. Daughter? Really? A few months ago, when I was merely Cain's little friend to this man, I probably would have fallen off my horse at that grating. Who does he think he's fooling? Before this, he pretty much pretended I didn't exist. Pella's lips twist like she sucked on the bitterest of lemons. Years of dealing with her antagonism all pile up, and I can't resist. Holding her gaze, I tip my head ever so slightly and smile. Yes, a smug one. Her brows snap down so low over her dark eyes, she looks like she's squinting, and that only makes my smile widen, especially when I deliberately turn my gaze away, effectively dismissing her. I aim my most dazzling royal smile at the Shadowraith instead. A mountain of a man, but so leanly muscled he reminds me of the half-starved coyotes that scrounge around near the rivers in Aryd. Whip-smart, deceptively strong, and mean. Their leanness makes them meaner. Even after all these years, I haven't made up my mind if the same is true of the Shadowraith. Here's the tricky thing with this man. He is Inferni, and his power is subtle and important to be aware of. He can tell when someone is lying, not omitting, but when their actual words are not true. A tremor of apprehension chases its tail down my spine as my imagination brings up images of the fourth hell, where all the souls of liars are bound in eternal silence. I am a liar. I was born to be a liar. Hopefully that hell is not a fate awaiting me at the end of all this. But I've wondered ever since I was a little girl. I asked Oma once. She can see what level of the hells a soul will end up in. but she refused to tell me my fate. Regardless, I'm going to have to be careful with what I say to this man if I have a chance of pulling this off. Mighty Canis. I greet him loudly so that those toward the back of the gathering can hear. According to etiquette, I'm supposed to thank him for his hospitality and give a small bow of my head, the most a queen would do for a Zareth. But I'm not a queen. And while, other than Cain, I wasn't entirely welcomed warmly by this group of people, they were still my refuge from my life. My only source of happiness. They have also risked their own lives and changed their ways to protect Tabra, Reven, and the people of the Vanished who I sent to them. I dismount in a smooth motion, dropping lightly to the ground. The tiny jewels sewn into my robes tinkle as I move toward him. Arguments fill my head. Words exchanged earlier with Cain and Reven and Aklis about the best way to approach this. I ignore everything we agreed on. As the current ruling queen of Aryd, I know the protocol, I say again loudly. What I should say and do in this moment. But I owe you and your son and your people a great debt. I come to you only with the clothes on my back, our kingdom in the hands of a shared enemy, asking for your continued help and protection. Cain, standing slightly behind his father, is shaking his head no. Too late to stop now. There is nothing I can give to show my appreciation but this. I drop to one knee before the Zareth. I can't tell if the shocked gasp that travels through the crowd is good or bad. Queens don't kneel to anyone. The Zareth's head snaps back like I surprised him, only for him to smile again, even broader. The man isn't a natural smiler, and the expression sits uneasily on his face. A sensation moves through my scars across my belly, in the shadows that connect us. What I wouldn't give to see Reven's reaction.
Finally,
the Zareth says warmly.
A queen who intimately knows and appreciates the Wanderer's people. A ruler we've been waiting for.
Wait, what? Open arms is not what I expected.
One we might call Domina.
My lips part on a silent gasp. For a wanderer to call the ruler of Aryd that is a true honor. Then again he said, might. Zareth Canis helps me to my feet, but doesn't let me go, placing his other hand over mine and tugging me closer.
Perhaps we should combine our strengths through your marriage to my son.
Chapter 12. Priorities. Abruptly, an unnatural darkness sweeps over the gathering, dimming the light of the fires. With it, a second gasp sweeps through those gathered around us. The Zareth snaps his gaze over my head and stills, his hands clamping down on mine hard, face a study of a warrior staring down a threat. I don't have to look. I know what's happening. Reven. I barely have time to brace to fight the shadows if they took control of him, because as quickly as the darkness rose, it fades away again. As I search him out, my Shadowraith visibly appears to diminish, like stopping that darkness took too much out of him, or like defeat is weighing him down. Or is he still fighting the evil inside him? I don't relax, studying him, waiting, until he subtly taps the scars on his wrist, and relief leaves me with a whoosh of a breath. He's still Reven. The erratic thumping of my heart tells me that was close, though. I haven't seen him struggle like that before. Trying to be subtle about it, I slide the knife strapped to my arm under my robes back into its sheath. Beside me, I hear a soft snick, as Cain does the same with his. After a beat, so does the Zareth, followed by several similar sounds from all around us. Which is when it finally sinks in that no one is standing near him, like there's a moat of space keeping everyone else away. His doing? Or are they all too wary to get close? How often has Reven lost control around them? Across the way, his mask is back in place, an emotionless expression that makes me want to shrivel with him. It's like he's determined to feel nothing, to separate himself. The need to go to him is a living thing, but he gives me a tiny shake of his head, gaze flicking to the Zareth still holding my hand, and I get the message. My only job right now is to secure Zareth Canis as an ally. I understand. I really do. His rejection feels like a slap anyway. Feeling more alone than I have since before I was kidnapped, including when I was with Eidolon, I released the Zareth's hand only to tuck mine into the crook of his elbow, drawing his attention back to me. I have no intention of commenting on his proposal. Yet. I doubt he'll let me keep my answer to myself for long. Cain told me that the Zareth was informed about exactly what happened. Canis knows Tebra married the king, not me, and that I am merely the second-born princess, which means everyone in the Zarethate knows too. After all, they've been carting around a woman who looks like Cain's city waif friend for months, along with a whole bunch of other people, at a risk to their lives. Explanations would have been demanded. Besides, as many things as he is, I will say the Zareth is transparent with his people. He doesn't hide anything if it affects them. Before we discuss anything, I say, I need to see my sister. The Zareth hesitates.
Tomorrow morning is perhaps a better.
Tebra is firstborn, technically queen. I rule in her place, but I need to know what I'm dealing with. I tell him firmly. Under my fingertips he tenses, no doubt at the interruption. I'm sure no one except maybe his Zarifa dares to interrupt this man. Too bad.
As you wish,
he eventually murmurs. I allow the Zareth to lead me through the crowds and into what amounts to a city of tents and structures that make up the camp. As we pass through the people standing at the very edges of the gathering, a familiar face looks back at me, and I have to tamp down on the immediate urge to stop and hug her. Saya. The last time I saw her, she'd taken a spear to the stomach during the attack on the Shadowwood. Thank the goddesses she survived. I wasn't sure. Younger than I am by a year or two at most, she's striking, with the most unusual coloring that every time I see her reminds me of the sky before dawn when it turns from black to a deep, mysterious navy blue. Add to that shoulder-length white hair and narrow-set, entirely black eyes that appear to frost around the edges, and she puts me in mind of starlight nymphs. Cain used to tell me stories about them. Pella would then make fun of me for believing them, but sand nymphs are real, so why not starlight nymphs? Given what I've learned and seen in a few short months, maybe Pella's the one who should be more open-minded. More familiar faces stand out in the crowd around Saya. Voss, Horus, Vita. I want to run to them, check on them and make sure they're well. Except they're bowing and I am queen. I limit myself to reaching out and squeezing Saya's arm as we pass. A silent promise that we'll soon talk. Canis takes me to a tent set far away from the others, well past the outskirts of the camp itself. I have to swallow down angry words of displeasure for leaving Tebra in such a vulnerable place. At least he left 2 guards inside her tent. They exchange an odd glance before one draws back a flap, allowing us to enter. It takes my eyes a moment to adjust to the dimmer light of a single candle. The second I see her, I gasp. The sound a painful rip in my throat. Mother Goddess! Chapter 13. Tebra. They have my precious sister chained to a stake in the ground with a pallet, water, and a pot to piss in within reaching distance. I'm not gasping about that, though. We look like our mother, my sister and I, with our long black hair, amber-colored eyes, and chins with a slight indent that smacks of stubbornness. Same scars, even, which is not something I'd ever brag about, given how we both came by our matching marks. But right now we look nothing alike. Nothing. My sister is skin and bones. A skeleton left to bleach in the sun has more meat on it than Tebra does. Her eyes are sunken into her head, cheekbones so sharp she looks grotesque, skin drawn and sallow. I hardly recognize the girl on the ground. A wellspring of bile surges up my throat, sour and burning. Why is she chained? I demand. The Zareth's reply is quiet.
For her safety, and ours.
I glare at him. Safety?
You'll see. Don't get too close.
If he thinks he's keeping me from my sister, he's got another thing coming. Why is she so... I gesture in her direction.
We feed her, bathe her, do everything we can for her.
He grimaces.
When she lets us. But she's still wasting away, and we don't know why.
I glance over his shoulder to Kane, who nods a confirmation. Looking her over again, I frown. She's dressed in wanderer clothing more appropriate for the desert, but... Where's her ring?
What?
Kane asks. I hold up my hand, showing him the signet on my pinky. It matches this?
Vita has it.
Reven answers.
It kept falling off her finger.
I close my eyes for a beat, then open them again. Do we know her power yet? When I got her away from Eidolon, her hands glowed the purple of an inferne, so I know she's come into them. Maybe that's what's eating away at her. I've heard of that before. A power being like poison or too much to control.
We don't know yet. She hasn't tried to use it.
Kane grimaces.
Don't ask her about it, though.
Why?
It makes her... angry.
Tabra doesn't get angry. Can I talk to her? He glances from me to her.
She's lucid enough from time to time.
Tabra? She doesn't move. Ignoring a hiss of warning from those behind me, I'm across the space and dropping to my knees at her side. Tabra? This time, at the sound of her name, she struggles to angle her head my way. Her eyes are glassy and dull, and she frowns as she looks at me. I see the moment recognition dawns. Marin? She whispers. Goddess. She doesn't even sound like herself, her voice hardly an audible rasp. Tabra is sunshine and kind smiles and has a lilting way of talking that I hate having to mimic because it's so bloody cheerful. She's sneaking out of the palace to feed the poor with baskets of food. She's knowing the name of every person who works inside the palace walls, but also all about their families. She's sparkling glass flowers and joy and light. This is not her. I offer a tentative smile, trying to blink back the sting of tears and not let her see. Hi, sissy. It's me. She starts to smile back, then her eyes go wide, her gaze darting past me to the others in the tent before returning to me. She leans closer, with a clink of metal chains, and lowers her voice. I have to turn my head to hear. You can't be here. They'll know. She thinks I'm revealing our secret? I straighten enough to look at her. It's okay. They're friends. Tabra frowns again. Not all of them. What does she mean? Marin. She's searching my face like she doesn't quite believe I'm real. I don't feel very well. I can't help the tears that escape, and her face falls when she sees them. I made you sad. I wipe the wetness away with an impatient swipe and shake my head. Then I take her hand in mine. Hells, I could snap her bones if I hold her too tight. She's that frail. No, I'm just worried. About me? I nod. She tries what I think is supposed to be a smile, except her chalky, cracked lips tremble. You always worry too much about me. I huff what I hope she takes as a laugh, but is really despair escaping me. Have they been taking good care of you? Yes. They're very kind. Even chained and dying, her heart is for others. I'm glad, and I'm here now. Grandmother won't like that these people know about us. She doesn't remember? Grandmother died. Tabra took the throne, I disappeared, and she married Eidolon before I could get back in time to stop her. Do I tell her? Tabra. In a blink, her expression changes from glassy to feral so fast, astonishment sends the hairs on my skin standing straight up. With a strength that's unbelievable after barely moving her head visibly taxed her, she lunges for me. In the same instant, an arm wraps around my waist and yanks me out of her reach.
Careful.
Reven's voice is a rumble in my ears, but he lets go and steps away before I can respond. Losing his heat at my back leaves me cold and clammy as I stare at my snarling sister, who suddenly isn't my sister at all. Her face is contorted with rage, teeth bared as she growls a sound that has come from the very pits of the damned. Tabra? Her name escapes me in a squeak. Kane puts a shoulder between me and Tabra.
Don't take it personally. She sometimes does that to anyone who gets close.
Tabra! Oclus's broken cry is nothing short of gut-wrenching. No one is fast enough to stop her as she pushes through the tent flap and rushes to my sister, dropping to her knees in the sand next to her where I'd just been. Tabra lunges again, the same way she did at me, only she lurches to a stop just as fast, staring at her handmaiden's face, searching Oclus's features like she's trying to understand why they might be familiar. I'm here, Oclus whispers. I'm here, Tessara. I recognize the word from the old language of Tropicus. She called my sister her treasure. Tabra's eyes grow wide. Oclus? I try to push aside the cloying hurt that she would attack me but not her handmaiden. Granted, Oclus is more than that, her closest confidant and friend, her heart, her love. But I'm her sister. We shared a womb. We share secrets and lives in a way no one else could possibly understand. Tabra takes a juddering breath, and her expression crumples as she wraps her bony arms around Oclus's neck, then sobs and sobs and sobs. I close my eyes against the sight of them, more tears clogging my throat. I want to put my hands over my ears, too. The sounds coming from my sweet sister are pitiful and agonizing. She's trying to talk between heaves, but is hardly coherent. I only make out one word. Voice.
We should continue our discussion elsewhere,
the Zareth says behind me. Someone tries to tug me away. Kane, I think, but I can't. Except over Tabra's head, Oclus meets my gaze and nods, telling me without words that she'll stay and keep her safe. I don't want to leave my sister, though. I've left her so many times. But I have no choice. I have to go rule in her stead. My amulet warms. Not a spark like before, more like comfort, and I get the feeling it's trying to tell me it will be all right. Then it goes quiet again. Needing to do something, even if it's not much, I pull my power forward. Warmth and tingling cascade through my skin like fizzy bubbles, coalescing in my palm with the soft yellow light of a hylarai. From the ground beneath my feet, particles of sand shoosh and shift, coming at my call. They lift in the air, swirling and floating, twinkling in the dim light. I haven't used my power for much since I got it back. This feels good. At a whisper of my direction, like soldiers obeying a commander, the sand fuses, forming into a ball, and then I command it to heat. The glow in my palm manifesting as tiny fire sprite-like embers lift into the air, like my own private collection of stars that flare bright, then fade away. The ball of sand turns a gleaming orange as I morph it into a new state of being, a clear molten mass. With a flick of my fingers, I form the thick liquid into a petal, then again and again, until a glittering version of a snapdragon flower forms. Thanks to the sand of the salt flats, this one shimmers with iridescence, like I tucked a rainbow inside it. I pluck it out of the air, and not getting too close, I set it in the sand within reaching distance to my sister, whose face is still buried in Oclus's neck. I allow my gaze to linger on her a moment longer before facing the Zareth, who now watches me with even more calculating speculation in his gaze. I lift my chin, every inch the royal Oma and grandmother trained me to pretend to be. I will meet with the leaders of the Vanished. Then I walk straight past him, out of the tent. Chapter 14. Reunions. Outside Tabra's tent, I stop, because honestly, I need a minute. I'm surrounded by people, and yes, Reven is here, but he's not, so it doesn't count. Kane has to be careful in his role as Zareth's son. The Vanished are beholden to the Zaraphate. I'm all alone in what I have to do. Again. Immediately, the entourage following before and after stops with me. After months in the palace as the queen, I'm used to this. Even so, probably because of my surroundings, it suddenly strikes me as wrong, out of place, like when you stub your toe in the middle of the night because the furniture isn't where you remembered. The Zareth stops at my side.
We have much to discuss. You can meet with the Vanished after, if you wish.
As though I'm a little girl to be patted on the head and told to run along? Ass. With every eye trained on me, it's not the ideal time for me to lose my cool, even though that's exactly what I want to do. Is the man seriously trying to pull that right now, after what I just went through? I am not in the mood to put up with power plays and diplomacy. And I outrank him. I sort through at least 3 different ways to handle this in my head. Pitch a fit like a diva? No. Try to argue him around in a persuasive manner? No. Remind him who I am? Definitely no. Queens don't do any of those things, even if I really, really want to. Instead, I ignore him and search the faces around us. For once, I'm not looking for Reven, who's standing right outside the tent. My gaze lands on Horus nearby. Perfect. The lanky older man is dressed in traditional wanderer garb. He's traded out his blue clothing, an indicator that he's from a Zeraphate in the Lazuli Desert, for the tawny-colored clothes of this Zeraphate. However, the loose-fitting garments are still draped around him in the style his old southeastern Zeraphate prefers. Is there a place we can talk? I ask him. Horus will know by we, I mean the voted-in leaders of the Vanished who I consider friends, though I didn't know them long before I ended up in the palace with Eidolon. Reven clasps his hands behind his back and bends a look on me that hopefully to others looks as though he's nodding, but I have no problem interpreting it as not happy mixed with a bit of warning. Why? Because I might anger the Zareth? Can't he see that in this game of power my only play is to establish my authority? Shove it down the Zareth's throat if I have to. If I don't, we'll be seen as begging for help, and that means we have no leverage. If I really wanted to demonstrate my power, I'd dismiss the Shadowraith everyone else is visibly avoiding, that invisible mote of distance still around us. I focus on Horus, but he glances over my shoulder in the direction of our host. His expression remains inscrutable, but I suspect he's gauging how irritated Canis is. Horus's history with his own Zareth likely is coloring his thoughts.
Of course,
he says slowly, still not looking at me. No one is happy with my actions. Sounds like I'm on the right track, then. I slide a glance Reven's direction. Please, gather the others. He walks away without a word, that prowling gait of his eating up the ground. I try not to watch him go. I pin a pleasant smile on my face that feels carved from wax as I return my attention to Canis. We won't be long. A string of emotions crosses the man's face. Surprise, irritation, and finally speculation, before he manages to force his features into an equally waxy smile.
As you wish.
With a nod, I follow Horus away. He takes me to one of the tents nearby. A new burst of anger flushes through me as I take in where the Vanished are situated within the camp, right on the edge. Canis put all the Vanished closest to my sister, huh? Sacrificial pawns if the camp gets attacked when they come for her? After all, then the Vanished would be the first to respond. They'd be first hit if the camp is attacked from the outside as well. I guess the Zarephate's protection only goes so far. I try to give the Zareth some credit. It's what any leader would do. Protect your people first and foremost. After all, our presence puts his community in greater jeopardy. My grandmother certainly would have done the same if she were in his position. I'll ask my friends for their thoughts on it once we're all together. Horus and I enter the smallish tent, the rollable sides already down for the night. It's as basic as you can get. A few tattered rugs, but no other pillows or furniture, and a single candle almost melted down to the nub in a brass chamber stick holder. I'm sure finding enough material to house the large number of people I sent the Zeraphate with no notice was difficult. I try to hold on to my gratefulness that Canis took them in at all. Mostly due to Cain, I have no doubt. A debt I'm not sure I'll ever be able to repay. I look at Horus, taking in hair the color of wet sand graying around the sides. Tawny skin unmarred by time. Gnarled hands, weathered features, and eyes lined with history and a life of sacrifice. He's handsome in that resilient, hardened way I've always found most born into the Xerafates to be. His sun-worn skin crinkles around the corners of his mouth with a smile of welcome that I feel to my center. This man was more than kind to me when I first arrived in the Shadowwood. He was a piece of home.
"You shouldn't have talked to me in front of the Xerath," he chides. "I'm still an outcast as far as all the Xerafates of Wanderers are concerned."
Horus once told me how he defied his own Xerath. The man wanted to take Horus's sister as his third wife. Horus disagreed, and the Xerath cast him out and married the sister anyway. If I ever meet that Xerath, I'll happily bring the full power of the throne down on his head. Horus ducks.
"Canis barely tolerates my being here as it is. By law, he should throw me into the desert with no food or water or way out and leave me there to die."
This man was voted in as one of the leaders of the Vanished, the representative from Aryd, and yet he still has his hang-ups, probably made worse by being back in his home dominion. "That's how you want to greet me?" I hold out a hand. I'm pretty sure I shock him because Horus goes a little stiff. Only for a moment, though. Then he loosens up and grasps my hand with his own, covering our clasp with his other hand and bending over that.
"We've been worried about you,"
he says as he straightens and lets go of me. I huff a laugh. "Likewise. And if the Xerath has a problem with you, he'll have to take it up with me. At least some good can come from being queen." Only instead of smiling, Horus gives me a gently chiding look and a shake of his head.
"I'm not worth risking losing the safety we found here, and I'm not letting you spend your political currency on me either."
You are worth it. I don't know if it's my words or the adamant tone I use, but he stares like he's trying to figure out if I mean it. I stare right back. We all are. Each and every one of us worth the effort, no matter the risk. Okay, so a lifetime of being the expendable one might still be a hang-up of my own. Every person is worthy of consideration and dignity. Reven taught me that with what he accomplished in the Shadowwood. Horus sighs.
"I wish that were true."
What this man has been through to put that kind of stark disbelief in his eyes makes me heart-sore. He clears his throat.
"Reven isn't like before."
Given the way Cain has been acting and his own warning to me, I'd gathered that. How bad? He shrugs.
"He was also healing, but I've never seen him so..."
"Who picked that dress for you?" A familiar female voice sounds from behind me. I spin around to find a girl standing just inside the tent flaps. She's around my age, except her hair is silvery gray and her eyes the same, like pools of mercury. Vita. The thrum of emotions that I don't have time to untangle is almost as palpable as seeing my sister. Technically, I hardly know this woman, know any of them really, and yet they're mine, and I'm theirs. I glance down, smoothing a hand over what I'm wearing. What's wrong with it? Nothing. It's lovely, immaculate stitchwork. Love the sparkle, too. I shrug. Royalty has its perks. Vita's smile is wide as she gently pushes Horus out of her way and throws her arms around my neck. Despite Horus's harumph at her audacity to touch me, especially without permission, I hug her back. She was an instant friend from the moment we met, told me so herself. "I'm so glad you're okay," I say into her hair. "I'm fine. We're fine." She pulls back and picks up a swath of my long sleeve, inspecting it with a covetous look in her eyes. "I mean, I don't get to sew anything fun like this. These days it's all about blending in with the sand." I laugh at that. I know.
"As if we could haul all those materials and fancy gewgaws all around the desert."
Horus grumbles, and Vita wrinkles her nose at him. Clearly a bone of contention between these two. With a rustle of tent flaps, Voss and Saya walk in next.
Well, well, well,"
Voss drawls. His rich sable skin is broken by the stark lavender of his eyes, and then a flash of white teeth as he grins at me. "Vossarian," I use the Tindrin's full name. "I didn't see you when I arrived. Where were you?"
"A child was bitten by a widow's assassin."
I wince. That desert bug's bite isn't deadly, but after a pain like a red-hot poker being jammed under your skin, it makes the spot go completely numb for at least a day. Depending on where you get bit, that can be awkward. Based on Voss's grimace, he's familiar with the insect.
Saya was taking care of her.
And he was taking care of Saya, as he always is.
I should have known you'd handle the Zareth in your own imitable way.
He continues, then cocks his head.
Must be a ruby of a plan you've got in your head.
I wouldn't exactly say I'm working off a plan. No need to share that, yet. Instead, I study him closer. The ashiness that seemed to be a permanent part of him in the Shadowwood is lifted, and he's not coughing as much as he used to. Either he finally got over whatever bug he was fighting, or our dry desert air has been good for him. The last time I saw you, your limp body was being dragged to safety through a portal I made. I lean in, dropping the teasing. I'm glad to see you suffered no permanent damage. Hard to tell in the dim light in here, but I think maybe surprise or possibly appreciation flickers over his features before his expression darkens.
He was a useless wreck without you.
He's talking about Reven, and those words catch at something inside me that needed to hear them. Without the warning this time. I was the same. I'm pretty sure he could already see that. In my limited experience with Voss, I've figured out that he sees more than most.
He's not like before.
Dang. I guess I didn't avoid another warning after all. Cain, Horus, now Voss? So I've been told. Voss holds up both hands.
You two can figure it out. We just don't want to see you hurt.
Saya tugs on his sleeve.
Either of you.
He tacks on. Thanks. I mean it. Saya has been waiting patiently, wreathed in smiles, though her lips remain carefully shut. I wait until we've hugged before I ask her questions, though, because Saya can't speak. It's not that she's mute, but the noise that comes out when she opens her mouth is more a weapon than a voice. I need to see her face and hands to communicate. Is everyone being treated well here? I asked Saya, because I know she takes care of the Vanished. As the Vanished leader representing those from Mariana, she is the mother hen of the group and watches out for each person in a way the others can't or maybe don't see is necessary. Saya nods. Even Tabra? I have to be sure. Another nod, accompanied by a grimace. I squeeze her hand. You too, right? She seems to understand that I'm making sure the caregiver is taking care of herself as well, and gives me a sheepish shrug. I give her a chiding look.
See?
Voss waves a hand at me like I made a point. Saya swats at him. I glance around the faces here with me. The Vanished haven't voted in a leader to represent Wilderness yet. That leaves 2 more. What about, the guy who represents the Savannan Vanished? I didn't meet him because he was on a mission in some other dominion when I was in the Shadowwood, and I don't remember his name. I glance at Voss, who supplies me with,
Håkon.
I nod. Did Håkon catch up to you? The likelihood is slim, given where the Vanished are hiding and how they got here, but maybe Reven sent someone to find him. Horus's grim shake of his head answers that. Not really a surprise. And Bina? I ask next, softer, because I'm pretty sure I already know. The woman represented Tropicus and was the librarian for Reven's stash of books and scrolls in the Shadowwood. I'm still holding Saya's hand, or I might have missed the way she tenses, as though the spoken name moves through her like a ghost stealing her soul. All 3 of them go blank as I look from person to person. The cold spreading through my veins leaves a dull weight of sadness behind. I didn't speak more than a few words to the older woman, but my friends in this room feel the loss, so I do too. When? I ask quietly. She didn't make it out of the Shadowwood the night the Tindran soldiers attacked. We haven't had the heart to vote for a new leader from Tropicus. Even though Vita says it quietly, I still flinch. I was one of the last out of there that night. I saw the carnage left over from that fight, so I knew, logically, that not everyone had made it through the portal I'd managed to cobble together in the midst of the chaos. But I hadn't looked at the faces of the dead, hadn't been able to make myself. Hells, if I'd figured out how to make that portal sooner, maybe...
Don't.
I feel Reven's voice like he's inside me, around me, except he's walking into the tent. My gaze collides with his, bright turquoise, almost seeming to glow despite the dim light, trained on me in that super serious way he has, and yet still, that invisible wall stands between us, growing higher and thicker by the second. Voss claps a hand on Reven's shoulder.
Took you long enough?
That's a bit new. While he and Reven respected each other when I first met these people, Reven was still trying to keep his distance from the Vanished. Beyond bringing the people to the Shadowwood, he was very much a loner. That seems to be less so now. And yet his walls are sky high with me.
It's not your fault,
he says to me.
That night is not your fault.
I know. He understands, though. In his position, I know he does. No matter what anyone says, every loss is on my head. That's what being queen has done to me. Maybe what being princess, even a hidden one, instilled in me long before now. Heavy as the crown that was never supposed to be mine, and all that crap. Speaking of being queen, I draw my shoulders back. I'm sure the Zeref will include his closest advisors in this discussion with me. That means I need you all there too. Reven's chin dips, though his gaze remains on mine, like he's trying to argue with me in his head. I frown at him and he glances away. That chasm gets bigger. Leave me out. Vita holds up her hands. I'm not one of the voted-in reps, just a simple seamstress. No one is going to want to listen to what I have to say. I would. Though like most people in this world, she's a Vexillium with no supernatural powers. I'm pretty sure there's nothing simple about Vita, but I nod, respecting her wishes. I look to Saya and Voss. You both should be there. Saya tips her head, and I think I know what she's asking. Why them? I wave a hand at Voss. He knows Eidolon, and other than Reven, he's the leader most looked to, right? She nods. And you are the heart of the Vanished. I pause when she puts both hands up to her cheeks. I need you both there. Please. After a pause, she draws her shoulders back, much like I had, gives a nod, then signs at Voss.
I didn't agree to anything,
he protests, which she ignores, tugging on his shirt to follow her out of the tent. You too, I say to Horace. Immediately, he crosses his arms.
I told you, I'm lucky they haven't kicked me out yet.
I cross my arms too, because this is non-negotiable as far as I'm concerned. You understand this Dominion, and the Wanderers, and the Vanished. And I trust your advice. I need you there. I won't let him do anything to you. The Zeref can choke on his own ego, and we're all going to pretend I have the power to enforce that. Horace's jaw works a little, but after a moment of consideration, he gives a jerking little bow that says he'll do as I ask. Reven, meanwhile, says not a word. Nothing. Not a suggestion or an argument or even a nod of agreement. Doesn't he know my own self-doubts are creeping in on me like an entire nest of widow's assassins threatening to turn every part of me numb? I may have been trained to act the part of royalty, but I spent my entire life not actually being one. Not in the everyone follow me, I make all the decisions around here sense. I don't know what I'm doing. Not really. Doesn't he realize I need help? That I need him? Fatigue tries to crowd in with everything else. Right, let's go get this over with. I push my way through the tent flaps into the warm night air. Time to find out what kind of ally we truly have in the mighty Canis. Chapter 15. Not how I pictured this going. Turns out, Cain's father is a dick. Sure, I always guessed this, but when I was just Marin, I was nobody, not worth the Zeref's notice or attention, so I didn't exactly spend any time with the man. Because of his position and the possibility that he would meet authorities, my grandmother or even my sister, not to mention his power to spot lies, I made sure I stayed out of his way. I wish I could do that now. No such luck. The Zeref's first move was to bring up marriage again, as if that would solve everything. But before we could get down to that mess, not to mention the business of figuring out a better plan than an infinite game of run and hide from Eidolon, I had to force myself to sit through traditional wanderer hospitality. Ironic, since that's all I've ever wanted, to be included in the life and heart of the Zeraphate. But tonight, it's just slowing me down. From the outside, the Zeraph's tent is simpler than many of the rest in the camp. On purpose, I learned long ago. Canis wants to keep from presenting an easy target to outsiders who might attack, and a fancy tent is like a beacon. Supported by poles in a simple configuration that makes it rectangular, the siding is black goat hair blending in with those around it, made of stretched animal hides, woven bamboo, or some in a thinner cloth made from woven fibers. Unassuming and impossible to identify, unless you know. Inside is a different story. Luxurious animal skins of the softest furs, multicolored rugs, and bamboo pallets all woven in intricate designs cover the sand with mounds of matching fur, leather, and goat hair pillows and bamboo petates scattered about. Melted candles sit atop jewel-crusted pillars, and more fires burn in bronze braziers. The riches of the Zeraphate used for bartering in the cities and hosting guests are all here. The private sleeping area for the Zeraph and his Serifa is hidden behind more woven dividers that separate other rooms from the main gathering area where he does most of his business. Where I found him lounging as he waited for me. He's sprawled across one of those mounds of pillows when I enter, but gets up immediately. Quickly, the large group of people gathered here. Me, Zeraph Canis, Zarifa Magda, 6 of the Zeraph's closest advisors, Cain, Pella, Reven, Zaya, Horus, and Voss, are all being directed to sit in our proper spots by the Zarifa. Canis notices Horus's presence and gives a small huff of a sound, but he says nothing, which is at least a minor victory. I don't miss how I am placed beside the Zeraph, with Cain to my right, a barrier between me and any of my people, or how Reven is placed on the opposite side of the room from me, seated next to Pella. Is it terrible that I sort of hope one of Eidolon's shadows pops out at her and... Yeah, I have a dark side I probably shouldn't indulge. The Zeraph pretends that the Shadowraith in the tent doesn't exist. Meanwhile, a hardened warrior named Ledanon, who has never said one word to me, sits beside the Zarifa on Canis's other side. Unlike the Zeraph, Ledanon doesn't take his eyes off Reven, off the threat in the room.
I am happy our scheme to save Marin worked, my son.
The Zeraph leans around me to say to Cain, "Our plan?" Did he really say that? I almost snort. Cain told me how his father forbade him and Reven from leaving the Zeraphate to come for me sooner. He saw both Reven and Tabra as bigger assets than me, and he wasn't about to give up the assets under his protection to save me. Cain and Reven snuck out to come get me. That, combined with how he abandoned the palace to Eidolon, and already I see the Zeraph as short-sighted at best, a coward at worst. But still a warrior and a needed ally. Goddess, I loathe, abominate, and despise the need to be political. Canis trains his gaze on me, assessing, probably for my childbearing capabilities. Given that Imperium powers are inherited, and my royal status technically would be too, I'm sure he's picturing the grandchildren I could produce for his family and what they would be able to provide this Zeraphate in the future.
I couldn't have gotten Marinaith out of there without Cain,
Reven says to the group at large. It's the first thing he's bothered to say other than whispers in my ear since we arrived, but the comment effectively pulls the Zeraph's gaze off me. So there's that. Luckily, the servers arrive just then. Loaded trays of various roasted meats along with vegetables and fruits are placed in the center of the gathering. As the highest-ranked guest, I am supposed to eat first. I hesitate because I have to shake off the strangeness of this moment. I've only ever eaten last when I'm with the Zeraphate, so reaching out now feels oddly wrong. As soon as I do, the Zeraph picks a choice piece of meat and feeds it to his Zarifa on his other side in a small, old-fashioned courtesy that surprises me. Even more when he offers a smile with it, one that reaches his eyes, one just for her. He then takes a piece for himself. Once he takes his first bite, the others may join us. Cain leans closer to point at one of the trays, the one filled with roasted hare with pickled cactus fruit.
Look, he says, Mother Magda remembered your favorite.
I don't say anything. I'm pretty sure Zarifa Magda didn't even know my name, let alone my favorite foods, until I sent the Vanished here with Cain. The talk while we eat is all idle pleasantries that set my teeth on edge because none of it matters. Worse, I'm limited by convention to speak only with the people on either side of me, mostly the Zareth asking questions about my life as both waif and princess. What a waste of time. Eidolon is coming, Tabra is dying, Reven is... whatever is happening with him. We need to be figuring out what the hells we're going to do. When the Zareth is busy speaking to Magda, I chance a glance across the room to find Pella with her hand on Reven's knee as she leans close, seeming to explain some nuance of etiquette to him. And he's letting her touch him. Pella smiles. Don't trust it, I want to call to him. Her last smile ended up with me having a black eye I had to explain to Oma. Then Tabra had to get one to match. She laughs then, a small chuckle, and I think maybe his crooked mouth tilts a little more. I've been trying to get him to smile for days. I feel my power leave my body before I even know I've summoned it. Swallowing a gasp, I brace, waiting to see what I just did. But the sand around me doesn't shift, and Pella doesn't disappear into a sinkhole. So maybe I didn't do anything bad? I almost relax, congratulating myself on a close call. Watch out! The shout comes from outside the drawn tent walls, followed by a few more cries of alarm. Everyone inside stiffens, and I try not to cringe. What did I just unleash? At a nod from Canis, Ledanon, who is still watching Reven closely, gets up to check. He returns only a moment later.
A sand demon,
he says, talking about the whirlwinds of dust that can spring up in the desert.
Big one. It's gone now.
Oops. I casually reach for a piece of meat and pop it in my mouth. Cain leans toward me.
Tell me that wasn't you.
He cocks his head, eyes turning warm with amusement, and 1,000 memories hit me all at once. Cain laughing when I stuck my foot in my mouth or did something a wanderer would never do, while I burned hot and no doubt bright red with mortification. It happened a lot, especially when we were younger, and I was still learning about this life. Why? I bump him with my shoulder. You scared?
Of a sweet little sand waif like you?
He bumps me back.
Never.
I arch an eyebrow. Sweet? Have you met me? He hums and his smile widens.
I know a girl who used to race the servants to a well just to be the one to fill my cup with water when we arrived at camp.
Who? I ask, wide-eyed, but I already know. I thought it might prove to his people that I would do anything to fit in, to help them. What I didn't know was that was a sign from a woman to a man that she was open to a relationship.
You?
I snort and shake my head. Doesn't sound like me at all. I'd be lying if I didn't admit how nice this is, how at home I feel here in the desert with Cain beside me, joking around like we always have, even if the circumstances have changed. I reach for more food, even though my stomach doesn't want it, and refuse to look at the others, especially Pella and Reven. We're not even done with dinner yet. Following the main course comes the heavier breads, then the wines, followed by a rice dessert. A true treat, as the crop only grows near Aryd's few water sources, served with bananas, sandalwood nuts, and a rich sweet cream. Then, finally, tea and coffee. This is a feast most of the Zareth won't ever get. This is the Zareth treating a guest of honor with his highest respect. All my years meeting with the Zareth, sometimes traveling short distances for a day or two with them, helped me know what to do. But thanks to Oma, I have the added bonus that royals learn the customs of all their people. No offensive missteps for me, thank you very much. After making sure everyone is finished with their meals, I tip my bronze coffee cup over a sliver of sand exposed between the mats and furs behind me, a sign that I am both done with the drink and that I enjoyed every drop, as none spills into the sand. The Zareth bestows a wide, teeth-grindingly benevolent smile on me.
See?
He says to the group in general.
The goddess Aryd knew what she was about when she led Marineth to my Zareth and my son. She is of the desert, like no queen before her.
I'm not queen. And why does he keep using the longer version of my name? Then he bends that arrogant smile my way.
An immediate marriage between you and Cain is the most prudent decision you can make at this time.
And that's how he opens the discussion. Chapter 16. A rock, a hard place, and me. Zareth Canis must have a death wish, because if shadow rose and fell outside earlier, darkness obliterates every source of light inside the tent before he's finished that statement. In the dark, I can't see Reven, see if he's the one doing this or if the shadows are. By the time someone relights one of the candles, casting a dancing glow over the room, Reven's shoulders rise and fall like he's breathing hard. But then, like before, he taps the scars on his wrists. I don't look away, still watching him closely. That darkness felt different.
What do you say?
Canis draws my focus back to him, lounging comfortably as if none of that just happened. I blink at him, trying to reorient. Then his question sinks in. No lies, I remind myself, because of his Inferni power. So, make the truth work for you. I look the Zareth directly in the eyes. I will marry no one until my sister is healed and returned to her throne and King Eidolon's remains rot in the ground, preferably in the pit of bones. Beside me, Cain plucks at the corner of a pillow, and I don't dare look him in the eyes. I hurt him again, and I hate that. I hide a sigh. I probably should have been softer in my wording. I don't have time for soft.
Marriage is the only option that makes sense,
Canis insists, puffing up.
You need to secure my people to you as your protection.
Cain says nothing. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. What I need, I insist, possibly through gritted teeth, my jaw aches, are people ready to fight a tyrant for themselves, not for me. Silence. Finally,
this Zareth support will not be tied to our marriage.
Cain. A small fissure of relief cracks the tension inside me, but Canis eyes his son.
You don't speak for the Zareth yet, boy.
Cain leans forward toward his father.
Test my will in this, old man. Marin will only become my heartmate of her own free will.
Whoa. Well, until now, mostly I've seen the two interact from a distance. I would never expect Cain to speak to his father that way. Not ever. I glance across at Reven, but he's not looking back at me. He's watching Cain with speculation in his gaze. The conversation goes downhill quickly after that, with most everyone else jumping in on either side of the argument. The room within half an hour is in a grim-faced standoff. I should have seen it coming, which is on me. The Zareth doesn't budge, neither does Cain. Eventually, the only way to put a pin in it is for me to agree that at most I'll think about it. At which point, the Zareth refuses to entertain any other options in terms of going against Eidolon until I decide. The decision being that I marry Cain is implied. What I need to show the Zareth is that no one is safe with the king still alive. Not a single damn soul, including him and his Zareth. But that's clearly not happening tonight. What I do know is that I can't leave the Vanished or my sister and Oculus with the Zareth and go off to fix the world. Without marriage to Cain, the Zareth will abandon them. I'm certain of it. I don't know how much Cain could actually do to stop that, but it would mean pitting father against son. That happens sometimes in these communities, and it usually rips the Zareth apart. I refuse to play the game that way. Like different people on the board are pawns to be sacrificed in my bid to topple the king. No soul is more or less worth saving than any other. Even the Zareth, though he's falling lower on my list of priorities with each passing moment. Either way, we won't get further tonight, and I, attempting to be graceful and failing miserably because my robes tangle in my legs, manage to stand. We can talk more tomorrow night. The Zareth nods.
You must be tired.
That's like saying the sun must be hot. Beside me, Cain chuckles. I don't glance his way, but I'm pretty sure he guessed the direction of my thoughts. I must have made a face.
You'll be staying in my quarters, of course,
Canis says as I turn to leave. Seriously? The man has control issues, and he's just begging for Reven to lop his head off with Shadow at this rate. I face him with yet another polite smile, forcing my lips to curve. But behind him, Magda's eyes catch mine. Cold eyes. She's not Kane's mother, who died long ago. Magda's the Zareth's second heartmate. This particular Zareth choosing to only have one at a time. She's also Pella's mother. What could she possibly have against me? I would be honored, I murmur, shifting my gaze back to Canis, but I prefer to stay as close to Tabra as possible.
I can't allow that.
An order? Clearly one he expects to be obeyed?
She is too dangerous.
She is my sister.
She isn't,
Kane says, taking his father's side. He must catch the accusation in my eyes because he gives his head a slight shake.
She's not Tabra right now. Not all the time. Part of her is still whatever Eidolon made her.
Hells and damnation. I was supposed to protect her. It should be me withering away and chained in that tent so far from everyone else. Worse, I can't do anything about it. I have no answers. If it's Eidolon's amulet that's doing this to her after she wore it, why wasn't I affected the same way? And how do we reverse the effects? She's not wearing it anymore and hasn't in months. I need to be near her. And the last place I want to be is in yet another ruler's private rooms, under his eye, under his thumb, and hiding what I'm doing all the time. I glance at Reven, who gives me nothing back, not even a blink. Beside him, Voss shrugs. Horus gives me a nod of encouragement. Saya's small face is worried, but she also nods. I guess I have no choice. Very well. So tempting to kick the Zareth in the shin just to wipe the smug satisfaction from his face. Kane offers me his hand.
I'll take you. We'll need to see the space first.
Voss, who is on Kane's other side, cuts in. Immediately, Canis puffs up righteously.
I will keep the queen safe.
Voss, hands clasped behind his back, gives a courtly nod.
But if the camp is attacked, Reven is the best to get her out. He needs to know where she is to do that.
I almost cheer for Voss. The man has wiles. After a pause, the Zareth gives a nod, and I allow Kane and Reven to lead me away. Together. This should be interesting. Chapter 17. Boys, boys, boys. We don't make it 2 steps into the room before Kane gets right into Reven's face. He uses a voice I don't think I've heard from him before. Uncompromising and utterly commanding.
Stay away from Marin from now on.
Hey! I put a hand to his arm, but he shakes me off. Reven doesn't move or say anything, not even a protest.
She needs my father on her side,
Kane says. Reven's chin goes up.
I know. He's the most powerful Zareth in the Dominion with allies amongst almost every other Zarathate. He could raise an army for her. I know.
The resignation that slips over Reven's features carves a hole inside me. I cross my arms, glaring at them both. Kane's too bent on making his point to either notice or care that Reven isn't going to fight back.
I'm better for her than you will ever be. I know that too.
The finality, the totally emotionless way he says that gouges a hole through me. He doesn't mean it. He can't. Except he goes to leave. Kane grabs his arm to stop him. He must have a bigger death wish than even his father.
Then what was that with those displays of darkness? Exactly what you think.
Reven mutters, shrugging off Kane's hand. He lost control? Because of me or because he was jealous? I want to wrap my arms around my middle. That answer is a gut punch. My emotions are like that sand demon I loosed earlier. A twisted jumble of denial and arguments for us being together and seeing how he's struggling and burning disappointment that I'm apparently not worth fighting for. Not to Reven, at least. Kane leans back, the anger fading to be replaced with something closer to understanding.
I know, Marin.
Kane has the stubborn look of a dog with a bone.
Better than anyone. I care about her. I'll treat her the way she should be. I'll protect her.
Hold on, are they seriously debating who gets me without asking me? Excuse me? I'm literally right here. Reven abruptly shoves a hand in Kane's chest, pushing him out of his space.
What do you want from me?
For the briefest moment, I catch the flash of fear in my friend's eyes, gone almost immediately as he stares the Shadowraith down. I'm not the only one with no self-preservation instincts.
Let her go. That's what I want.
Reven says nothing. Are they kidding me with this? Listen.
She's safe with me now.
Kane says, not softly, but like he's trying to lessen the blow.
I want you to let her go. Disappear from her life.
That's it. Stop it! They both jerk their heads around to stare at me. Reven is emotionless. Kane, after a beat, quirks an eyebrow. I don't think I've ever shouted at him that way. That quirk ticks me off, but Reven's blankness ticks me off more. I highly recommend you both take all your unilateral decision-making and get out of my sight. I glare at them. The only person who is going to decide anything for me is me. If you two can't see that, then damn you both. Kane's instant scowl could melt iron. Without another word, he pivots and walks away. I glower after him. As soon as he's gone, Voss stands in the doorway, appearing from the darkness in the area right outside my room.
Am I interrupting?
You heard. Not a question.
Those two weren't exactly being secretive.
He casts a speculative glance over Reven.
And you better rein the darkness in tighter, my friend. You're losing it.
That is very true.
What are you doing here?
Reven grumbles.
The Zareth didn't seem to have a chance to tell you that Eidolon's men found us twice while you were gone.
Twice? I glance between them. Is that a lot? Reven mutters a curse. I guess it's a lot. Voss dips his chin, gaze serious.
I shouldn't have to tell you those soldiers could only have found us because they knew where to search.
He shoots me a significant glance. Voss is a trained fighter and was once Eidolon's general. I trust his judgment. He doesn't have to say the word out loud. Traitor. Someone had to have led those soldiers to the Zareth, which means we have a spy among us feeding our enemy information. It's the only explanation that makes sense. Reven drops his chin to his chest.
Keep an eye out. Ear to the ground. Report anything suspicious.
He pauses.
Don't tell the others.
Voss's jaw goes so hard I think it might break.
You think it's one of us?
Given the blip of suspicion Reven had for Voss not all that long ago, I can see why this would be a sore point.
It could be a wanderer who isn't happy about the Vanished being here.
I shake my head. Wanderers don't go against their Zareth or Zarifa, especially this one. Reven holds up a hand.
A traitor only happens because they betray their own. Trust no one else with this for now.
We nod. Voss heads for the door only to pause, then duck back inside.
Is he wrong?
We both frown at him. Wrong? I ask.
Is Kane wrong about anything he just said?
Voss is looking at me now, not Reven.
Reven is a Shadowraith barely in control of the evil he carries.
The shadows punch out of the corners and I jump. Even Voss eases back as a fist visibly presses Reven's clothes outward from under his skin. Goddess above. That's worse than I thought. Reven closes his eyes and swallows hard, his belly flattening back out after a second and the shadows receding.
I can't be here.
Then, in a wisp of smoky shadow, he's gone. I put my hands on my hips. You said he was a wreck without me. Why make it worse?
He was. But you are acting queen now, up against a powerful enemy. Your choices need to be about more than you and Reven.
I'm left with only Voss, who gives me a pitying look. He shakes his head.
Getting Reven and Tabor back is Eidolon's highest priority. You need allies, and the Zareth is a powerful one. Kane is your friend and will treat you well, and keep you alive.
You think I should marry him? I demand. He doesn't relent.
I think it makes him your best option.
No one decides my fate but me. I know I'm being stubborn. I know I'm facing impossible odds, but the thought of marrying a man I don't love, even Cain, especially Cain, because he deserves more, I just can't do it. Voss picks at his cuticles.
A broken queen is as useless as a snowball in the seventh hell and just as damned.
Maybe he's right. Maybe I don't have a choice here. I bow my head, staring at the mats covering the floor. You may go, I say quietly. If I'm queen, I get to give orders. Without a word, Voss leaves me there alone. Chapter 18. The Zarifa. If I may? I glance up to find Magda standing in the doorway Voss vacated a few minutes ago. I wanted to be sure you had everything you need. Wanderer hospitality is beyond compare in all the Six Dominions, even when they don't particularly like you. I glance around me. I haven't had a chance to get settled. The Zarifa says very little beyond pointing out amenities for my comfort. In addition to a satchel of water that hangs from a post beside a collapsible animal skin bag to use as a wash bin, they've also laid out clothing. Wanderer clothing that appears to be the right size. Even better. Thank you.
Canis only takes one wife at a time, if that's what you're trying for instead of Cain,
she says. I have to swallow a sarcastic snort, as if I'd tie myself to that.
He's not like some other Zariffs or Zarifas, who take many heartmates, she says.
Ah, well, that explains the nasty looks. I'd like to laugh her off because I wouldn't take that man as a heartmate if my life depended on it. Which it might, actually. Instead, I can hear Oma's voice in my head. Some allies are worth cultivating, and some are not. Be wise enough to know the difference. I face Magda fully, looking her directly in the eyes. I've seen the way he looks at you, Zarifa. The way he listens to you. There's a reason he hasn't taken other wives. Her shoulders drop ever so slightly, but doubt lingers in deeply mysterious eyes the color of moonless midnight. Not quite black and not quite blue. Somewhere in between. I sigh. I've already given my heart away to someone else. The words feel strange on my lips because I haven't ever admitted that out loud, only in my head. Everything happened too fast. Except the truth that blooms inside me as a warmth that spreads through my bones tells me my words are real. My feelings are real. Somewhere between being kidnapped and fighting side by side, I gave Reven my heart. And he wants to abandon me, let me be given to Cain, even. Magda blinks, probably at the way I would share such a thing.
And if marrying the strongest Zarif of the largest Zaraphate in the Dominion helps you defeat Eidolon and win back your Dominion?
She has a good point, and I cock my head to acknowledge that, but I also smile, though it feels stiff on my face. I've shared everything about my life with my sister. Hell, I was even expected to share Tabor's husband eventually, with him none the wiser. Mostly. I pretended that bit of repulsive reality wasn't going to happen to either of us. But now, I won't ever share a heartmate with anyone. Magda must see the sincerity in my eyes, the way I hold myself, because after a moment she nods.
Thank you for that. In return, I'd like to say that I think you should visit your sister again.
I blink, not expecting that. Tabra? But what if she
is calmer in daylight hours.
How would she know this? She must see the question in my eyes.
I've tried to help her, when I can.
There's more to this woman than I realized. Thank you. She dips her head, almost like a shrug.
We take care of the people in our Zaraphate, no matter if they are temporary guests or born to our people.
I'm still grateful. She goes to the doorway but pauses.
Your Shadowraith friend asked me to arrange a hot bath for you.
I straighten, warmth surging into my cheeks. Reven did that. When? That jolt of eager interest gets trampled by immediate annoyance. I cross my arms. Not 5 minutes ago, that man was giving me to Cain.
Would you like that now, or after you see her?
Magda asks. After.
The sun will be up soon. Don't let anyone see you leave or return.
She winks.
It's easier than having to explain yourself.
Chapter 19. I used to do this all the time. I don't wait long before I swap clothes and sneak out of the tent. Moving unseen and unnoticed around a Zeraphate camp is both easier and leagues harder than getting out of the hovel I lived in with Oma and Enora. There, I had a limited number of ways in and out, but the hag, who Oma paid to keep tabs on me, was also my only block, and she was bribable. Here, there are many ways to go. I can do things like slip under tent sidings. They are heavier than you'd think, but they're movable. However, I don't know who or what might be on the other side. I'm also dealing with a large number of guards and patrols, all hypervigilant and well-trained. None bribable. Good thing I've had years of practice moving around this Zeraphate in particular. I can't help but grin as I roll under the side of my room and pause in the dark alleyway created between the Zaraph's tent and those closest to it. My amulet warms against my skin, just for a flash before it cools again. Let's assume that was encouragement. Using the darkness and the way my new clothes blend into the sand, I've draped the wraps over my hair and face. I move through the camp, scooting around corners, squishing against tents, using the shadows and dropping to my knees or even my stomach when I need to. I have to be wary not only of other people moving around, but of those inside their tents. I don't want someone to hear me, and that's entirely likely to happen, because I can hear them fine. I catch an argument between heartmates in one tent and the opposite sound of lovers in another. "No, Rune!" a child cries out, so close that we're only separated by the tent siding and the air we breathe. And I have to smile as I recognize words that go with a board game the Wanderers play. Sir, about strategy and tossing runes to determine your next move. It takes me longer to get by that one because they're sitting so close to the tent wall. At least I know exactly where I'm going. Once I get through where the Vanished are housed, my plan is to go out into the desert and circle back to approach Tabor's tent from the backside, avoiding the guards at the front. Outside one tent, I catch a familiar sound. Horace's voice. I'm getting close. The scuff of footfalls over sand has me dropping to my stomach, trying to make like a divot in the dunes, but whoever it is keeps coming closer. Tucking my hands under my stomach so they can't see the light radiating from my palms, I use my power to pull sand up and over me, pulse racing as a sentry passes by not 10 feet from where I lay. Thankfully, they don't pause, moving out of sight. I let out a silent breath. That was closer than I'd like. I give the sentry another minute to clear out of the area before getting up and shaking the sand off me, flapping a bit as some goes down the back of my shirt. Then I keep going, making it to the outskirts, checking to be sure Tabor's guards can't see me from where they are. I step out into the open desert. When no one calls out, I keep going. I go until I can no longer see the camp, hidden by the rolling dunes. Then I make my way back around to the left to come up from behind where she is. The sky is still dark, though. No glow in the sky. I pause, staring off in the direction where the sun would come up. Should I wait a little longer? A skittering of tiny feet in the sand has me looking around, only to catch the glint of not one, but several pairs of curious eyes in the dark. Sand foxes. The sigil of Cain's Zeraphate. I've heard they're half the size of foxes found in other dominions. Ours also change color to blend with the desert sands, even the blue of the Lazuli Desert. I expect them to whisk away the second I notice them. Sand foxes are notoriously wary of humans. They're also keenly intelligent and hang around Zaraphates for the food. They don't go. Instead, a head pops up, nose twitching. My brows raise as the vixen comes over the top of the dune, her white fur blending into the sand, and moves straight for me, followed by 3 pups. She pauses only a few paces away and sits, staring up at me, head cocked in a curious fashion.
You're a hard woman to get alone, Marinith of Aryd.
The sandfox runs, and on a gasp, I wheel around so hard that I get hung up in the deep sands and topple over, landing on my backside. As I go down, I catch the shape of a man out of the corner of my eye. He's close enough that as soon as I hit the ground, I'm scrambling back on all fours as fast as I can. Not fast enough. He just sort of disappears and reappears right in front of me. With a yelp, I pull my power forward in a sizzling rush and throw sand at him. Except it goes right through him, falling to the ground in a shush of grains. Eidolon raises his hands in what appears to be a conciliatory gesture before he disappears again. I stop, looking around frantically. Goddess help me. Then he's back, even closer, right in front of me now, crouched down so that we're eye to eye. And he's smiling, kindly. I cut off the scream that started to rip out of me as it hits me that he's not solid. I can see through him like the semi-sheer curtains that hang between columns in my room in the palace.
That's right,
he says, and his voice sounds muffled, like he's talking through a veil.
I'm not the current flesh and blood Eidolon.
A squeak leaves me before I can stop it. But seriously, what would be a better response? I gather my wits and take a sharp breath. What are you, then? He stands, looming over me, assessing, crooked mouth still tilted like he's amused.
I'm one of the versions of him that was shed, lived as a man, and has already passed on to the afterlife. Not the first Eidolon who started all this, but one of the first to be created.
Chapter 20. Ghost Stories. Shock punches out of me in a bark of a laugh. Uh-huh, right. I'm talking to a ghost of Eidolon. I push to my feet, dusting my hands off. I think it's more likely that my mind has finally snapped. That or maybe someone is doing this to me. An Inferne with power over the mind, maybe. Where am I really? I ask him suspiciously. Still in the palace? Is Eidolon messing with my head, trying to get information? I look around like the world I can see will fade away and reveal that everything that's happened since the moment Reven appeared in my room and kissed me was all the king's doing. A shadowy mimic of this world to get me to bend to his will. A ghostly Eidolon before me shakes his head.
This is real enough. The current Eidolon took some of us out of the land of eternal death.
He smiles to himself.
I hitched a ride. I've been trying to find you.
Souls from the burning lands. He's been looking for me. That's a lot to take in, and I'm still not sure I believe any of this. Why?
To tell you a story.
A story? I blink because that's the last thing I was expecting. Tabra had a nanny once, which meant I did too, from time to time when I was pretending to be her. A pleasantly plump woman with a personality that involved comforting hugs and kind smiles. And bedtime stories. Grandmother wasn't thrilled with any of those things, and the nanny was let go after only a few months. I haven't thought of her in years. I'm pretty sure whatever the spirit has in mind, it isn't going to be that kind of story. I don't really want to listen to what any version of Eidolon, other than Reven, has to say. But maybe if I humor him, he'll leave. Like a bedtime story? He huffs a laugh.
Not exactly.
Okay. I draw the word out. And if I hear you out, you'll leave?
I'll leave.
I try to think of any other way out of this, but given the way he moved last time, running isn't going to work. I force myself to relax, hands on my hips and head cocked. All right, I'm listening. Remaining crouched before me, he hesitates, as though trying to decide what to say. Then...
The story of creation is written in the glyphs and runes found on ancient monuments, obelisks, tomes, temples, and scrolls, pieced together from each of the dominions of this age.
I frown a little. He's going to tell me about creation? Every person alive knows this story. They tell it in schools, in the temples, in homes of those who still pray to the silent goddesses. I've heard it. Eidolon's ghost continues.
These writings describe how the world was formed out of chaos by the mother goddess. In the beginning, Nova uttered her name, and the world came to be. An infinite expanse of deep, beautiful waters.
My frown deepens. You left out the monsters? I've been taught this history since my birth. The waters Nova made were teeming with the devourers, according to our most sacred knowledge. Now there are only a handful left. The king's eyes fill not with agreement, but with a stark bitterness that almost has me drawing away from him.
The monsters in my story come later.
The monsters come later? What is that supposed to mean?
From these waters, Nova brought forth the dominions as one land. But the mother goddess was lonely. One day she surrounded herself in darkness and shed from herself 5 shadows.
Shadows. Shed her shadows? Oh my goddess, is this specter telling me Eidolon's power and Reven's power is the same as the mother goddess herself? I have to take a long breath to deal with this new bit of information. I glance around the clear night sky, practically expecting a lightning bolt to appear out of nothing and fry him where he sits for his daring to make such a bold claim. But none comes. The goddesses have been silent in their Elusian heavens for a long time now. I shouldn't be surprised. Eidolon's mouth twitches before he continues.
Each shadow of Nova's grew in loveliness until she formed into a solid being, a goddess in her own right. Nova's daughters, Aryd, Mariana, Wilderness, Tropicus, and the twins who split the 5th shadow in 2, Tindra and Savannah. And each took a piece of their mother with her, a piece of her powers. When her daughters were fully formed, Nova split the lands and granted her daughters each a portion to shape and create and rule as she wished.
The dominions, I whisper. I can't help myself. This doesn't sound familiar. Maybe this is why grandmother always used to say that history isn't always the truth, that it can change with the perspective of the person telling it. Is this what the king believes? Eidolon nods.
And all 6 of the goddesses brought forth life, plants and animals, and landscapes matching her individual likes, dislikes, and imaginations. Each dominion as harshly and beautifully different as each goddess for which they are named. Savannah's wide-open grasslands and plains, Tindra's frozen ice sheets, Mariana's balmy beaches, Wilderness's forested mountains, Tropicus's jungles and rainforests, and my home, the scorching deserts ruled by the goddess Aryd.
I already know this.
But,
Eidolon continues,
Nova's daughters, too, were lonely. So the mother goddess formed of the elements a new kind of creature. Humans. None with powers, though.
Vexillium, or Vex, as we call them.
She bade her daughters to find their consorts, their heartmates, among the beings that sprang up, and rule their lands together in contentment and peace. Unfortunately, the human creatures Nova had gifted her daughters were too frail and powerless and mortal. So in a final act of love, Nova gave to her daughters her heart, which she took from her own breast.
Wait, what? I'm frowning so hard I'm giving myself a headache, because this is not the history I know. But it sounds so true. Is this some ploy? What if Eidolon is projecting himself to lure me out, or trying to confuse me with false information?
Each goddess gave her consort a single piece of Nova's heart to eat, and with that, those 6 frail humans gained supernatural powers. They weren't quite gods, as the goddesses were more powerful, and they weren't Imperium, like some humans are now either, because the goddesses' consorts also gained immortality. They could now rule at their lovers' sides forever.
I swallow.
Through the direct descendants of the goddesses and their consorts, the Imperium were born. Humans with powers, but no immortality.
Says the ghost of a man who has sat on his throne for ages. But I know how he does that, so I say nothing.
As you know, these powers have been passed as inherited traits from generation to generation. Over time, Imperium split into two factions. The Hyleri, like you, and the Inferni, like me.
He lifts his chin a proud fraction.
Only soon the humans, growing in number and greed, rose up against their goddesses and their consorts.
I'm rapt at this point. If this is true, but how can it be?
In order to put down the uprisings, the consorts needed more power. In a desperate bid, they ate more of Nova's heart. Only something in the magic went wrong, and to the goddesses' eternal despair, their mates became monsters.
Monsters? Not dead? Not... I gasp. The Devourers?
Well done,
he says, like I'm a good little girl for figuring that out. Holy hells, why am I letting myself believe any of this? Eidolon, no matter the incarnation, is a liar. It takes one to know one. What about Reven? He's not a liar. Not all the pieces of Eidolon were bad, he said. And if this is really one of the first versions of the king... My mind is spinning like the toy top that goes with that Sir game. Eidolon doesn't wait for me to speak.
With a thirst for human blood, the Devourers went on a rampage through the lands, decimating Imperium and Vexillium alike. Despite the humans rising against them, causing all of this, the goddesses still loved their people, especially the Imperium, who were their own descendants. The goddesses attempted to kill their bloodthirsty consorts, but in the end they couldn't do that to their heartmates. So instead, they cast the monsters into the seas and created protections for the dominions against them.
This part is sounding more familiar. Not the casting out, but the protections at every dominion's borders to keep out the Devourers. That's well known.
Aryd raised her glass walls. Tindra formed unmelting icebergs in the channels around her dominion. Tropicus sank the center of her lands, creating massive stone walls keeping the waters out, the fall from which would kill even a devourer. Wilderness lifted her mountains high in the sky and pulled her people into the heart of the lands, away from the edges. Savannah protected the seaward side of her dominion with massive rocks and showed her people how to build their watchtowers and walls. The dominion of Mariana has always had their large bay, but their goddess put the great whirlpool at the entrance to keep the devourers out, though the reverie now lurks there.
I think of my one encounter with a devourer, the Hollow, a massive, octopus-like creature that sucks out his victims' insides. I thought he came for me because his voice had sounded in my head. I'd never known of anyone hearing a devourer talk to them. But if that monster is basically a demigod, Eidolon isn't done.
But now the people blamed the goddesses for the devourers, growing angry as well as greedy, cursing their makers, until finally, 2 twin princesses of Aryd.
He may as well have reached out a ghostly hand and slapped me hard. The mention of the twins, of the women who had to be my ancestors. This can't be a mere bedtime story or a fairy tale the spirit is spinning. Is this his truth? I manage not to flinch or move or even blink, and he keeps going.
These Imperium princesses laid a trap. On their coronation day to become queens and rule Aryd together, they invited the goddesses to come and bless their reign, and to establish a new peace with their people. Only the princesses lied.
Anger curls through Eidolon's voice like a lick of flame. I think I'm going to be sick.
The morning of the coronation was auspicious. The princesses were to ascend on the day of the celestial alignment, when the sun and all 3 moons in full fill our skies together. It happens every 100 years.
That deep voice descends to a snarl.
The goddesses, all 6 of them, took that timing as a sign and arrived in good faith. But the sisters were waiting. From each of the different deserts of their dominion, the twin who was Hyleri with a power over sand formed unbreakable glass amulets.
My entire world narrows to what the spirit is saying, my heart thudding. My power. Wait, my amulet? It lies nestled under my clothing where I keep it hidden. I haven't even told Reven about it yet. Wrapped in a thin metal filigree, the jagged glass the size of a small scarab beetle is unexpectedly smooth to the touch. I know from holding it.
Into each of these amulets, the twin who was Inferni bound the goddess's souls, trapping them inside. The process killed the soul wielder, leaving only one queen of Aryd to reign.
Can he hear my heart slamming against my rib cage, pounding so hard it hurts? It will be a bloody pulp inside my chest at this rate.
The goddesses weren't inherently evil, like the queens believed.
He assures me in a voice gone gruffer now, almost shattered. An emotion I never once saw in the king I was trapped with all those months. Emotion that seems real as I study his hazy features with wide eyes.
The goddesses were heartbroken and lonely, and like the humans modeled after them, they were equal parts good and evil. Selfishness and selflessness, right and wrong.
Eidolon takes a deep breath.
The man who shed me was a young king of Tindra, newly crowned at the time. He was there that day, and watched in horror as his goddess was imprisoned in one of those amulets.
Eidolon was there?
He grabbed the amulet with Tindra inside and shadowed away before the remaining Aridian queen could kill him too.
He raises his gaze to mine. Turquoise eyes paler than I'm used to, thanks to his ghostly form. And I swear his eyes soften as he reaches out to cup my cheek. Not that I can feel his touch beyond an odd sense of cold.
So you see, young queen of Aryd, not everything is as it seems.
I curl my hands into my clothes, trying not to let him see. If he's telling the truth, the amulet I've been carrying around has a goddess trapped inside it. My goddess? One put there by my own ancestresses. I'm trying to control my breathing so he won't know how I'm about to lose it, reaching for any way to calm myself down. Is this why the goddesses have been silent? Why they haven't heard our prayers?
Yes.
Why are you telling me this? Do you think we should help current you? Satisfaction sweeps over his features. Just a flash.
Knowing the truth will help you make the right decisions.
I'm not fooled. That's what he wants. Is that why Eidolon has been after the queens of my line all this time? To get our amulet? What would he even do with it if he had it? This doesn't make any sense. And what decision should I make?
That is for you to discern. But know that the next celestial alignment is almost upon us.
Months, not more than 2. It is not even an event our stargazers can pinpoint with accuracy. My viziers are already preparing a celebration. Why is that important? The ghost's crooked mouth tilts slightly.
That is for you to discover.
I scoff. Is he kidding?
You don't believe me.
I give him a pointed look. What tipped you off? He nods almost to himself.
Something is coming,
he says.
Something bigger. Be ready when it does. And remember, not everything is as it seems. Don't be quick to kill. Then you'll know I spoke the truth this night.
His form wavers, fading. Wait, kill what? He doesn't wait, though, turning more and more transparent before my eyes. His voice reaches through the night.
You're not alone out here. Marin.
The call comes from ahead of me. The ghost of Eidolon vanishes, but in the distance stands a younger version of him, a solid version. Reven. Chapter 21. Us. I don't know what to think first. My mind zinging from thought to thought like a wind pixie in a storm. Did Reven see Eidolon's ghost? Reven just stands there, too far away to see his face, stance set wide, arms crossed, smoldering at me. I mean it. Even from here, I can feel the smolder, and not the good kind, the angry kind. Oh, hells no. He does not get to be the angry one right now. Hampered by the sand, which only ups my irritation, I stomp across the dunes to him. I don't stop when I get close enough to see that his jaw is clenched, lips flat, thick brows drawn low over turquoise eyes that look like the ocean in a thunderstorm when the waters churn. Something, by the way, I shouldn't find sexy. That thought is the only reason I stop a few feet away. I need distance to keep a clear head.
I heard you,
he says. That takes some of the wind out of me. Heard me?
You cried out for help. In the dark. I felt your panic.
When Eidolon's ghost showed up, it had to be. Did he see the specter or not? I'm fine now.
Now?
He is not sidetracking me. As rattled as I am, as much as I need to talk this out with someone, if I tell him about Eidolon's spirit, he'll use it as a reason not to have the talk that we clearly need to have. I'll tell him after that. I plunk my hands on my hips. It's time for you to tell me what in Nova is going on in your head. He says nothing. Neither do I. Anger builds at his silence. This is the first time we've been alone, a true, not waiting for someone else to show up any second kind of alone. Since we shared our bodies and hearts months ago, it's like I can feel him giving up on us. My anger is still there, but the fear rises up, and so does hurt, swirling around inside me. 1,000 unspoken words and moments and needs fill up the space between us until all I see and feel and sense is Reven. And he's so far away from me. He feels it too. I know he does, because his throat works even while his face is expressionless. Walls still raised high, impenetrable.
You shouldn't be out here.
And just like that, I'm back to pissed. Excuse me?
It's not safe. Go back to your tent, Marin.
An order? He's giving me an order? No. He drops his arms to his sides and takes a menacing step forward, then stops, hands clenching as if he doesn't quite trust himself. I search for any sign that he's struggling with the shadows.
If anyone checks your room and you're gone,
he says,
they'll tear the whole camp apart to find you.
I'm not leaving here until you tell me what you're thinking. He stares at me, refusing to say a word. Why? Because I'll try to talk him out of whatever it is? That wall of nothing from him is so high, so thick. Goddess, I'm tired and worried and over it. And my heart aches something awful, threatening to spill into tears. Resentment bleeds into the pain. I'm not the crying type, and have already cried once tonight for Tabra. Right, I whisper. It's either that or choke. I understand. It's over. No need to... Whatever. I don't open my eyes until my back is to him, and he doesn't stop me as I walk away toward the camp. I walk away from him, and I don't stop until that voice I crave to hear in the dark calls out.
You don't understand anything.
I stop, but I don't look at him, staring, unseeing at the sand at my feet. We stay that way for what feels like forever and only a few moments at the same time. And I hardly dare to breathe, afraid of what comes next, afraid of what he's trying to tell me.
You have to let me go.
His voice is 1,000 layers of tortured. It turns out there are words that physically hurt, that create an ache inside you so bad you don't know if you can stand it. I wrap my arms around my stomach to hold it in. I was right. He's ending us.
I don't want to.
He's closer now. I can tell.
Goddess help me. I don't want to let you go.
Then don't. I spin around and he's right there, within touching distance. The walls are not down but lowered now. I can't feel him, but he's letting me see the struggle. It darkens his eyes, dulling the color. He shakes his head.
This is why I didn't want to talk about it with you. Because you'll try to change my mind, and because I think it will hurt you more knowing that it's hurting me to walk away.
I chuckle, though the sound is humorless. You got that right.
Don't make this harder on me. I'm doing this for you.
Horse shit. He tenses, inching back from me, from my anger. I stab a finger in the air at him. You are giving me no say, not even asking me what I think or want.
Damn it, Marin. Don't you see?
No. I cut a hand through the air, and he snaps his mouth closed. Don't you see? From the second I was born, everyone around me has made decisions about my life. I've been given no choices, and I'm sick of it. Of everyone who knows me, I would have thought you would understand that.
I do.
I scoff, and yet you're choosing for me anyway. That makes it worse. He stares at me.
You have to go out there and save the world.
I still at that. What?
Not because it's your duty. I see you. I see the way you need to make sure everyone around you is safe. Tabra, Oculus, the Vanished, the Wanderers. You're going after Eidolon yourself. You haven't said so, but you don't need to. I can see it in you.
I stare at him.
You think I didn't guess?
No one else has. Not even Kane or Oculus, who probably know me better than most.
You have to do this. I hate that you have to do it, but it's who you are. Not because you were born to be sacrificed, but because that's your heart. I see you, Marinith Evangeline.
He's the only person who leaves off the 12th in my name, like I'm the only one who's had that name that he cares about. His throat works around a swallow.
You have to keep fighting until it's over. That's your fate. And I will burn down the world if I have to, just to keep you safe while you do it. That's mine.
I'm being torn in 1,000 pieces, because everything within me wants to melt at that, even while I'm violently rejecting it. Even if it means keeping me safe from you?
Yes.
Unequivocal, hard-edged. I fold my arms across my chest. What if my choice is to be together? He throws his hands in the air.
I'm dangerous. You seem to deliberately ignore that.
If I've learned anything from my life, it's that making decisions based on fear doesn't work. Reven says nothing. So many princesses of my line were hidden away, their lives forfeited to fear. So many of our queens taken and killed, and we did nothing. We just hunkered down and hoped it would stop. I want to reach for him, place my hand over his heart, try to make him feel what I am, to understand. But I suspect if I do, he'll shut me down. You tried the same thing already. Made the Shadowwood, a place you thought he couldn't reach, and you hid there. A starkness flickers over his features, too fast to catch. When he still says nothing, I keep going with a fraught sort of idea that if I keep talking, maybe he won't walk away. Hiding doesn't work. Waiting doesn't work. Letting fear make us walk away from the small amount of good in our lives isn't the answer either. I can't. I won't.
Marin.
He's shaking his head, listening but not hearing me. And there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not giving up. Let me be clear. I see you as the good. Maybe the only good right now.
If I lose control, he snaps, if the shadows take over, or even if I disappear you without meaning to.
He runs frustrated hands through his hair.
You say you won't give up the good, won't give up me. But if I hurt you, and it's only a matter of time, I won't risk that.
We beat Eidolon's shadows together once, I point out. I almost killed him to do it, though. The edge of doubts doesn't leave him. Even a Shadowraith deserves some happiness, Reven. He ducks his head as 100 emotions chase across his features. Want, need, longing. I reach out a hand only to drop it to my side as more emotions follow. Despair, refusal, determination. I swallow hard around the lump in my throat that might be my heart dying. He lifts his head, and the walls are back, higher and thicker than before. He's decided.
Do you really think it would make me happy to watch you get hurt because of me? Or see you lose everything because of me?
His expression hardens, uncrackable.
It won't. Don't be selfish, Marin.
He might as well have punched me in the stomach.
I will stay. We can't let Eidolon get to me, and I'll do everything in my power to help you. But this? Us?
Another step away.
Kane's right. You have to let me go.
Then he walks away, leaving me there staring after him. At the edge of the camp, he pauses like he might turn back. He doesn't. He keeps going until he's out of sight. Part 3. Critical Position. Chapter 22. Like before. I wait a while before I bother to move, mostly because I can't make myself. And when I do, Reven's footprints in the sand mock me almost the entire way back to the Shadowraith camp, more and more obvious as the dawn breaks. I only diverge from the path he took earlier when I get close enough to go to the back of Tabra's tent. I don't enter immediately, taking time to try to get myself together. The thing is, I have only a few people I have ever gone to when I'm upset. I didn't even share all my problems with Kane all these years. But my sister, she's the one I seek when I need comfort, when I crave the kind of touch that helps me know I'm not as alone as I feel. Dropping to my belly, I roll under the siding and into the room. Immediately, Akla sits up from where she was lying on a pallet beside Tabra, but she cuts off her squeaking alarm as soon as she recognizes me. I don't move from where I am in case I upset Tabra and need to leave quickly. How is she? Marin? Tabra's thready voice hurts to hear. If only I could make her sound stronger. I know I can't, and that's what hurts. I can't will her better. I'm here. I move closer. At a quick nod from Aklis, I dare to drop to my knees on Tabra's other side, and I smile. Hi. It wasn't a dream? She looks from my face to Aklis's. Aklis links her pinky finger with my sister's. No, Tessara, not a dream. Tears leak out of Tabra's eyes, running down her temples, and all I can think is that she can't afford to lose even that much water from her frail body. I wasn't sure. She looks toward the doorway that is letting in a sliver of sunlight. I wait. I give her time and hold back the horde of questions that I want to ask. Eventually, she looks at me. What happened? I know what she's asking. I make a face. What? You don't think I can handle it? Pretty much. It's not that, it's just a lot. Her cracked lips twitch. We've had these conversations before. Often. We would sometimes go months without seeing each other. On those days when I said it was a lot, I was joking. Our lives were unremarkable in how nothing changed, especially when we were apart. She did princess things, I did the things I did, mostly listening to Oma's lessons. I used to babble when I'd get nervous, but in general, I'm not much of a sharer. Probably comes from having to keep secrets since infancy. Tell me one good thing and one bad thing. Which is how Tabra always used to get me talking. I can leave, Aklis offers. No, I shake my head. Stay, please. I move to sit cross-legged as I sift through the options of good and bad things. It's a lot of bad. The thing is, Reven was the good thing. Now that's not true. I clear my throat. The good thing is we're back together, and we have friends who will help us. I hope. What friends? It comes out more then. I tell her about Cain's Zeraphate and the Vanished. I tell her about Voss and Horus and Saya and Vita. I can't bring myself to tell her about Reven beyond a mention of how he formed the Vanished. And Oculus is with us, of course. I shoot her a smile. That was a lot of good, Tabra says when I stop talking. I huff a laugh. That was a smidgen of what she doesn't know. And the bad? She asks, but falls into a fit of coughing. Oculus gets up and goes to a bucket, drawing a ladle out and bringing it to Tabra. I help lift my sister so she can drink, but the angle is bad and she chokes on the water, spluttering. Oculus pats her back until it's over, then uses her own sleeve to wipe spittle away from my sister's chin. The look they exchange. I might as well not be here. I drop my gaze to give them a moment, then peek back up, because even if I'm not getting a happily ever after, my sister is. There's some comfort in that. Then Oculus seems to remember I'm there, getting up to put back the ladle before returning to sit with us. So? She's the one to prompt. The bad thing? The bad thing is we are now fighting Eidolon, and we don't know how to defeat him. I pause and stare at the ground, the moment with the ghost suddenly striking a different chord. What? Oculus asks. I glance up at her, Tabra looking between us. I may not know how to defeat him, but I know something he wants. If his ghost was telling the truth, at least. The question is, what do I do with that? I need to tell Reven. No, I need to tell the others. I can see the cranks turning, Tabra says. You should go. She's always been able to read me that way. I reach for her hand, careful to be gentle. It can wait. I'll talk to them once we're on the move. No way is Canis keeping the Zeraphate here after I just arrived. Not when someone, a certain king in particular, might follow. With the sun coming up, we'll be packing up soon. You look exhausted. Tabra makes a sound at the back of her throat. Sorry, I don't mean that harshly. That soft heart of hers is still there. Seeing even a small peek of it eases the worry of her going feral on me. She's still her. Still my sweet sister. I'm sure I do. I'll go to bed early once we get to the next place. Maybe. After talking this out with the others. We need a plan, and my marriage definitely isn't it. Good. I think Tabra means to squeeze my hand, but it's barely a brush of a touch. Boom! All three of us jump, and I twist in the direction the sound came from, even as it ricochets across the skies. What was that? A beat of silence is followed by a battle scream from the Wanderers that thunders all the way to our edge of the camp. Scourge! Chapter 23. A Monster in Our Midst. Fear spikes my blood so hard it makes my skin crawl. Another boom rattles the tent, followed by shouting. Eidolon must have found us, found the Zeraphate. Has he been following us the entire time? We probably led that bastard right to the camp, to Tabra. Goddess. My sister is senselessly vulnerable in this tent so far from the rest of the camp. She needs more protection. I whirl on Oculus. Keep her safe. The guards will help you until I can send more. I'm up and out of the tent before she can say anything, ignoring the cries of surprise from the two guards. I run right at the sound of fighting, only to collide with Reven 1 row of tents in.
I knew you'd be headed straight for trouble.
But instead of stopping me, he marches directly toward the sound of chaos. I don't follow. I need you to protect Tabra. He goes ominously cold.
I'm not leaving you.
Please. I'm begging, pushing at his shoulder, shoving him in the direction of Tabra's tent. Please, you have to. They'll take her or kill her, and I can't.
Hellfires,
he mutters, then gets in my face.
Okay, I'll go.
He's not fighting me on this.
Just do not.
I know what he's going to say. I have to protect my people. I'm an Imperium and I'm the queen for now. He grips my shoulders so hard I cringe.
Get your hands off her.
Kane snaps. I turn my head to find him standing to the side, chest heaving like he's been sprinting. He probably has. His expression is a combination of accusation and confusion that is becoming painfully familiar. Reven ignores him.
I mean it, Marin. I'll protect Tabra, but promise me you'll keep yourself safe.
Courage burrows a hole through my fear. There it is again. This isn't him holding me back or trying to protect me. This is him supporting me, believing in me.
She bloody well isn't going anywhere near that.
Kane bites off his protest as both Reven and I swing glares his way.
Actually, I have a better idea.
Reven says without looking away from Kane.
He protects Tabra. I go with you.
Kane's lips draw back in a sneer.
What, so you can lose control again? Wipe out the entire Xeraphate this time? Not a chance.
He did what? I swing around sharply to stare at Reven. Wait, you... The sand shifts under me a heartbeat before shooting into the air across the camp, followed by even more shouting. After what Kane just said, maybe I should rethink sending Reven to my sister. But of the two situations, he's less likely to snap there, where he can't see what I'm doing. Right? Go. I give Reven a shove toward Tabra's tent, and after a look that I feel to the deepest part of me, he goes. What is Eidolon using to attack us? I ask as I push past Kane. He grabs me by the arm, pulling me up short.
It's not Eidolon.
I try to shake him loose even as his words sink in. Not Eidolon? Who the hell's is it? No animals in the desert are rash enough, and most not big enough either, even in herds, to attack a camp this size. Any soldiers would be Eidolons, wouldn't they? Another Xeraphate, maybe?
Not who.
Kane snarls.
What?
Then I remember what the ghost of Eidolon said. Something bigger. What? His expression darkens.
The elimination.
Bile hits my throat so fast, the sting of it is almost too much. But I swallow it and my shock back down as I stare at Kane. The elimination. The devourer who swims the oceans surrounding Aryd. A devourer is here? Here? In the center of the desert. How is that remotely possible? All of those monsters live in the oceans, and our walls... Goddess above. Our glass walls that keep us safe, did they fall? A roar rattles the sand again, and the tents all around me shudder, one toppling over. 7 hells, this is going to be a bloodbath. We sprint through the camp in the direction of the sound. Are the legends true? I ask. Is the elimination made of sand? Kane says nothing. I shoot him a glance. His jaw is so hard he could be made of glass. Kane, is it?
Reven is right.
He bites out.
You have to stay safe.
That's not an answer, but tells me a lot all the same. He knows me. I'll try to stop it if it's made of sand. Fear churns so hard in my belly it creates waves. What good am I against a devourer? Maybe I should listen to him. Let the warriors of the Wanderers and any Imperium from both them and the Vanished deal with this. And I would, except my power is over sand. I can try to do something if the elimination is made of the stuff. The amulet against my skin warms. Assuming that story wasn't lies, and my goddess is inside. Is she urging me to move? I'm still turned upside down after the conversation with the ghost. There's still so much to unpack, but I don't have time. A thick plume of sand bursts into the night sky with that same thundering, strange boom, somewhere between a crack and a sizzle. In the same instant, over the tops of the tents, a massive figure rears back only to crash forward. Holy terror straight out of the hells. Kane sprints ahead of me and slows us both with a hand raised behind him. Together, not needing to be silent because the elimination is making so much noise on its own, we use the cover of a few tents still standing near where it is and creep as close as we can. Sand hits us in a spray of pellets as the devourer thrashes and roars. Kane peeks around the edge, then waves me forward. I peek around the tent too, or try to. Kane has a grip on the back of my top and is holding on tight, which makes it harder. Straining against him, I get my first good look at the creature. I've seen a devourer before. I feel like I'm prepared. Holy heavens on fire. I was wrong. I've never seen anything like it. When I came across the hollow, all I saw of it were tentacles. I didn't get a look at the rest. The sheer size of it. The elimination, though, is different. The thing is a butcher's nightmare concoction of all different beasts melded into one. Based on pictures Oma showed me of animals from all the dominions, I can pick out some. A man's face, a beautiful man's face, sits awkwardly within the head of a ram with its horns curling backward. But the jaw and mane are of a lion, and tusks like a wild boar protrude from between its lips. It has the arms and claws and torso of some kind of massive fur-covered animal I can't identify, but its legs and tails look like those of a wolf, all carved from sand. I suck in a gasp on a desperate bit of hope. The legends were right. Every inch of him is made very definitely of sand. The different colored sands of my dominion even blend together in a way that reminds me of the time Tabor and I got into grandmother's makeup as children and smeared it all over our faces. The monster is surrounded by 100 wanderers at least, warriors all, defending their homes and families with spears and bows and arrows. Those are weapons for distance. Closer range weapons like their curved knives or their urumi belts wouldn't help for this. It could crush them with a stomp of a foot or a whack of a paw. Regardless, none of their attempts to stop that thing make a dent. If anything, they only manage to piss it off more. Its terrible roar echoes that thought, and I clamp my hands over my ringing ears.
Goddess help us.
Cain is beside me now, watching over my shoulder.
There's not enough water, or I'd...
An unnatural blast of wind that has to be coming from a hylerai in our camp howls over the dunes, knocking several wanderers to the ground and sending unanchored tents and siding and poles rolling haphazardly away. The elimination digs its talons into the sand and leans into the winds. Parts of him blown away. I can see the dust rise off him like fine, dry mist on the air. How in the name of Nova did this thing survive in the oceans for so long? The thing should melt away in the water. Even as I ask myself that, the elimination reforms and rears back, bringing its front paws up. When it brings them down, the sandy body shifts and morphs into horse's hooves, which it uses to trample another swath of tents with deadly intent. It's a shapeshifter. That answers the ocean question. It must morph into something that can swim and breathe underwater. I'm going to try something, I shout over my shoulder. Don't. Focused on what I'm about to do, I ignore him and ignite my power, bringing it sizzling forward. I haven't done anything this big since fighting Eidolon. I hope, with all the powers of the underworld and the Elusian heavens combined, that I can. Just one small piece. I'll try to effect one small thing on the elimination, and if it doesn't work, then Cain's right and Goddess help us all. Please, Goddess, hear me. If one of you is in my amulet, I need your strength. The amulet is already warm against my skin, but it does nothing. And maybe she doesn't hear me, or maybe she's not there at all. I don't have time to work that out. Instead, I center all my attention on a small part of the elimination, something it hopefully won't notice. I send my will through my power to all the tiny grains that make up this beast and picture the tip of its wolf tail still as stone. Suddenly, the elimination's tail appears to be caught in the air, as though something snatched it. The tip doesn't move, but the rest of the tail keeps trying and is swinging and yanking more and more wildly. I release it with a gasp, just as the elimination bends its body around to look at itself. I stifle a giddy screech. It worked. The question is, can I do that to the entire thing? Something so huge. It might wipe me out, but it's worth the risk.
Marin, what are you doing?
Reven suddenly skids to a stop beside me. Menacing fury is visible in every ferocious inch of him, and I can feel his anger inside my own shadows, clenching, pounding. Reven is threatening enough that Cain shoves himself bodily between us. I'm pretty sure Reven could knock him away with a whim. I know he could disappear him entirely, and it sounds like Cain has seen it happen too. Reven ignores him, his glare fully directed at me.
You promised.
Technically, I didn't, but that's why I'm hiding and not out there fighting. I wave a hand at the chaos, then at him. Why are you here? What about Tabra?
Horus and Zaya are with her.
Okay, good. I glance at the illumination, then back at him. If he's going to end us so that I can do what I have to do, then he needs to let me do it. It's made of sand. I'm the only one who can stop it.
That's what you're doing?
Kane says from behind me.
No way.
I froze a piece of his tail. The illumination rears up behind us, then sinks down as its back half shifts into a snake's body, which coils upon itself, lifting up its torso like a cobra. Those boar's tusks change to fangs.
Fuck,
Reven mutters. Then the anger in his features changes to acceptance.
Do it.
Chapter 24. Face Off. Kane grabs me by the arm to stop me, but the way Reven's gaze cuts to his hand, he's lucky he still has it. To my surprise, he lets go, though with a glower.
You can't let her. She's doing this.
Reven is unmovable, and I guess Kane can see that based on the way his lip curls. Is it wrong that his standing up for me thaws some of the icy anger in my chest at his leaving me?
I'll shadow her out if I have to.
Reven tells Kane.
Get to your father and warn him what she's about to do.
My friend shakes his head, once, twice, then... Hells. He sprints away using the few tents still miraculously standing as cover. Reven looks at me, no doubt in his eyes, which bolsters my own courage.
Ready?
I take a deep breath, drawing my power forward until the glow coming from my hands is almost blinding. Thank goddess for the daylight, or I'd be easy for the illumination to spot and kill. Planting my feet, as if that's going to help, I hold up my hands, directing the light toward the creature still squaring off against the wanderers, who look tiny beside its bulk. Here we go. This time, I go big. I'm going to have to work fast, but maybe if I neutralize the parts that do the most moving, I can buy myself time to freeze the rest, which now means stopping that endless serpentine tail. 4 hooves might have been easier. I concentrate hard, picturing every part the way I can see it curled and imagine all the sand inside. When I think I'm ready, the power that leaves me is like a physical wave. I imagine a soul being forced from the body feels much the same. The illumination's thundering roar cuts off, and its head whips down to look at itself. Its torso jerks as though it's trying to make itself move, but I have it. I damn well have it. I have all the sand in its coiled snake body immobilized. Holding that much, I try for the torso, except it transforms again. Not the tail, but the upper part becomes fully snake, except the face and the horns. It falls forward onto the sand like a tower being toppled, then writhes and flips over the dunes and trampled tents as it tries to free itself. But I still have it. My focus narrows to only me and the devourer I'm trying to stop. I'm furiously trying to freeze more, but it's moving, so the progress is slow going as I make my way up its body a bit at a time. My insides start to quake with the effort. A scream of frustration punches from the illumination's throat, and it changes form yet again, giant wings sprouting from its back. With a great beat of its wings, sending gusts of air over us, it lifts, paralyzed back end and all, out of the dunes so fast I have to snap my head back to track it into the sky. So that's how it got this far into the desert. Why hasn't it attacked on land before? I lose my focus, and my control over the animal slips enough that it shifts midair, returning to the form of the original beast. Wings gone as it drops back to the sand with a booming blast of sand and sound. I duck and cover, but nothing touches me. Lowering my arms, I find Reven standing over me, blocking me with his body.
Where are you?
A voice, low and scratchy the way I imagine a sandy lion would sound if it could speak, demands in my head. I hear it the same way I heard the hollow when I thought it spoke to me. I'd convinced myself I'd imagined that, but 2 devourers speaking to me can't be a coincidence. I push Reven up and out of my way and force my light forward again. This time I try for the entire body in one shot. I know I'm not entirely successful when its head starts moving, eerie eyes made of sand searching all around it, searching for me. My amulet still rests silent and unhelpful against my skin. Why? The ghost of Eidolon's story rings in my mind. Is she silent because this is her mate? Her consort become a monster? I promise I won't kill him. I'm speaking to the goddess in the amulet. In theory, I'm honestly not sure what I expect.
What?
Reven's head jerks down to stare at me.
Why wouldn't you?
The piece of lightning glass, the heirloom Oma slipped into my pocket the day my grandmother died and Tabra became queen, sparks so wildly, the intense heat singes my skin and I yelp. Reven spins me around to face him, concern etched in every angle of his face.
Marin?
Move! I tug away, and this time the power that surges from me makes the sand underneath me ripple outward. The devourer before me freezes completely. After a shocked beat, the closest wanderers move in for the kill. They know an opportunity when they see one. Not that I'm sure they could kill it. How do you kill something made of sand? Stop! I yell, and surge out of my hiding place, surprising Reven, whose shout follows me. I stumble as I keep my glowing hands up and try not to lose my hold on the elimination, because I can feel the thing fighting me, straining against my control. At the same time, the amulet is searing my skin, but I can't pull it away. I can't drop my hands yet. I catch sight of Voss as he raises his own hands. A glow similar to mine ignites, so I assume he can blast the thing with ice. No, stop! I yell, and sprint out into the battlefield. An otherworldly sound I've never heard in my entire life, somewhere between a roar and a scream, blasts through the camp from behind me, and everything around me goes from chaos to silent and still. Terror etched on the wanderers' battle-hardened faces all around me. I skid to a stop, clinging to my power's hold on the devourer. The beast has already stopped fighting, though. I know because the strain lessens. Slowly, I peer over my shoulder. Reven. He's on his hands and knees in the sand. Darkness ripples out from him, but this is unlike any darkness I've seen from him before. It's like the shadows are tar, stringy and thick, pouring over him and through him and out of him, writhing and wriggling. Darkness slithers from the hidden places among the camp and the dunes, drawn to whatever is happening to him. In tiny, jerking motions, like he's being held down, Reven manages to lift his head, and those seafoam eyes focus on me. He crawls closer. No, he doesn't. The shadow monster does. Still Reven in shape, but leaving Reven's body behind. His face twists in agony.
Marin.
Suddenly Cain is on top of him, foot in his back and an arrow knocked and pressing into the back of Reven's skull. Not the shadow monsters. Reven's. Some of the shadows turn on him, crawling up Cain's leg, but he doesn't move by so much as a twitch.
Give the word.
Reven's gaze meets mine. I'm okay, I say just to him. I have it. The devourer can't hurt me. And I do. Maybe because it's not fighting me as we all deal with a different monster in our midst, but still. Cain presses harder, and a dribble of blood drips down the side of Reven's neck. I take a step forward.
No.
The word bursts from Reven. He grits his teeth, eyes focused on me, unwavering, and a guttural yell punches from him. The shadow monster rears back, its mouth opening in a silent cry as it's drawn back to Reven. The way it moves, oozing and twitching at the same time. Its black eyes never leaving me, makes my stomach twist in revulsion. This is what everyone was warning me about. Reven's face contorts, his entire body spasming with pain or effort, or maybe both, as he reabsorbs that thing. Then he collapses, chest heaving, the shadow monster gone.
I'm good,
he says finally. Cain doesn't move, arrow still trained and ready to release.
You sure? Get the fuck off me.
Cain does. Reven doesn't get up, but they both look at me. Right. I am still bodily between the elimination and the fighters, my hands up, trained on the devourer, standing my ground and holding it immobile. Everyone stares at me slack-jawed with varying reactions of shock, anger, and disbelief. All they can see is that I'm stopping them from killing something that, as far as they know, devours humans. The thing is, I know why I am able to hold the elimination in my power. because it's not entirely me. I promised a goddess who might be trapped in my amulet that I wouldn't kill him, and I think her power is bolstering mine. She's done it before, too. I'm more sure of that now. Hells. The ghost story was true. Chapter 25. Elimination. As if she knows I don't need her anymore, the amulet goes cold again. The sensation is so abrupt, I almost drop my hands to check the glass. What does that mean? Is she abandoning me? Or is she like Reven and using power drains her?
No.
The elimination's voice suddenly echoes in my mind.
She is gone from me. Where is she? I have come for her.
Come for her? Does he know I can hear him? His voice is like sand over skin, rough and raw. But I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on a memory of the Hollow. When that devourer talked to me, he used similar words. Sort of. Was he also there for the goddess around my neck? On that rickety ladder, dangling between wilderness and tundra, when I thought it came from me, the words in my head were those of someone familiar with the person they were addressing.
I felt her,
the elimination says, starting to sound frantic.
I felt her and followed her to this place. She was here only moments afore. Only you are not her. You are a mere sand Hylerai.
You attacked to find her? I force the words to be gentle. It probably helps that my voice is shaking, both with fear and effort. Even though it's held immobile, the elimination seems to startle. Strange sand eyes narrowing as it stares at me.
You can hear me.
I shouldn't be surprised that he's surprised. As far as I know, humans, even Imperium, don't normally hear them, let alone respond. I can. Though at this point, Goddess alone knows why. I don't have to look around to know the others are all glancing between me and the monster. They can't hear it, I don't think, but I don't have time to explain. The elimination seems to search my face as if delving for answers or the truth or my sincerity.
I will form a pact with you, young Imperium.
A pact?
Release me from your hold. Answer 3 questions. Then I will depart this place and leave you in peace.
Release it first. Does it think because I'm young I'm easily duped? How can I trust you not to attack before I can stop you again?
You cannot. But you have my solemn vow I will not attack.
What if you don't like my answers?
Swear to me you shall only speak the truth. I will leave, no matter what.
What if I don't know the answers? Is this going to be some kind of riddle? I've never been good at riddles. That's Tabra's strength.
If you truly do not, that is an answer in and of itself.
So, not a riddle. Except his answer was a bit of a riddle, so I'm confused. Is it too naive to hope this devourer won't ask any problematic questions? I make my decision. Do not attack unless it attacks first, I shout over my shoulder.
Marin?
The warning veiled as a question comes from Kane. It's okay. I'm negotiating. I try to assure him without looking.
The hells you are.
His fear for me punches through every word. Time to pull the queen card. Stand down. That's an order.
No.
I blow out a frustrated breath. Kane, can you please just trust me? At the very least, I'm not going to do anything to make Reven worse. The last thing we need is him losing it again and expending energy that I'm not so sure he has after what just happened. He needs to save any he has left in case I'm wrong. I don't say that out loud. Finally, after a stomach-clenching silence, he takes a breath and pushes to his feet. He sways once he's up, but his posture is that of a fighter, hands raised and ready to strike. Then he nods. Whatever goddess is in my amulet, please help me protect my people if this thing has played me false. I drop my hands to my sides, letting go of my power. What is she doing? A faint voice calls out from the gathered fighters somewhere to my left. One of the Wanderers, probably. The elimination, for a long moment, doesn't move at all. Then very slowly and carefully, it drops to its belly, front paws out straight in front of it, wolf tail tucked around in close to its body, head held regally high. It reminds me of a guard dog hoping for some kitchen scraps, which is so absurd that I almost laugh. Despite an alarming growl from Reven, it lowers its head sideways to me so it can look at me with a single massive eye. I stare right back. The details in the sand are incredible, intricate, and even delicate down to the whorls of what would be the iris of its eye. Heart in my throat, I wait. Am I about to be swallowed by this thing?
Question 1. Who are you, little Hylurai?
Wow, I guess it really is going to ask me 3 questions. That's what you want to know? It draws back its lips, showing me not just the tusks, but razor-sharp, jagged teeth inside, rows and rows of them. All around us I sense those watching shift, collectively readying themselves to fight again. Right, answer the question. I am Marinith Evangeline XII, Princess of Aryd, sister to Queen Tabra, and currently standing in for her as ruler while she is unwell.
Question 2. Your power felt strange to me. Is it entirely yours?
That's a tougher question, especially with people listening. This is something I'm not ready to have others overhear. Grandmother and Oma both pounded into me the reality that Eidolon could have spies everywhere, to trust no one. We already believe there's a traitor among us. I'm not sure, I finally say, choosing my words carefully. But if I had to guess, I would say no, not entirely. A shiver passes through its body, sandy fur rippling almost as if anticipation.
Question 3. Do you know where the goddess Aryd is kept?
Kept? I'm standing in front of a massive, shape-shifting, human-eating monster, answering a question about where a goddess might be imprisoned. Reven's right. I attract trouble. Also, heavens help me. I think I actually know the answer to what he's asking. Despite the evidence in front of me, I'm still not sure if I can believe ghostly Eidolon's story. But if it's true, then I have a different question. What if the goddess inside the glass isn't Aryd? The elimination said Aryd specifically. I take a deep, wobbly breath. Please let this be the right thing to say. I'm not positive, but I think so. The elimination gives a sound like a broken bark, a sound so wrenchingly sad, my heart pinches with instant empathy. For a devourer. Unfortunately, the sound is also violent, and a shout goes up among my people. Stay back, I yell, throwing an arm out, as if I could block any attack that way.
I will keep my promise and depart, the elimination says. But may I see her first? I have been searching and waiting, attempting to defy her glass walls to find her ever since she disappeared centuries ago. I felt her near the southern borders of wilderness months ago, and again in Tindra, another flash in Aryd, and nothing since. Not for months. I'm taking a chance, but I ask the question anyway, because of that story. Are you her consort? Yes.
There's a wealth of pain and longing and truth in that one word. I close my eyes. He's a goddess-damned monster. Except I thought Reven was a monster once upon a time, too. Seeing what came out of him today, I know the entire Xeraphate now believes he is, if they didn't already. The problem is, I can't let everyone know that I might have a goddess strapped around my neck. Not when the current Eidolon has one, too. Not when there could be spies among us. Not when a lot of things. I open my eyes. I want a new promise from you. The elimination gives another of those full-body shivers.
To see her at last. Anything.
No more killing.
I harmed no one.
I rear back at that, then look at Cain. His father has joined him, not exactly slack-jawed, but as close as I've seen him get to it, even as he holds himself in stance ready to attack. Is anyone harmed? I ask them.
That thing.
The mighty Canis stabs an accusing spear toward the devourer.
Trampled our tents, our belongings. It did untold damage.
Is anyone hurt or dead? I repeat my question, enunciating extra clearly. His jaw works as he glances at Lebanon, who shakes his head.
No.
I scrutinize the devourer. I want your promise to... What? Protect me? Protect my people? Help me figure out this amulet thing? I shake my head. Forget promises. You may stay, I say instead. No promises needed.
Not in my Xeraphate.
The Xeraph snarls behind me. Is he going to stamp his foot, too? I ignore him, a trick I've learned from Reven, actually. We should speak more in private, and I'll show you. I check on Reven again. It's okay.
None of this is okay.
The elimination's massive eye positioned in front of me blinks long and slow, and I'm mesmerized by the way the sand that makes up his body shifts and eddies and works together. One organism, and yet made up of individual tiny particles.
Are you certain?
No attacking anyone? I say dryly, then tack on, unless I say so. Let mighty Canis and the Wanderers chew on that.
A little fear never hurt anyone,
Grandmother used to say.
But it's quite useful to maintain authority from time to time.
If anyone had told me before all this that I would agree with, let alone put into use, anything that woman ever said to me, I would have laughed and then probably spit in their face. Or maybe something less gross, but still something. I wrinkle my nose as I study the elimination's form. He's massive, almost as tall as the tomb of the sovereigns where the kings and queens of antiquity from before my first twin ancestors lie in state. The tomb can be seen for leagues before you get to it. We're trying to hide from Eidolon out here. What am I supposed to do with a giant creature? Are you able to hide yourself at all? I ask him. He's a shapeshifter. Maybe he can shapeshift into a sand dune? Moving around with something so large and easily spotted from far away would put the Xeraphate at even more risk than it already is. Those terrifying teeth glint at me in 1,000 sparkles of sunlight striking sand as he draws his lips back in what I guess is supposed to be a grin.
I possess a better way.
Nothing happens at first, and my eyebrows creep up as I wait, until a slight hiss sounds nearby. Peering closer, I eventually see it. Sand falling away from his body like he's leaking. Then more and more, like when wind moves the dunes around. Quickly he shrinks, smaller and smaller and smaller. Once it becomes obvious to others what's happening, murmurs of astonishment rise up from all those around us. The shocked buzz reminds me of a swarm of locusts, but I remain focused on the elimination. Its body keeps the same dimensions, the same features, just smaller. Behind him, sand piles up in dunes of discarded, flesh? Finally, he stands in the circle of trodden belongings, the size of a massive wolf or a small pony. Slowly, he prowls to where I stand, and with a regal flourish of one paw, bows to me.
Display to me my goddess, and I will become yours to command. Princess Mereneith of Aryd. Give me strength,
Cain mutters.
That thing bowed to you.
Goddess bless. I have a devourer as a pet. A friend? An ally? Also, this makes the Hollow, the devourer that usually lurks in the waters around Savannah, and what it did to me and Reven on that ladder between wilderness and tundra. What? A big dog just trying to play? Whatever. I have a devourer. And now, maybe more answers. There's nothing for it but for me to stride confidently away, with more stares following my every step than I think even my arrival in the camp garnered. I head back to the Zeref's tent, which is, thankfully, still standing. Reven stalks along behind me like an angry, prowling jungle cat of Tropicus. It's not lost on me that Cain, Voss, and Horus all trail him closely, taking up positions around him. This is going to be a disaster. Chapter 26. Revelations. I thought maybe getting to the tent with a smaller number of people to deal with would be a relief. Wrong. Instead, I'm staring at a sea of faces, most of them angry or confused or frightened, while I try to keep myself together. What I just did took a lot out of me, and it's starting to hit, my limbs turning heavy. Not exactly what I'd call fun. I realize I'm twisting my signet ring and drop my hands to my sides. Now.
What happened out there?
The Zeref shouts. Yep, disaster. At least acting as queen comes with perks like not explaining myself. What should I call you? I ask my new devourer friend, blocking out the Zeref's scowl. He gives me another small bow of his head.
You may call me Bene.
Bene? I mean, I should have guessed. Every person in Nova knows the names of the goddess's consorts, though the shortened form is new to me.
Is that thing talking?
The Zeref waves a hand at the devourer.
Or are you making this up as you go?
Bene lifts a sandy lip in a silent snarl. The Zeref snaps his mouth closed with an audible clack of teeth. That had to hurt. I clear my throat. May I present Benedornan, or, apparently, Bene, the consort of the goddess Aryd. He has been searching for her a long time.
Impossible,
Canis snaps. Bene flaps his wings.
I do not care for this man. Do you wish me to smite him for you?
It's hard to hold in a huff of a laugh, except what we need to talk about now is no laughing matter. I look at Reven. Does everyone in here know what you came from? What Eidolon is? The shadow shedding? Voss and Cain slide closer to Reven, and a frown flickers over Reven's features.
Yes.
Good. Less to explain, then. A specter of Eidolon, not the current one, but a ghost from one of his past selves, came to me. Cain and Reven both startle at the same time. Cain crosses his arms, tipping his head at me.
When was this?
When is a sand trap we don't have time for. He told me a story. I quickly tell them about the alternate creation history, the goddesses and the devourers and the amulets, trying to remember the specific words the Ghost King used. Bene remains silent through it all. So does Reven, though his silence is more ominous. Cain, meanwhile, is leaning back on his elbows just listening.
First of all, you heard this from a ghost of Eidolon, and you believed it,
the Zeref says with a dismissive sniff. Not until a devourer showed up. He can confirm much of what I was told. Canis tenses fingers under his chin, eyeing me the way Oma used to when I asked silly questions.
And you'd believe him?
Bene, is any of this true? I ask him. He blows out a soft breath that sounds like a breeze stirring the top layers of sand in the dunes.
I can confirm everything up until the devourers came to be. What's happening right now? Is he talking to you?
Cain leans forward, head cocked like he might be able to make it out. I keep forgetting. Quickly, I pass on his words. The Zeref throws up a hand.
Why are we listening to a monster? Smiting is becoming more and more appealing.
Bene rumbles to me. I don't translate that one, though it's tempting. Because he's the proof. I say this not to Canis, but to Reven. To Reven, who's been collecting proof against Eidolon ever since the day he was shed. He draws one knee up, resting his elbow on it. I don't believe the casual posture. It's for the others.
we should listen.
Canis glares. What made you like this? I ask Bene. As he talks, I translate for the others.
Aryd and I fell in love, and she chose me to be hers. When I agreed, she gifted me something called aura, and I ate it. It transformed me.
And when did this, I wave at him, happen?
That came later. A few of Aryd's sister's consorts desired more power.
Wait. Eidolon put it a different way, that the consorts needed more power to put down uprisings of Imperium. But Bene's words sound more like a power grab to me.
More and more Imperium were birthed among humans each passing year, and 3 of my fellow consorts felt threatened. In order that no one consort would have more power than the others, we all ate a second piece of aura together. That is what changed me into what I am.
The last words contain a rage that reminds me of Reven sometimes, and I have to consciously not lean away.
The other consorts too, although I seem to be the only one who held on to my reason. The others are bloodthirsty, mindless. I have spent much of my exile staying out of their paths.
As soon as I share that last bit, a sound pierces the quiet of the tent, only to shut off as quickly. Every eye goes to Saya, sitting in a back corner by Voss. Her frosted black eyes are wide and a face gone. Goddess, she is terrified.
What did the aura look like?
Voss asks, in a voice so tight I'm afraid it might snap. Bene considers him for a long moment.
A small blue crystal. It looks like a rock but will dissolve on the tongue when consumed.
A memory flickers through my mind of blue crystals in a circle around Reven as he refilled his powers in the night. Only I thought it was Jadeite, a rare and extremely valuable mineral. Is it the same? I translate quickly.
Jadeite.
Voss supplies for all of us. I glance at Reven. His nostrils flare, and I know he's thinking the same thing I am, that he's been using pieces of an ancient, long-gone deity's heart to strengthen his power and tether Eidolon's evil inside him. I never did ask him where he got the Jadeite or how he uses it. He gives a small shake of his head, and the shadows that bind us ripple, the warning alive within me. Kane shifts where he's sitting, looking around the room.
I thought there was none left. The Inferno Mountains have long been abandoned.
Saya grimaces.
Something you're not telling us?
Kane asks. Voss and Saya exchange a look that says 1,000 words even as they speak none. Then she nods.
Saya's family were miners by trade.
Voss starts slowly.
From Mariana originally. But when King Eidolon reopened the mines in Tindra, he needed skilled workers. So they came. They didn't know what they were mining for until they found a source inside the mountain. Even then, like the rest of us, they thought possession of Jadeite could only be used to amplify an Imperium's power. I was sent to the mine along with Eidolon's newest general at that time, Quentin.
Voss shakes his head, jaw working, and Saya sneaks her hand into his.
Quentin wanted to test a theory.
He glances at Bene.
He made the workers in the mine each consume a piece of Jadeite, and they developed Imperium powers when they'd had none before. Each and every one, though they couldn't control them well. Then, he forced them all to eat a second piece.
His jaw works again, like he's having to force the words out.
They turned into monstrosities.
Saya whimpers, an eerie sound given her voice, a heartbreaking sound. Voss pulls Saya into his side, his arm around her shoulders, sorrow plain as a bright desert day written over her features.
All except her. Though she changed too, she was still lucid, like your devourer there. When the others started ripping into one another and anyone else down there, Quentin ordered them all killed. But I got her out. Barely.
My stomach sinks. That's why Voss left Eidolon's service. He threw away his position with the king and became a wanted man to save her, eventually hiding with Reven in the Shadowwood. And Tsaya, Mother Goddess Almighty, her family all slaughtered after watching them become terrible things? Why do they become monsters? Pella asks. Maybe it's the same reason Tabra and I are twins. I work through the thoughts slowly. Maybe the body can't handle more than one power.
You're telling me Eidolon is sitting on a new supply of Jedi, which is actually pieces of the Mother Goddess's heart, that can make him more Imperium, or, if they attempt to get a second power by eating more, it can make him more beasts?
Canis demands in a voice gone cruelly cold. Then his gaze cuts to me.
You've brought death to my Zeraphate, Merenith.
A year ago, I would have taken those words like a fist to the stomach. I would have hung my head and probably even exiled myself. He's right, but I have too many people depending on me to cower now. I stare right back at him.
7 hells,
Voss mutters under his breath.
Every greedy, grasping, power-mad person will come out of the woodworks to get their hands on the stuff if this information gets out. It'll be chaos, anarchy.
Even more monsters to deal with. No one speaks it out loud, but we're all thinking it. Cain is the one to ask the obvious.
Why would the Mother Goddess's heart be buried inside Mount Inferno? That is her resting place, I was informed.
Bene answers. I translate. The Zeref sneers.
By the same goddesses who fed you aura and let you become what you are.
Bene looses a growl. Ledanon whacks a telescoping spear into full length, taking a stance to fight so fast I didn't see him actually move. And Canis, a man I've never seen back down from anything, leans away. It's infinitesimal, but we all see it. Turns out a devourer, even a relatively well-mannered one the size of a pony, can still strike fear into the bravest of hearts. But there's still so much we don't know. Where the other amulets are to start with. But more besides. Like everyone else in Nova, I've always assumed the goddesses, even silent in the Elusian heavens as we believed they were all this time, were benevolent. But if that was true, then why were they put in the amulets in the first place? If everything the ghost told me or hinted at was true, I say, then Eidolon is running out of time faster than we thought. He will try everything, no matter how depraved, to get what he wants. I just wish we knew exactly what that was. Reven returned to him, my sister, now these amulets. Or do they all go together in a way we can't see yet?
You're saying we need to get ahead of him.
Reven sits forward. I'm saying we need more answers. I very deliberately look straight at Reven, and I can think of only one place we might find them. You know where we have to go. Reven leans forward abruptly, almost like he heard me.
It was burned to the ground.
Not everything. That I do know. I walked through the remains myself. We need to return to the Shadowwood. Chapter 27. My Last Secret.
Go back to the Shadowwood? In Tindra, where Eidolon is king. Not if I have anything to say about it.
Kane's barking the words now.
What we need to do is gather all the Zeraphates we have allegiances with and force that bastard out of the palace and out of the Dominion.
His option sounds like the right move, but he hasn't gone against the king. I have. Reven has. It almost killed him. I know we can't face Eidolon yet. We need to know more, and not from a ghost and a monster. I glance around at the faces in the room, wondering how much I can trust them. I'm well aware we have a possible traitor in our midst, but I know I'm right about the Shadowwood, and I can only think of one more thing that might convince them. It's time to show them. Heart pounding, I pull my necklace out and show them what's at the end of it. I clear my throat. This is an heirloom, passed from my grandmother's twin to me. Oma, who is Merenith Evangeline the 11th, gave it to me on the day of my grandmother's passing. Bene flutters. Not his body or his wings, but the sand he's made up of undulates. Holy damnation, Pella murmurs. Is that what I think it is? Kane, who is closest, reaches toward it.
You're telling us you think there's a...
I lean over in a protective reflex, reluctant to let him touch. At the same time, Bene gives a soft snarl and Kane stops himself, shooting the devourer a wary glance. I think there's a goddess inside it. The goddess Aryd. Bene heard her. That's why he's here. Horus immediately drops to his knees, lifting his hands in a gesture used in the temples and in prayer, his expression one of utter awe. The rest of the wanderers in the room, except the Xerath, join him while everyone else stares in varying states of shock.
Marin,
Voss grumbles.
Someday you're really going to need to tell us everything up front.
I'm never sure when it's safe to share what I know, or even whether what I know is important or not. It's the only excuse I can offer.
Uh-huh.
I drop to one knee in front of Bene. Do you feel her? Bene walks awkwardly forward with a prowl that reminds me of Reven, but his head bobs like a chicken. He sniffs at the amulet, visibly cautious. Is he afraid she is in there, or afraid she isn't?
Is this why you went silent on me, my love? Why you stopped coming to find me?
The pain in his voice reaches around my heart and digs in. All this time, and he still loves her like that. I take the amulet from around my neck and hold it out, resting on my palm. Bene noses the glass. Nothing happens. He does it again, and I wait, holding my breath. Still nothing happens. Then he looks up at me.
I cannot feel her.
That's a letdown. She was just awake outside. I tell the others what he said. I think she's asleep again. Saying that out loud only makes me sound like I'm trying to convince all of us. The Xerath scoffs.
Asleep. She's not in it. No more discussion of going to...
She talks to me sometimes. Having moved around Bene to see, Reven's gaze flashes to mine at that.
Talks to you?
Not with words. At least I don't think so. Maybe some of my thoughts haven't been my own. She pulses or warms, and I think even bolsters my power.
When?
Voss asks. When I made the portal in the Shadowwood, and just now, when I froze Bene. The devourer gives another little growl. Only after I promised not to kill you, I assure him. The Xerath leans forward, lip curling.
You lie.
I stare him down for a beat before cocking my head. Can't you see if I am or not? A quietness settles between his eyes in a way that tells me he doesn't like that challenge. No glow alerts us to his use of his power, but after a second the bluster blows out of him, his shoulders rounding.
You speak the truth.
Reven suddenly breathes out through his nose in a sound of pure patience gathering, and a flutter of a darker emotion hits me in the side. But his voice is controlled when he speaks.
So let me get this straight. If Aryd is in there, and we're not sure she is, but if she is, you've been wearing a goddess around your neck this entire time, one who shares her power with you.
Before I can answer, he runs a hand over his face, the scratch of his stubble against his skin loud in our bubble.
What am I saying? This is you. Of course you do.
I should have told you.
You should have told all of us.
The Xerath cuts me off.
And this still proves nothing.
Damn, the man is stubborn. I fling a hand at Bene. Use your power on him too. You have a devourer telling you that story is true, and an amulet in front of your face that I'm telling you does things. Realizing I'm almost yelling, I take a breath and quiet my voice. Eidolon has an amulet too. He gave it to my sister as a betrothal gift. Other than the color, it's identical to this one. Now is not the time to mention that I wore it as well for months. That last bit falls into a deep well of utter silence, the Xerath's jaw working like he's chewing on words he wants to hurl at me. I chance a quick glance at Reven. Shadow knew. We discussed it when we were trying to rescue my sister from the king. At the time, I thought I was speaking with Reven, but Shadow was in charge. I guess Reven heard. I hold up my amulet. We need to find out if Aryd is in here. The Seraph leans back, arms crossed, expression mulish.
And if she is?
Then we find out why. I think that ghost of the king told me that story because it's connected to Eidolon and why he's been doing what he has. We need more information. I give the Seraph a hard look and deliberately quote a wanderer proverb. You have to know your enemy before you can defeat your enemy.
Marin's right,
Reven says. I blink. I am? I've been waiting for him to side with the others, to tell me this is a terrible idea. Instead, he's backing me. Kane rounds on him, voice rife with accusation.
Do you always agree with her just to get on her good side?
Reven says nothing. I, on the other hand, throw a glare in my best friend's direction. Do you realize that in always trying to protect me, you're only holding me back? Hurt flashes across his features, and I want to take it back, but I lose the chance as everyone else pipes in. After that, the discussion, and discussion is a loose term, takes a while, but in the end, I get my way. A small group of us will travel to the Shadowwood to see if the library is intact and has any answers. As the group breaks up, most of them going to help clean up the aftermath of Bene's rampage, I watch Reven as he leaves. The way he doesn't even look at me, like I'm no longer important enough even to nod a goodbye to, that hurts, an ache blooming inside me. Pride helpfully steps in, straightening my spine. Kane stops at the tent flaps and looks back. He must see something in my face because he tilts his head at me in question. He used to do that when we were kids, too. I'm fine, I tell him. You? I know he's still angry about earlier.
Right as rain, Mare. I'll always have your back.
He flashes me a cocky grin.
Even when you're wrong.
I roll my eyes and he chuckles as he leaves the tent. Bene follows me back to the space that is my room. I'm so tired at this point that I could sleep for a week. At least we're not moving the camp today. Thanks to my devourer friend's destruction, we can't, so I won't have to sleep on horseback. Goddess, I'm tired. As I lay on the pallet they provided for sleep and the devourer settles beside me, I think over the plan. Tomorrow we'll start preparations for a group to go to the Shadowwood. My eyes are drifting shut when I suddenly remember a question that's been bothering me. Bene, how did you get past the walls at our borders? You said you'd been trying. The devourer tips his head.
Through a crack in the glass.
Chapter 28. The Things We Don't See. The walls are cracking, as if I wasn't dealing with enough already. The walls are no longer impenetrable, and devourers could get to my people. That terrifying knowledge hasn't strayed far from my mind since Bene told me how he got in. Fear on a continual loop for days while the Zeraphate has traveled farther west rather than south. I'm supposed to protect my people, and I'm the one who should do something about it, but I don't have time. That's probably why I can't let it go. I want to head south and heal it, but everyone else agreed that one crack is less of a threat than Eidolon. I can't be in two places at once. Touching my amulet through my clothing, I silently pray to the goddess I think is in there. Please let the walls around Aryd not come crashing down until I can fix them. Not that she can do much about it either if she's trapped inside the glass. I push the thought to the back of the list of urgent matters. I need to focus on what I actually can do instead. Knock, knock, I call out before drawing back the flap of the tent I was directed to and stepping inside, only to whirl around on a gasp at the sight that greets me. Pella, half naked, is standing in the middle of the space. I didn't say come in, she says from behind me. Rude. I press my palms into my eyeballs. My eyes, I'm never going to be able to unsee that. Too close to the goddess's perfection for you? Satisfaction curls around every word, probably because she knows it's closer to the truth than I'd like. I understand if you need to leave. Before I can answer, Vida comes in behind me. Oh, good, you're here. She's carrying a stack of materials that are different from what makes up Wanderer clothing. Zareth Canis moved the Zeraphate closer to Yolin Zag, the southernmost city of Aryd that lies at the base of the Patience Mountains near the Salt Flats. No doubt Vida's materials came from there so she can make those of us heading to Tindra warmer clothes for the journey. Yolin Zag has the closest working portal to us. That's the way we'll get to the Shadowwood. Me, Reven, Voss, Horus, Saya, Bene, Cain, and... I take a closer look at what Pella is dressing in. Warm layers of fur-lined leather. Someone shoot an arrow through me. You're coming to Tindra? Pella doesn't bother to look up from lacing up her leather gauntlets. Someone has to look after my father's interests. Cain will put you first. I'm not sure she's wrong about that, and awkwardness steals into my limbs. I don't know where to put my hands or where to look. Vida glances between us several times, then moves over to a pallet where she sets down her materials. Well, let's make sure that you are dressed appropriately for the terrain. I'm hustled into a corner where I strip and dress in clothing more appropriate for an icy dominion. The Shadowwood itself is more temperate, so Vida is sending us only with basics. When I turn around, she stops helping Pella with the more complicated straps and buckles of Tindran wear meant to keep out the cold, and faces me, head tipped to one side. After a second, she wrinkles her nose. What? I look down. I thought I hooked it all up correctly. You did. It's just... She sighs. It's so functional. Why is that bad? Pella's lip curls into a sneer. Because she's a queen? I'm not a queen, I want to mumble. I don't. No, silly. Vida bats Pella with a hand, and Pella doesn't cut it off with the nasty curved blade I know is always strapped to her back. Surprising. She catches my stare and returns it with a flat-lipped one of her own. Vida doesn't seem to notice. I'd want to dress you all better, not just Marin. She gives the pile of materials an offended glare. But this is all they brought me. Pella relaxes the smallest bit, then tenses back up when Vida strolls over to me to tweak at the materials. I should add more fur to the cuffs, she murmurs to herself. Frostbite is no joke. I have no doubts everything will be amazing, I assure her, reaching out to squeeze her arm, which is a lot for me. Vida laughs. Liar, she says through chuckles. You don't care about clothes. I've known that from the start. But thanks for the confidence. Over her shoulder, I can see Pella's sour face, as she always looks around me. I'm tempted to stick my tongue out at her, but I'm 19 now. I should probably try to outgrow those urges. So again, I don't. Vida gives my shoulder a squeeze. Now, where were we? She's been riding beside me most of the way here and has been a bundle of questions, mostly about my life as a hidden princess. I think you were going to tell me about the palace in Oasis? I've never seen a palace before, and I want to know it all. You were going to tell me about living with the Zeraphate. Pella scoffs. Why do you want to know? You've done it yourself. Only for a day or two, and never far from Honora. Why am I bothering to explain anything to her? Vida grabs her pincushion. We didn't exactly have it easy while you were gone, you know. I guess she'd rather not hear about my time with Eidolon either. I mean, there is a lot of sand here, she tisks. It's rough on the complexion, and I wasn't allowed to bring more than the most basic items for clothing repair with me. It's too bulky to carry with us, Pella explains, but in a non-Pella voice that actually sounds patient. I know. Vida flaps a hand, pins now between her teeth as she takes in Pella's coat.
Is everyone decent?
Horace's voice sounds from outside. Come in, Vida calls out, then gives him a wide smile when he sticks his head inside, but not the rest of him. He takes in the three of us with a sweeping, sharp-eyed glance. He gives Pella a respectful nod of his head, then another deeper one to me.
Marin?
Marin. Horace called me Domina once, but that was in the Shadowwood, before he learned I'd lied about being Tabra. His choice of greeting to me makes Pella's expression flatten. Don't linger in the door. Vida moves closer to hook an arm through Horace's, ignoring the way he stiffens a bit at the contact and tugs him inside. She crosses her eyes at him to get a twitch of a smile in return. Horace clears his throat.
Kane wants to know if you'll have everything ready by tonight, Vida. Tomorrow is the best day for us to try for the portal.
Of course. She gives a cheerful bob of her head and gets back to work on Pella's clothes. These are the last two. With another nod, Horace leaves us. Vida finishes up with Pella and has her undress while she turns her attention to me. Speaking of Kane, she mumbles around the pins. He's quite the catch. She gives me a twinkling look. Aren't you a little tempted? I may have told Vida about the marriage proposal. I try not to wince, and I definitely don't look at Pella, who I'd rather not hear from about that. What do I say? I have things to do. Pella stomps out of the tent. From where she's now kneeling on the ground in front of me, Vida blinks after Pella's retreating back, then slowly turns wide eyes my direction. Is it something I said? Pella would probably rather I not end up with her brother. Why? She's never liked me much. Why not? Visibly offended, Vida's hands fly to her hips, which makes me want to hug her. History? She returns to her work, and I watch her nimble fingers fly over the material, gathering the spots that are too big and pinning them. So what's the plan exactly? To get to the Shadowwood? We chat about that and other things while she finishes what she needs to. Then while I undress and put my wanderer clothing back on, I don't want to leave. So I sit cross-legged on the pallet, chin propped in my hand, and watch her sew. What about you? She doesn't look up from what she's doing. What about me? Do you have I search for the right word, a romantic interest? Vida snorts delicately. Who has time? I'm barely keeping my family going. I smile as I pick a scrap of fur trim up off the floor. The vanished keeping you busy, mother hen? I mean Her fingers pause and she looks up at me. My blood family. Oh. Wait a minute. Are they here? Why haven't I met them? They're not part of the vanished. Reven offered to bring them too when he found me, but with the people of our community thinking I'd died, they were safe enough. It was easier that way. Easier? I glance around for answers. It doesn't help. What does that mean? I killed a man, she admits. A man in power. I was set for execution. Why? She goes back to her sewing with a shrug. He tried to force himself on me. I had to defend myself. Oh, Vida. She gives a sudden hiss, pulling her hand away from the garment she's working on and sucking at her thumb, then goes back to her work. My family knows I'm alive. I try to help them. Another shrug. When I can, in whatever way I can. The last she mutters more to herself. I lean forward and give her wrist a squeeze. I'm glad that you didn't get executed. Your family would have missed you terribly, and I would too. Her lips twist like maybe she's touched, or maybe she wants to say something, but then she huffs a laugh and her usual chipper smile returns. You wouldn't have known what you missed out on. Yes, I do. I would have missed out on a good friend. You told me yourself that's what we'd be, the first day we met. She ducks her head on a chuckle. Yes, I did. We fall into a companionable silence for a bit. You're sure you're okay staying here? I ask. When we go to Tindra? She flicks me a glance. I don't think I'd be much help. Besides, with all of the vanished leaders going with you, I'm needed here. True. Can you do me a favor, though? She glances up. Can you check my shop? I'm missing my favorite shed of shears. They were specially fashioned by a metal hylarai and cost me a pretty coin, and these... She picks up a dull, rusted set of scissors and glares at them fiercely. Are a nightmare to work with. I chuckle. I'll look for them myself. which earns me a bright grin before she's back to the serious business of sewing. Can I ask a favor in return? Of course. Two, actually. First, watch after Tabra and Oclis. Help Oclis with whatever she needs. Vita stops what she's doing and slips the needle into the material to hold her place, then takes both my hands in hers. I'll watch after them as if they were my own sisters. Thank you. She nods. And the second? I nibble at my lip, debating how to say this. We have a traitor among us. Vita's eyes go wide. A traitor? She squeaks the question loudly, and I put my finger to my lips. In a quieter voice, she says, Are you certain? Nothing these days is certain. She frowns. Are you asking me to find them? I wouldn't put her in harm's way for all the world. Not exactly, but you are friendly with so many, which puts you in a helpful spot. Just keep your ear to the ground. Note anyone behaving oddly, wanderer or vanished. Can you do that for me? She gives a jerking nod. I'll keep my ears open. Good. And don't trust the Zareth. She blinks slowly. I lift one shoulder. He's not a bad man. He's just not on our side. He's on his own. After a second, Vita's lips quirk. That one would sell his own mother if he thought he could leverage it to his advantage. Her words should be funny, but there's no humor in our situation. We have both his son and daughter with us, which should ensure he doesn't abandon the Vanished or my sister. But he's not happy that I haven't agreed to marriage. And between Reven, Tabra, me, and now the amulets, don't forget Bene, she tacks on, as if I could. The Zareth's not thrilled with how this is going. I don't blame him either. So be careful, okay? Vita stares at me for a long time. Long enough that I start to open my mouth to ask what, because it's like she wants to say something but can't. Or maybe decides not to, because in the next second she smiles. I'll keep an eye out. Asking her to watch over them is the best I can do while I'm gone. Chapter 29. Disguises and Portals. You need to work on looking less... you. I mumble the words under my breath as Reven and I wind our way through Yolen Zag. It's market day, which means it's crowded, stuffed with people, which is why we came today. It's easier to blend in and go unnoticed in a crowd. Reven puts a hand to my lower back, something an Aridian would rarely do in public, even with a loved one, to usher me between two people. It's not a sweet gesture. It's him literally keeping a hand on me so he doesn't lose me. Is it pathetic that I want to lean into the touch, even though it means nothing to him? He hasn't touched me in what feels like forever, even though it's only been days. He grunts at my comment.
You mean looking less like the king?
Actually, no. Though that's a problem too, which is why half his face is covered, and so is mine. I mean, you tend to draw the eye. Huh? Is he really so oblivious to the fact that it's not just his face that makes him noticeable? He's dressed as a wanderer rather than in his usual black, and I'd still pick him out of a crowd from behind. A head taller than most, he walks like a predator among us. His sharp, intelligent, assessing gaze misses nothing. He might as well carry a painted sign that reads, "Be wary." But he's so beautiful, anyone looking would want to pretend those things aren't true just to get a little closer. I'm case in point when it comes to that. This man is a walking illustration of why we tell children the story of the honey witches, carnivorous creatures who disguise themselves as kindly women in our cities. They lure naive children away with sweets and then eat them. The children, not the sweets. Another woman walks by and almost trips over her feet as she tries to get a closer look at him. Reven doesn't hide his irritation fast enough. He saw. He gets it now. I give him a pointed look, and just for a flicker of a second, I think he might huff a laugh. He doesn't.
I can't exactly change my face, Marin.
True. Try this. Stoop over. No, not that much. Now, lower your gaze. More. You have a hood for a reason.
But I can't see.
So follow my feet.
This is ridiculous.
I catch his mumbled words at my back, and a check over my shoulder has me choking back a laugh. Whatever he's doing is definitely worse. It looks like he's putting on a farce. Goddess, grant me patience. Forget the stooping. On a frustrated growl, he straightens, keeping his head down. I guess that's as good as we're going to get. I hope the others, who are following in staggered pairs spaced out to avoid drawing attention, will have an easier time. I glance around me as we continue on. Yolendzag is, for all intents and purposes, a mining town, thanks to the mountains it sits at the foot of, which makes it both richer and more working class than the other cities of Aryd. It's not as downtrodden as my home of Anora, or even the capital. Someone bumps into me, only to shuffle away quickly at the look Reven bends on them. Quit that, I mutter under my breath. If I could have made a portal to get us to Tindra, I would have. It would have been faster and safer. But I tried. Tried and failed. All my efforts shattered, and my amulet remained unresponsive the entire time. Cain insists I only have a confidence problem, but I'm now pretty sure my previous successes were because of her. Either the goddess Aryd is not in the mood, or she can't always help. Why? Is she trapped? Sleeping? Being capricious, which was an Oma word for bitchy? The not knowing is the worst. Eidolon's ghost very well could have lied, or send me on a wild hare chase for reasons yet to be seen. Or maybe Aryd's not really in there at all. Either way, we are using the portal in the temple in Yolendzag. We enter the cool shade of the outer vestibule of the temple. At least we don't need a priestess or acolyte to help us open the portal. Any Imperium only needs to turn on their power and picture their destination to work one. Only Vexilium, without powers, have to pay the temple keepers to use the portals. No one stops us, and no one is using the portal when we reach it. The room is safely empty. The portal here is more basic than the one in Oasis, smaller and simpler. One edge of the glass, blue glass here, different from the black in Oasis and red in Anora, is rough and oddly shaped, as if it was chipped from a larger block. Propped up against the far wall, it's held in place by two onyx slabs on either side. The portals are the reason glass is forbidden in Nova, so no one can make their own. The only exceptions are small pieces of colored glass in the painted windows in some temples and the glass walls of Aryd, because no way is anyone taking those down. Reven pushes his hood back and takes up a position in the doorway, looking outward for anyone coming.
Go,
he says. The sunny glow from my hands spreads across the room. Picturing the portal chamber in Tindra's temple, one I've been in before, I wait. At first, the glass goes opaque, the colors behind it shifting to reflect the new destination rather than the sand-colored walls in this room. Then it goes crystal clear, showing us a different room on the other side. We step between dominions like we're stepping from one room into the next. Then the glass goes solid behind us as I turn off my power, and a small part of the tightness in my chest eases, though I'll only be fully comfortable once everyone is through safely, too. As we both pull out our warmer clothes and put them on, I take a moment to glance around. I've been in this room before. I can't say it's any less striking this time. The Tindran portal is located in one of the twin temples. A high bridge connects the tower I'm standing in to a sister tower across the channel that divides the Dominion into two pieces, the mainland and Little Tindra, where we are now. Every inch of the room itself is covered in glittering jewels. The walls, the floors, everything crusted in blue and white and black gems set in patterns that depict Tindra, Mount Inferno, and the Cliffs of Sacrifice, and even the ruins of the ancient watchtowers from when all six dominions, according to legend, still dared death in the maw of a devourer to cross the oceans to get to one another, before the portals. The room is dazzling. Don't get me wrong, Aryd is the only dominion with multiple portals, and our portal rooms are ornate and beautiful too. The one in the capital city of Oasis is all obsidian and gold. But this is something else. I thought so the first time I saw it too. I happened to catch Reven's gaze on me as I pivot, and I still because there's a way he was watching me. the need lighting his eyes with a blue-green fire. Fire he immediately banks, his face back to expressionless. He was right. The realization is like having cold water thrown in my face, knowing that he still wants me, and that he's deliberately making the choice to keep us apart might be worse than thinking he simply didn't care as much as I did. He clears his throat.
Why do you think they were only looking at me?
I glance away, touching the frosted, jeweled wall with a fingertip. I've spent almost 19 years learning how to be invisible.
So have I.
With shadows and darkness, yeah. His gaze narrows.
Which means what?
It means you've relied heavily on your power. Maybe a little too heavily? I'm pretty sure a pat on the arm would make him even more disgruntled. Am I wrong? He opens his mouth to argue, pauses, then closes it. At least Kane wasn't with us to see all those stares. I honestly meant it to be a good thing. But the way his face goes dead blank, I have to bite my lips together to keep from laughing. I really wasn't trying to poke at him. If this was before, I'd tease him more. But the way we've been lately... I study the room instead. There's no fireplace in here, no warmth. Everything, and I mean everything, is covered in a fine sheen of ice, giving it an extra sparkle and making me shiver. A desert girl is not meant for this cold, harsh place.
Vita should have made you a thicker coat.
He grumbles. I'm not sure what he expects me to say to that. I'll be fine.
You say that, but getting sick wouldn't help us now.
We'll be in the Shadow Woods soon enough. He grunts. We both stare at the portal, the silence growing longer. I shuffle my feet. Speaking of Vita, I asked her to keep her ear to the ground.
For what?
The traitor? Reven frowns. Is he going to say I shouldn't have told Vita and put this on her shoulders, the same way I shouldn't have told Oclis about Eidolon's book?
Good idea. Voss has cleared the Vanished, but Vita interacts with the Wanderers more than most.
I fist my hands on my hips and stare at him. Hold on. When did Voss clear the Vanished?
He has a network in the Vanished, and reached out to them for information these last few days while we prepared for this journey.
No surprise, Voss has a network. Uh-huh. And you are going to tell me when?
I'm telling you now.
He cocks an eyebrow at me.
The same way you're telling me about Vita now.
Yeah, well, I'm glad it's not the Vanished. But that means it's one of the Wanderers, and I can't be glad about that. Reven crosses his arms.
You're thinking of your desert friends.
Who have risked their lives to protect us? Yes, I'm thinking of them.
A traitor doesn't taint the entire lot.
My chest squeezes. I know. An odd tink of sound in the hall outside the chamber has me looking in that direction.
What?
Immediately, my Shadowraith is between me and the archway leading out of the room. Didn't you hear that? I ask quietly. Not answering, he goes to the open doorway and sticks his head out into the hall, looking both directions.
There's nothing.
Oh. Am I turning paranoid? It wouldn't surprise me. You're sure?
Wait here. I'll check around.
Chapter 30. I've got a bad feeling about this. I'm not particularly fond of the idea of Reven leaving me here alone to go off by himself, both for me and for him, and it sets my stomach clenching. Saya and Bene are next to come through, but it will be a bit. The longer I wait, though, the more I'm sure that sound was my imagination. I can tell by the stillness that cloaks the building that this temple is exactly as Voss and Reven reported from their earlier scouting. Empty. Abandoned, even. As though no one has been here for months, not since the attack on the Shadow Wood. But that can't be right. This is Tindra's only portal and their temple. At the very least, an acolyte or a guard of some sort should be in the building. What happened? Suddenly, the glass changes from solid to opaque, then to clear, and on the other side is Saya, covered head to toe and with a hood drawn low over her face to hide the blue of her skin. Bene sits on her shoulder. Before we entered Yolen's Zag, he shifted shapes again. Smaller, less noticeable. Now he looks like a raven, even using the part of him made from black sand to color his entire body. Someone would have to get very close to spot the difference. Saya's hand is glowing a deep purple as she operates the glass. I wasn't sure if she was Hylarai or Inferni, given how she uses sound, but now I have my answer. Inferni. Once she's through, the portal closed behind her, she flips her hood back and smiles. Immediately, Bene flies to my shoulder and pecks at the chain under my jacket. He was not pleased having to let me go ahead with the amulet that may or may not house his lover. I wave him off. She's fine. Meanwhile, Saya tips her head, looking around, then raises her eyebrows in question, no doubt asking about Reven. He'll be right back. I'm sure he will. I'm just being squeamish. Bene flies to my shoulder.
Aryd created these portals.
Really? I ask, snagging Saya's attention, who didn't hear him. Quickly, I translate.
The walls I knew were hers. I watched them rise from my place in the waters.
He ruffles his sandy feathers.
You have never heard such a calamitous sound, but she had no choice, locking me out with the rest of the consorts.
His voice goes sharper, harder in my head.
Devourers. What an apt term.
That much we know.
But these...
He points his beak at the glass.
I feel her magic in this glass.
If a miniature devourer in the shape of a raven can smile, I guess that's what he does.
I should have guessed. It was always my goddess's ways to be a blessing to her people, and the dominions need one another.
He's right about that. Aryd wouldn't survive without the trade we do with the other 5. The glass changes again while we're all 3 looking at it, and Voss and Horus file through next. They're both breathing hard. What happened? I ask.
Soldiers checking the market stalls,
Horus says, grim-faced.
White armor.
7 hells. Eidolon's men. Is it coincidence or did they know? Did they see you? Voss waves a hand between him and Horus.
Us? Come on.
Good point. They're better at blending in daylight than Reven. Cain and Pella, who are last, should also be okay. They're from Aryd, so they don't stand out as much. Voss takes in the room in a single sweeping glance.
Where is he?
Not back yet. The weight of worry turns heavier. Checking that the place is empty. I'd rather not mention the sound I thought I heard. No need to highlight that the tension is clearly starting to get to me. Voss and Horus both eye me narrowly, and then Voss goes to stand in the doorway looking out into the hall. I don't know if it's the way Voss is waiting or my own nerves stretching thin, but he's making me anxious. What if something happened? It's not like I can feel Reven. He's still keeping me out, cutting off our connection.
There you are,
Voss says. Reven appears a second later.
No sign of anything, or anyone. Was it in question?
Voss glances between us. After all, he was the one who scouted it. Reven cocks his head at Voss.
Were you worried about me, old friend?
He can joke with Voss, but not even smile for me. The portal goes opaque again. Cain looks right at me and Reven as he comes through, and it's impossible to miss how his shoulders drop slightly to find us standing apart, the way his face eases. Then he claps Horus on the shoulder and grins.
Good to see we all made it. I wondered when we saw the soldiers.
A howl moves through the tower, the echo of it seeming to float from room to room like a specter, and the blood in my veins turns sluggish in a response I can't control. The sound reminds me so much of the noises Tabra makes sometimes now. I can hear her at night. We all can. After the first time I caught that sound, I had a little more sympathy for why the Zeraphate put her tent far away. A warm hand settles on the small of my back, and I startle. I hadn't even felt Cain close the gap between us. Touching me like this. Reven isn't used to what it means to someone like us. Cain is.
It's just the wind,
he says. My logical side says he's right, but after the earlier sound, I still don't like it. Sure. I don't know if he sees the doubt in my face, but he gives me a small push toward the door.
To be safe, though, let's get out of here.
We all make our way down a massive winding staircase that reminds me of the well in the palace courtyard in Oasis. Windowless, except a skylight above us in the ceiling. Each level houses more rooms. The staircase itself sinks down through the center of the tall temple. A sudden gust of wind blows upward on another howl like Tebra's moans.
Well, at least that explains the sound,
Horus mutters. It does. So why am I unable to relax? We continue down the stairs. Reven puts himself between me and the drop, the same way he did when we scaled the steps leading underneath Wilderness. I shoot him a grateful look and stick as close to the wall as possible. Teleportation really would have been a much handier power to inherit. Then I'd never have to deal with heights. We're about halfway to the ground when another eerie howl whips through the building. That isn't what bogs me down like quicksand, though. It's something else. Something below me on the stairs. The hairs on my arms, the back of my neck, everywhere, really, stand up like I latched onto a lightning bolt. Dread sinks through me, and I stare hard at the apparition and try to make it make sense. Make it take a form I can recognize or disappear, like when I'd wake at night in the palace and be sure Eidolon was standing in my room watching me, only to stare at that spot until my sight adjusted to the darkness, and nothing was there. I sneak a quick glance around, but all eyes are on me. I look back at whatever it is. My eyes are adjusted fine, and it's still there. A figure, I'm sure of it, standing in my way.
Marin?
Reven's voice steals around me, but I don't look away. Are you doing something with the shadows right now? I have to force the question past stiff lips. Please let his power explain what I'm looking at.
I'm not doing anything.
He squints in the same direction, and when he does, the shadowy figure vanishes. I squeeze my eyes shut, then open them and look again. Just an empty staircase. I finally look at Reven, who is staring at me with worry, wrinkling the space between his brows. I swear I saw something. Please say you saw it too. Otherwise, I'm seeing and hearing things that aren't there.
There wasn't anything there, Marin,
Kane says from where he stopped on the stairs to my right.
Must have been a trick of...
He trails off. Shadow. He was going to say a trick of shadow. By the way Reven tenses, I know he caught it too. We all did.
It wasn't me.
Reven insists. Kane holds up a hand.
I believe you. Maybe we should move a little faster,
Horus says. I guess I've freaked out the others enough because they don't dawdle. The hurried sound of our feet on the stone of the staircase is a rat-tat-tat. Then something brushes against my hand. I only have time to gasp before Saya hisses, and then Pella stops and whips around, her hand going behind her head to the handle of a curved knife. She stares at nothing, breathing hard. Then, it's not Marin's imagination. We're not alone. Chapter 31. The Shadowwood. A breeze, one that shouldn't exist in here because there are no windows, stirs the hair at my neck, and the way the rest of my friends shiver, I know they felt it too this time. A floating, hollow chuckle of a laugh whispers both close to me and far away at the same time. Pella's right. We're not alone. And we're being toyed with.
Move,
Voss says. Forget hurrying. We run the rest of the way to the ground floor, then through the wide, ornately carved doors outside into the cold, and I swear another floating hollow laugh chases us out. As soon as Horus and Pella push the door closed, we all let a collective breath go. I roll my shoulders to rid myself of the feeling of being watched or followed. Beside me, Reven is staring at the doors, visibly lost in thought. The tower didn't feel like that when we were here before, I say, but in a low voice for him alone. Right? His lips flatten.
No, not when Voss and I checked it out either.
What happened then? Has this place always been... I don't want to think the word haunted, except I recently encountered a spirit of the dead, so who am I to say hauntings aren't real? But why now? Did our presence wake something up? Kane puts his hands on his hips and stares at the building behind us.
I'll cross that off my list of possible summer homes.
The rest of us burst into tension-breaking huffs and chuckles. Wind scatters snow across the stone terrace where we stand on a short set of stairs leading down to the icy ground, and another shiver racks through me. I draw my fur-lined jacket closer as I'm whipped by freezing cold winds across fields of ice. The weather is teeth-gritting, but manageable for the amount of time we have to be out in it. Hopefully. Any signs of Eidolon's army, which had been previously camped here when Reven, Voss, and I had to fight our way out, are mostly gone, though I can still make out a few stakes sticking haphazardly out of the ground and remnants of tents under the snow. Not to mention the boats I sank using glass spikes I made. Parts stick out of the water in the channel between Little Tindra and the mainland. I'm not surprised that a lot is buried. The snow here is like the sand in my home. Give it a week, and it will wipe the evidence of life from its face. Tsaya gestures away from the temple.
She's right, Voss says. The faster we move, the sooner we can be in the warmer woods. Unless anyone wants to wait inside the warmer temple? No thanks,
Kane mumbles. I'm already dreading the fact that we have to come back through it to leave here. A problem for another day. Reven has been conserving his power for the next part of our travel, shadowing us to the woods so we don't have to spend days trekking over the snow and ice to get there, although we brought gear for that just in case. Because of the distance, we decided he'd shadow us to within a league of the southern border of the woods. We could have had him take us all the way to the abandoned village inside the Shadow Wood, which would be faster, but we have no idea what to expect there. It could be a trap, more of Eidolon's soldiers waiting for anyone to show their faces. The last thing we need is for Reven to be drained if we face a fight. The part of me that still hopes he'll change the way he's keeping us apart expects Reven to turn to me first. But he doesn't. He holds out a hand to Voss. I wince, then immediately frown at myself. Where's your pride, Marin? Voss carefully checks Reven's face, probably for any sign of Eidolon's shadows. I see Reven notice that small hesitation. He takes it like a blow, but says nothing. A new ache blooms inside me. For him. Can't he see he's only hurting himself by trying to deal with his problems alone? Except what could we possibly do to help him? My own frustrated helplessness is reflected on more than one face around me. Voss claps him heartily, hand to forearm.
Let's go, brother.
The shadows rise and fall too fast for me to say anything, do anything. In a blink, he and Voss disappear. Another blink, and Reven's back. I'm next. He touches me for only as long as it takes to get me to where he left Voss, and then he's gone again. I stare at my gloved hand for a second, the one he had held, before he reappears with Horus, and I hastily drop it to my side. I watch Reven's face every time he shows up with more of our group. He brings Kane and Pella last, but fortunately, even by then, there's no flicker, no show that he's exhausted himself or struggling. That's a good sign, I hope. We make the rest of our way on foot. The trees loom larger and larger on the horizon as we cross the frozen tundra toward the forest of towering, red-barked, flat-leaved trees. The edges of the forest are filled with smaller, piney trees. As soon as we reach them, my muscles ease, my breath of relief a misty puff on the air. We still have a way to go, but at least we're more protected from the weather. Even so, we all get quieter as we make our way closer and closer to the village.
Why such solemnity?
Bene asks in my head. You'll see, I whisper. We trek on for what feels like an eternity. I picture the Shadowwood the way I first saw it. The massive towering trees filled with tree house homes high up in those ancient branches, winding stairs around the thick trunks, other buildings on the ground where the villagers did their work and trade, a fully functioning community. Except that's not how we left it. Dread clings to my feet, trying to slow me down. What we're about to see isn't going to be easy. Reven, or more accurately, one of the shadows, though I didn't know at the time, and I were the last ones out. I know what we left behind. I witnessed the bodies of our dead from that battle. They littered the ground like used handkerchiefs, their cloudy eyes open and accusing. We didn't have time to bury them. Should I prepare the others? I'm not sure if knowing what to expect will make it worse or better. Other than Pella and Bene, they were all there during the attack. They saw. They know to some extent. I stay silent. At the first decent view of the village, Saya stumbles to a halt, her twilight skin turning chalky. Shock opens her mouth and a sound like hissing and screaming at the same time emerges as a chirp before she snaps her teeth closed, cutting it off. The village is in shambles. A tangle of different emotions roils through me along with the foreboding. Regret, guilt, hatred for the soldiers who came for us and the man who sent them. Sadness for the people we lost, but also for the safe haven that was destroyed. The twirling staircases that went up into the trees are all smashed. Shards of wood and belongings litter the ground like dismembered limbs. The Vanish did that themselves, using large logs on swinging ropes to destroy the way up and prevent our attackers from getting to where we'd taken refuge. Except the Tindrins shot flaming arrows into the canopy, forcing us down to the ground to be decimated by the soldiers and barbarians waiting below. Some of the trees are burned to charred husks, while some are only partially blackened. But the damage isn't what turns me immobile, or why I'm pretty sure Saya made that sound. It's what's missing. There's not a single corpse to be seen. The sound of my own breathing is harsh in my ears. None of our people returned to bury our dead. The Tindern soldiers and barbarians were wiped out by Reven's shadows, not slain. More like disappeared. Disappeared. No one was left behind to do anything about the bodies. Maybe animals came through, ate the bodies. I don't see any bones, though.
Mother Goddess.
Horace, who stops beside me, whispers more to himself than me. Reven is up ahead. I can't leave him to face this alone. I walk up behind him and lay a hand in the center of his back. He doesn't flinch at my touch like I was bracing for. I scoot around to his side, though I don't touch him. Still. He's so still. What he must be feeling now. He was the one to hear every single person in the darkness, to find them, to bring them here to safety. He knows exactly who we've lost. He knows each and every face, each soul, each story, each name in a way I never will. What do we tell their families and friends when we return to Aryd? Neither of us voices the question out loud.
I don't like this.
Kane's voice breaks the silence around us.
We should have done what I suggested in the first place.
He means gathering the other Xeraphates and storming the palace. But he wasn't there when Reven and I fought Eidolon in Oasis to see how impossible it is to kill him. Reven moves away from me.
Voss, unthaw what you can around here. We'll need supplies. Start with the creek and the clearing for water.
He's right. Without Reven's protective veil of shadows in place, even as close as we are to the warm springs, it's colder here than before. Without a word, Voss sets off. Saya watches after him, and I almost think she'll follow, but instead she points up into the trees. Into a specific tree, the one where the books were stored. Relief rushes from me on a sharp exhale because the library looks like it's still intact. The flames seem to have scorched the roof, but that appears to be all. Let's hope that's all. The staircase leading up that tree is crushed in the middle like all the others, so there's no way to get up there easily. I already have an idea to deal with that, though. Here. I move Bene to Saya's shoulder. Pulling my power forward, the heat of it in my blood, under my skin, is almost enough to dispel that ominous sense that still hovers over everything here. My yellow light adds a sunnier, warmer glow to the surrounding trees. There is still sand on the ground. Not naturally, but because of me. I drew it out of the dirt what feels like ages ago, first while trying to figure out how to make a portal, and later to fight. Now I gather a pile at the base of the library tree and start forming it into stairs, filling in those that were crushed by the falling logs the Vanish devised as a defense. At least I don't need my amulet to help. I can do this much. I'll leave some for you, I tell Bene. He hops to the ground and starts growing in size, back to small horse proportions. I've made it halfway up the tree, focused on what I'm doing, when the oddest crackling noise reaches me.
No, stop.
Voss's shout from within the woods is a distant clap of sound. The shock of it has me dropping my hands and spinning into a defensive crouch, ready to fight. Behind me, my sand stairs scatter back into formless piles in a hissing whoosh. Saya, Horus, and Reven sprint toward the sound of Voss's shout. I take off after them, Bene running at my side. Chapter 32. Returned. Losing sight of the others, I dash into the clearing farther into the woods, only to stumble to a halt. Bene skids to a stop beside me, his head now at the same level as mine, vicious teeth bared in a fearsome snarl. A white-blue glow lights up the clearing. Horus deliberately steps in front of me, arms out, but I lean around him to see. A man stands at the center of I frown. The only way to describe it is a storm of lightning. Like 1,000 different bolts came together, and then time was stopped in the same instant. Reven, Voss, and Saya stand with their hands up.
Haken,
Voss says slowly, carefully, very un-Voss-like. Nervous.
it's us. It's us.
Haken. I stumble over the name until it hits me. The leader of the vanished from Savannah. He'd been away from the Shadowwood when I was brought here on some kind of mission. I wasn't given details. He must have returned to the Shadowwood, unaware of what had happened in his absence. Has he been here all this time? Months alone? That odd crackling noise sounds again, and I can feel the sound as it buzzes across my skin. The man himself would be attention-getting already, even if he wasn't standing in an oval of raw power. His head is shaved on either side, leaving a single braided strip of tight blonde curls down the center of his scalp. Tattoos of glowing white-blue lines, like he's lit up from the inside, fill the bare rose-gold skin where it's shaved, swirling and yet precise. The design on one side is a bird of prey, talons extended, almost cruel in the depiction.
Haken,
Voss says.
we've come back. It's us.
The man raises his hands as though he's about to send those bolts of instant death right at us, and Horus pushes me back behind him even as Reven walks forward, though the shadows around us remain unmoving. He's not using them. Yet. I don't see what happens next, but the glowing light douses suddenly. My friends all seem to take a collective breath, and I know it's going to be okay when they all straighten and lower their hands. I risk another peek. Haken is no longer lit up. Now he stands in a field where the ice under his feet melted all the way down to the grasses, which are charred, smoke rising around him in curling tendrils. His tattoos have faded to a normal bluish-black ink. Saya, I can see now, is standing not a foot from the edge of the smoking grass, smiling. Haken leans forward, putting his hands on his knees and breathing in and out.
I thought I was seeing things again.
On a grunt that sounds a lot like relief, Voss crosses the scorched grass towards their friend, though the two men don't touch.
Have you been waiting for us?
Haken straightens.
I returned to find the Shadowwood destroyed. I stayed, hoping one of you might try to come back.
He speaks in a slow, deliberate cadence, very guttural and Savannan.
I should have returned for you.
Reven says in a low punch of a voice. His guilt sneaks past whatever he does to cut me off, and stirs the shadows inside me like a witch stirring a cauldron. I put my hand over that scar in my side, trying to will him to forgive himself. He couldn't do everything, especially while he was still healing. Otherwise he would have come for me sooner too.
I never doubted that you would have if you could.
Haken says before I can. After a beat, Reven nods.
We'll tell you everything,
Voss assures Haken. The Savannan says nothing, like he's not surprised or angry that he got left behind, which makes him a better person than I am. I'd have been angry and betrayed and probably left ages ago. Then Haken raises his gaze to where I stand farther back, half hidden by Reven.
Who do we have here?
Only he's not looking at me. He's looking behind me, beyond Horus to the edge of the clearing. I look over my shoulder to find Pella there, glowering back at him. The look on her face was worth the risk of coming here alone. On our way back to the village, Voss gives him an extremely fast, overly simplified overview of who I am and what he's missed, with a promise to elaborate later. Hawkins says nothing. A man of few words, I guess. Reven stops us when we reach the edge of the village.
No one should go anywhere alone.
Hawkins frowns.
Why? It's likely we have a traitor in the Zeraphate. Or the Vanished,
Kane interjects. There is no bloody way one of the people saved and protected for years would be a traitor. Besides, Voss already cleared them. Kane crosses his arms.
We're checking our people.
Reven pauses a beat, and I'm pretty sure he's trying not to roll his eyes.
As are we,
he finally says.
Either way, Eidolon's men found us before for a reason. They were in the city of Yolendzag too, and we shouldn't assume that's coincidence. We have to assume they're getting information from the inside and will find us here too.
Great, Pella mutters. She's glaring at Kane, though. A traitor? That information would have been useful earlier.
Father knows.
The way Pella stiffens slightly, I'm guessing she doesn't appreciate being left out of the loop. Reven cuts a hand through the air.
For that reason, no one goes anywhere alone. Agreed?
We all nod. Horus glances between me, Kane, and Pella.
Don't touch Hawkins' skin, unless he gives you permission.
I look at Hawken, who has somehow ended up standing beside Pella. The epic pout she has going on says she's anything but thrilled. Why not? I ask Hawken.
My power.
No bow, no acknowledgement of my station, despite having been introduced to me as the standing queen of Aryd. I like him already.
How long have you been here?
Reven asks him.
Long enough.
Which means he saw the carnage. My heart drops, but Reven nods once.
Thank you for burying our dead.
The mood is somber as we all head back to the tree that houses the library. It's going to take all of us going through these books to find what I hope we find. Taking a deep breath, I pull my power forward again and rebuild that sandcastle of stairs winding up the red-barked tree trunk where the books await us. When I'm done, Bene flies down from wherever he's been perched. He may be the size of a wolf, but he still has wings, and the trees here are big enough to support his bulk. He nudges my hand with the top of his head, sand scratchy against my palms.
You truly are a descendant of my love.
I decide to take that as a compliment. Thank you. I eye the stairs. There's no way I'm letting anyone else risk getting sucked into quicksand if I haven't made them firm enough, or falling to their death if it crumbles under their weight. Before anyone can stop me, I climb up quickly, one hand on the rough bark, as if I'll be able to grab on if this thing collapses. This fear of heights is a weakness. That's what Alma would say if she were here, that queens can afford to be weak. But even queens are human. Not everything my great-aunt said to me was crap, but there was a lot that was. Irritation at my own thoughts is what gets me the last little bit to the top, and I push my way inside the library with a small sigh of relief that I can't see how high I am anymore. That doesn't last long. I stumble to a halt just inside the door to the room housing the books, and Kane plows into me from behind. I barely notice because I'm too busy trying not to dissolve into a puddle of frustration and hopelessness. No! The single word comes out as a harsh whisper. Chapter 33. Written History. Ruined. It's all ruined. My lungs tighten down like a saddle cinch is being drawn around them and pulled tighter with each attempted breath. I try to suck air in, but it doesn't make it to my chest. We needed answers, and we came all the way here, risked the time and chance of discovery because I said we needed to, insisted even. All for nothing. Nothing. I try to suck in again, but it's not helping. I can't breathe. I was counting on this. A brush of shadow is my only warning before I'm suddenly on the other side of the room. Reven's hands at my waist, intent gaze trained on my face. He lets go instantly, and by his expression, I think he's already regretting me touching me at all, almost like he couldn't help himself.
Breathe, Princess. It's going to be okay.
Princess. He called me Princess. I'd missed the way he used to do that. But the fact that he does now just adds to the not okay. Nothing is okay. The musty scent of books and parchment that I remember from when Reven brought me here, when he showed me how he was trying to find evidence to use against Eidolon, when he told me who he was, when he kissed me the very first time. That scent is barely here anymore, faint under a combination of smoke and mold. Smoke because of the fire set by the Tindran soldiers, mold because of the wave of water Cain sent into the trees that night to put out those fires, apparently hit the library directly. I hadn't thought about the water. Goddess. What if all the knowledge we needed has been washed away? It's not like we'll find it somewhere else. Books are rare and precious. So are the scrolls stacked in their own corner.
Voss can remove the ice, and we can salvage most of them,
Reven says. I shake my head again, but with less conviction. He's right, sort of. The ones that got the wettest are likely lost no matter what we do, but not all of the books have been destroyed. I swallow. We'll just have to pray that what we need is still intact. Standing here moaning doesn't help. Get a move on, Marin. I pick up the book nearest me that has a promising title, a tome as thick as my thigh, and drop down to sit on the floor cross-legged with it in my lap. Very carefully, because paper this old is delicate and could disintegrate in a puff of wind, I open it to the first page. Some of us, Pella says in her irritated as usual voice, can't read. For once, I see past the irritation in her face to the very real legitimate emotion underneath. Pella is embarrassed. Not that she needs to be. I'm sorry, I offer sincerely. Maybe the first time I've ever spoken those words to her, because I should have known better. I lived half my life on the streets of Enora. No one I knew there could read. Even many authorities can't. It's not like there is a lot of reading material to go around. I should have asked. She opens her mouth, pauses, then says, Yes, you should have. I ignore the verbal jab, instead glancing around to the others. For anyone who can't read, I figure we have two options. Someone who reads can show you the specific words you're looking for, and we trust you'll see them, or you can start going through the damaged books and trying to salvage what you can.
I can read the Savannan runes,
Hawkins says. He studies the texts littering the space, then gingerly picks up a ruined book closest to the door. He pushes past Voss to head outside, where I can see him spreading it open on the balcony floor and brushing off the pages carefully one at a time. Immediately, Cain and Saya join him, and I blink, because I didn't expect that Cain couldn't read either, and I should have. Wanderers take with them only what is worth packing and hauling through the desert. Books, which are heavy, and scrolls, which crush easily, are not on that list. All their knowledge and history and information is passed along orally. Some of the most beautiful poetry I've heard comes from wanderers. I know this, and yet I assumed, since he was the Zeref's son, when did I get so out of touch? So unlike them? Or maybe I never really was. Pella plops down beside me, and I lean away on instinct. The last time she was this close, she dropped a howling spider down the back of my shirt. Spiders land on the same list as heights, as far as I'm concerned, and she figured that out. She's good at figuring out a person's buttons and pushing them. Show me the words, she demands with a wave at the book I'm holding. Oh, I ease up a bit. Rather than make a thing of it, I ask Reven for something to write with. All he can find is a piece of coal, but that's okay. On the wooden floor of the library, I draw the symbols and explain to her what the difference is between those and others and what combination she's looking for. Which is when I hear it. A whisper. A murmuring of several indistinguishable voices that seems to move by me like I'm passing a group of gossiping courtiers in a palace hallway. I stiffen, glancing from face to face. Did anyone else hear that? No one seems to have noticed anything. Stop it, Marin. That weird occurrence at the tower must have gotten under my skin. But we're not there now. Tension is getting to me, that's all.
I will seek out a high perch and keep watch for intruders,
Benny tells me, his large head sticking through the doorway, which is too narrow for his broad shoulders to get through in his current size. Backing up, he stretches out his wings and flies away. See, I tell myself, you have a devourer keeping watch. Stop working yourself up. I pause as that thought sinks in. Then, on a huff of a laugh, rub a hand over my face, giving a mental shake of my head. Thinking of a devourer as protection would have been inconceivable even a few weeks ago. The world truly has unbalanced and keeps right on spinning. Shaking it off, I get started. A buzz of anticipation overrides everything else, including my nerves. We came for one reason and one only. We will find something that tells us what we need to know about Eidolon. We have to. Chapter 34. A New Understanding. The watery sun crawls across the sky and sets again on what is our third day in the Shadowwood. Or maybe fourth? I'm starting to lose track. With each darkening second, the forest looms in on me and over me. A weight of something hangs in the air. Except I seem to be the only one bothered. Not a single blink or furtive glance among the lot, and believe me, I've been watching for anyone else to show a sign that they feel odd. I'd even be relieved if Pella said something. Instead, they've all been going about their business as if nothing is strange. We've done nothing but search the tomes. We've barely broken for meals. Saya, Kane, and Hucken hunt and cook for us, and our break to eat or sleep is the only time we leave the library. Nothing bad has happened, beyond me being creeped out. So for now, I'm keeping it to myself. We don't have time for more worries. Words swim on the page before me. My eyes are aching, my sight turning bleary, especially since we can't have too many candles burning in here. Books are highly flammable. Dominions have lost entire libraries to a single spark. Meanwhile, paranoia has started sinking in. Did I miss something? Should I have someone else check the books I've gone through to make sure? Do we even have time for that? Even with 4 of us skimming to go faster, we've barely made a dent in the pile. Across the room, Reven sits with a book in his lap, but he's not reading. He's staring at nothing, head cocked, almost like he's listening. My heart picks up pace. Is he hearing something too? Or is he lost in thought? Then he rolls his shoulders and goes back to reading like nothing happened. Goddess grant me. I'm not even sure what to ask for. I should just tell him I'm hearing things, or rather, heard things. It was only the one time the first night. He's been doing a bang-up job making sure we're never alone together, though, and I don't want to worry anyone else. Reven flicks a sudden glance my way. I pretend I was looking up to stretch, tipping my head back and rolling it side to side. It really is stiff. I miss the tables in the library and the palace, much more comfortable than the floor. He drops his gaze back to keep reading. I lower my own to the book in my lap, fighting the twang of disappointment that strikes. It's always there, this sense it shouldn't be this way with us. Worse here because this is where we truly found each other, where we gave each other everything. The little bit of heaven we found here hurts too much to give up on. The wish that he'd suddenly wrap me up in his arms and tell me he can't go on this way, that he needs me too, just won't go away. Saya sticks her head in the door and waves.
Is dinner ready?
Voss asks, not bothering to hide his relief as he snaps the book he was reading closed and stands up in a hurry. Not that I blame him. The pace we're pushing ourselves at is brutal, even if it is only sitting and reading. She waves again, this time indicating we should all come with her. But I lower my head, determined to finish. I'm close to the end. When no one moves, I sigh. Go ahead, seriously. I'll be right behind you. The others seem to take this at face value and file out behind Saya. I feel more than see Reven climb to his feet.
You've hardly eaten, Marin.
I'm fine. I'm not the only one who hasn't been eating well, I point out, and I can't help the stubborn jut of my chin. Reven sighs.
You're right. We should all be keeping up our strength in case something happens.
Something like Eidolon tracking us down, no doubt. And he's right, too. Just a few more pages. Reven crouches in front of me, not touching, but he dips his head to catch my eye.
They'll still be there after dinner.
I know, but if I lose my place now, it'll slow me down when I start again later. Okay?
You realize we might not find anything,
He says.
It's even likely.
I wrinkle my nose at him. The goblet is always half empty with you. He huffs to cover what sounded like a chuckle.
Like you're not exactly the same.
True. I've already been thinking the same thing since the first word I read. I have no idea what you're speaking of. I am a blessing of positive thoughts and... I can't think of anything funny to add. My brain is too fuzzy with all the reading.
Wishful thinking,
He supplies in a dry voice. Exactly. He shakes his head.
Right. Well, don't take too long.
I stare after him as he leaves. Small moments like that one, when it's like we both forget the distance for a second and are just us. I'm starting to live for those little moments. With a shake of my head, mostly at myself, but a lot at Reven too, I drop my focus back to the book I'm scanning. I'll hurry up and finish this and get down there. Always the martyr. I glance back up to find Pella standing in the doorway, scowl tucked in place. Reven sent me back for you. My eyebrows fly up. Has the man not figured out that Pella and I aren't exactly soul sisters? What's he trying for? Cruel and unusual punishment? I get why he wouldn't send Cain, but Horus or Tsaya or Voss, hells, even Håkon would be a better choice than the girl leaning in the doorway glaring at me right now. Knowing I'll be opening a can of rotten worms with my words, I sigh. Why do you hate me so much? I don't. She cuts herself off, head going back as though reconsidering. Cain, she says finally. I frown my confusion. What about him? I'm not good enough for him or something? No. She picks up a smaller book, leafing through it, then sets it back down before moving deeper into the room. My brother is the only person who ever cared about me. I'm pretty sure her personality plays a role in that. What does that have to do with me? She pins me with a look of stark resentment that has me leaning back. He cares about you more. She chucks the words at me, bald and angry and... Ah, hells, I get it now. I can't believe I'm about to say what I am. I clear my throat because the words are sticking. His caring for me doesn't take anything away from how much he loves you. Even I know he adores you, Pella. You're his baby sister. Or he wouldn't put up with her bullshit. For once, I stop myself from tacking on that last bit. Yeah, well, she shrugs. Tell that to 5-year-old me. Cain was my hero. Then I showed up one day and took that from her. Is that how she sees it? Knowing how important Cain was to me at almost the same age, when he found me knocking on death's door in the desert the first time I ran away from Oma. I have an idea of what that did to her. Maybe more than anyone else would. Well, damn. Her brows wing upward. I huff a bit. I'd rather not have to think of you as anything more than the girl who tormented me 100 different ways when all I wanted was to fit in somewhere. Her hands go to her hips. You're a princess. You have a place. Wrong. And everyone in this small circle, including Håkon, who has been filled in, knows my secrets and lies. I'm a hidden pretend princess who is good for 2 things and 2 things only. I hold up a hand, ticking them off on my fingers. As a decoy to die for my sister, or as her double to take her place if I screw up and she's the one killed. Quite a fate to hang over a child's head. I was told my purpose from the second I was old enough to speak. My family's preference was obviously the first scenario. Everyone in the palace knew me as Tebra. A handful of people in Anora knew me as Marin, but they didn't know much more than that I was poor and lived with Oma. I wasn't really allowed to interact with anyone, Schooling with other kids was a no. Friends were definitely a no. Until Cain. She stands there, listening, just listening. No sneer, no scoff. You're not the only one who was an afterthought. I stare. She lifts one shoulder in a barely there shrug that isn't casual. For such a small gesture, it carries weight. I've spent my entire life trying to be the best at everything. Because maybe then, Pella shrugs, I can fill in the rest. Maybe then her father would value her too. He really is focused on Cain, the firstborn who will take over the Zeraphate someday. Maybe then she'd be more than just Cain's little sister. Maybe then she could relax and not have to always be what others wanted. Maybe then, I agree. We both nod. I'm pretty sure I would have still hated you, though. Only her tone is ironic now, rather than Pella's usual brand of poison. Likewise. Apparently done with the conversation, she leaves. I'm about to get up and follow when the book I'm holding jerks in my grip, and an invisible force slaps at my hands. I jump up, scrambling back, narrowly missing knocking over a candle only to watch as the book flips its own pages. Or, no. The shadows are flipping the pages, darkness touching it in waves like visible wind. Every muscle in my body goes taut. This is new? Is this Reven? Or Eidolon's ghost, or something else? I'm half a second from sprinting out the door when the pages stop turning and a word on the page it lands on catches my eye. One of the words I've been searching for. Eidolon. Chapter 35. One Piece. I inch toward the book, trying and failing to keep my breathing even and calm. I need to see what the shadows showed me. The last thing I need is to scare them off. My amulet flashes hot, and I just about trip over my own feet. Sand snakes! I gasp. Don't do that! I'm not sure if I'm more annoyed at the goddess trapped around my neck. Now she decides to wake up? The shadows that only now decide to be helpful, or myself for being so goddess-damned jumpy. But after everything that's happened, and now days of bleary-eyed reading, it's probably all of the above. A scratching flap of wings is my only warning before Benny lands on the balcony outside the doorway, then sticks his big head through the door. I'm staring at a lion's head with a man's face, his boar's teeth sharp as daggers. I feel her. Yeah, me too. But all I can think is how happy I am not to be alone. His presence settles me. I'd hug him if he wasn't a giant sandy devourer. He reaches out a paw, close enough to get to me, and with a single unsheathed claw, which isn't creepy at all, plucks at the chain around my neck. Before he can work it out from under my clothing, the amulet goes cold again and he stops. She has gone from me again. I don't even know where to start. She woke up when... But now she isn't. I think... Calm yourself, young Imperium. I take a breath. I think the shadows showed me a page. The shadows? Are you sure? No, but darkness was definitely involved. Did they attempt to hurt you? How is he so calm? He just thought he felt his heartmate after ages without her. Did they? His voice goes harder. No. Then I would pay attention to whatever they showed you. You're safe enough with me. Right. Devourer, that makes me feel better. With Bene there watching, I start to read as fast as I can, partly to find out what they want me to see, but also to get out of here and back to the others as fast as I can. In my rush, I have to keep going back in case I missed something important. With every new symbol on the page, my eyes grow wider. I need to show this to Reven. Using a spare bit of parchment to mark my spot, I close the book and tuck it against my chest. Bene following, I run out of the room and down the stairs. We find the others all gathered in what's left of the rectangular ground-level meeting room where I first met most of Reven's leaders. My friends, now. The thatched roof is ash, and an entire wall was knocked down, but the fireplace works, and the large wooden table, big enough to seat all of us, is still usable. They've already started eating. Bene leaps over the downed wall and skids into the room ahead of me, and I'm thinking that a large devourer suddenly bursting into the room, especially when we're all on edge, isn't a good idea. But it's too late to stop him. I reach the door in time to see everyone except Pella and Huckin are up, ready to fight.
"Blast it, Bene,"
Kane mutters as they all relax and put their weapons away.
"Don't do that."
At Pella's chortle, Kane shoots her a glare.
"It's not funny. Why weren't you on your feet too? That," he points at Bene, "is a threat."
She shrugs. I could see him coming. And didn't warn her brother. Priceless. If I wasn't so eager to share what I have, and if it wasn't Pella, I'd laugh. Behind her, from where he stands to eat, rather than being seated, Huckin's lips twitch. Everyone resumes their seats with a grumble, returning to their food, and Bene moves out of my way.
"Get some food,"
Horace urges, picking up a wooden bowl to hold out to me. Saya is the only one who pauses, bite halfway to her mouth to stare at me. She taps her hand over her heart, and I know she's asking if I'm all right. I put the book down on the table between Reven and Horace and flip it open. I found something. I try not to hop from foot to foot as Reven reads it. After what feels like forever, he raises his gaze to me, and I see the same riot of reaction I'm tamping down.
"It's true,"
he says, those two words heavy.
"True?"
Kane asks.
"What's true?" "It doesn't say why your ancestresses trapped them, though."
Reven murmurs for me alone. How did he know that's what has me strung as taut as a bowstring? I can't help but wonder why the previous queens of Aryd did it. What humans, even 2 Imperium, would dare go up against not just one goddess, but all 6? What could have been so terrible that they'd take that risk in the first place? I don't stop myself for once, leaning over to put my forehead to his. I immediately realize what I've done, and I would pull away, except for a stomach-dropping second, he leans into me and softens. Then, just as fast, he stiffens and pulls back. I should have known better, but my ridiculous heart can't help itself. The others pass the book around, tension thick in their voices as they murmur and point things out.
"Listen to this,"
Voss says to the room in general.
"The 6 pieces of glass holding each of the 6 goddesses were given to the rulers of the dominions, each rightful goddess to her rightful sovereign."
I jump as Reven suddenly shoves to his feet.
7 hells.
He looks straight at me.
We were right. This is why Eidolon has been stealing the soul Inferni from your line.
Chapter 36. Leads to more problems. I wait for him to elaborate, but he just watches me expectantly. Okay. Well, before our fight with Eidolon, what seems like eons ago, we had already discussed that the king is waiting for a certain soul-related ability to manifest, which is why he allows the twin to take the throne after he kills the sister, rather than kill them both and end the rule of my line. Powers are inherited, passed generation to generation by blood, each a little different than the last, but still the same general type. If Eidolon needs a specific power, realization dawns with a horrific sort of calm, and I meet his eyes, seeing it reflected there. This has to be what the ghostly Eidolon didn't tell me. This is Tabra's power.
If your soul Inferni ancestor was powerful enough to trap the goddess's souls, Eidolon must believe that one of her bloodline, one who manifests that same specific type of soul ability, will be able to release the goddesses.
He's right. Goddess above, he's right. None of the queens he killed must have had the right version of soul manipulation. Is that why Eidolon killed them? I squeeze my eyes shut. The answer is as clear as a cloudless, windless day in the salt flats. I open my eyes on a breath. So we were right. That's why he never killed the remaining twin. Letting us breed is his best hope for the right version of a soul Inferni to show up eventually.
Fuck,
Reven mutters, running a hand through his hair, leaving it standing in ragged spikes. Everyone else remains silent as tension fills the room. I should also tell them how I found the page in the book, or more specifically, what showed me. I know I should, but they're already dealing with so much. Does it really make a difference? How I found it doesn't change the words on the page. I glance at Reven. Maybe I'll tell just him later. Voss continues to turn the pages slowly, then holds up a hand.
Found something.
I lean over his shoulder to see what he's looking at, my confusion growing with every symbol on the page. What does it say? Pella asks me. I don't really understand it. Something about punishment? I glance at him. Does it make any sense to you? He's still focused on the words, so it takes a second for him to answer.
It's about the Devourers, I think.
Bene makes a hissing sound as the sand of his body ruffles like wind rippling across the water of a pond. And the protections the goddesses put in place before they were trapped, I note, pointing at the words on the page.
Yes, but it's specifically to do with wilderness and tundra. Something about...
Voss shakes his head.
The goddess's magic being out of control, and wilderness creating a hole under the ocean's waters.
Reven peers closer, then spears Voss with a troubled look.
Do you think this is why Tundra is sinking?
Voss goes still, his lavender eyes flashing.
It's dropping into the void left by wilderness. The book doesn't say for sure.
Reven says, but now I'm starting to wonder. Is this why Aryd is getting hotter and hotter? Because of the walls? Why wilderness keeps raising into the skies? Why Tindra's winter is taking over other dominions? Because our trapped goddesses aren't there to control the magic? Guesses, speculation, but it's yet another reason for Eidolon to want to release them. Maybe for us, too. Vindication flares inside me. I damn well knew I was right to bring us here. Pella drops into a chair. Great, something else for us to worry about, and we don't even know what it means. Ignorance would be worse, though. We should focus on what we know for sure, which sets us all to thinking about the amulets. Saya gestures, and I don't need Voss to translate her question. We're sure it's Aryd. She woke up for a second in the library, I tell them. Bene felt her. Horace rises slowly and leans his fist on the table as he stares at my necklace.
Here's the problem. If this is Aryd, Marin's ancestress trapped the goddesses in those amulets for a reason.
Voss claps a hand on Horace's shoulder, expression solemn.
You have a point. Releasing any of the goddesses, Aryd included, is a bad idea until we know why they were imprisoned in the first place, even if we think they could fix Tindra's sinking.
That's assuming my sister has the right power to release them at all, and we still don't know how the celestial alignment plays into this. Best guess is it bolsters my ancestress's magic. I pick my necklace up, studying the white glass. Reven shifts beside me.
I think we have a more immediate problem.
Kane grips the chair he's standing in front of until his knuckles turn white.
We can't let Eidolon find the other amulets before we do. If I may?
I glance up to find Horace regarding me with a quiet thoughtfulness.
Why do we think we are going to find the other amulets? If the king is searching for them but hasn't found them all, how can we?
I wish the book had told us exactly where they were. Sadly, my fate is proven to be not the easy road, but the rocky one. We have to at least try. Based on this, I point to the line on the page. I think it's easiest to start with the kings and queens of the other dominions. This says each of the ancient sovereigns took their own goddesses' amulets with them. Maybe, like mine, they've passed them down through the generations, either without knowing what they had or keeping them secret from their people.
Great,
Kane mutters, pushing away from the chair hard enough that it clatters against the table. What's the plan? Pella shoots at me. Knock on the front door and ask politely if they have an amulet that looks like yours and happens to contain their dominion's lost goddess. Something like that, actually. I'm open to other ideas. Do you have any? She snaps her mouth shut. I look around at the others. No one speaks. We do have one thing on our side, I point out. They will welcome a woman they think is the Queen of Aryd coming to visit. Looking like the queen has to be good for something. More grim silence. This is going so well. Which means it has to be me. I know I'm stating the obvious, but just in case. None of you would be deemed worthy. Guards would stop you and turn you right around. Sneaking in and out will take too long because we don't know where or how the amulets might be hidden. I look from one face to the next. I need to be sure they understand. We don't want to be making enemies of other dominions right now. We need to go directly to who might know, and not behind their backs. Kane's hands go to his hips, his mouth a grim slash.
It's too dangerous. Eidolon might catch on and catch you again. Or the other rulers might have their own agendas, or already be his allies.
It's the only path I see. I touch the ring on my finger. Tabra's sick. It has to be me.
Hells,
Voss mutters. He gives a small cough, and Saya frowns at the sound, which he pretends not to see.
I can hear the funeral bells ringing now.
Chapter 37. Into the Night. I blink slowly awake in the dead of night, with no idea what woke me beyond the fact that I'm currently a human lump of ice under the animal pelt someone scrounged up for us to sleep with. We're all crowded into one of the rooms up in the trees not burned down. As usual, I'm in a ball on my side, facing the door. In the past, my back would be to a wall or to Kane. Here, Saya is close by. There's a draft, I murmur drowsily. No answer. I roll over, not that I can see in the dark. Reven? I whisper, trying not to wake the others. No answer. Scooting across the wood floor, I feel around. He should be there. He isn't. I could assume he's relieving himself or checking the village and will be right back. I should. He's done that on other nights since we've been here. Bene goes with him. I know I should just go back to sleep. I even roll over and close my eyes, trying to do just that. Except he has grown quieter and quieter these last few days. Quiet for him is nothing new, but this is something else. Even Voss has been watching him carefully. Surreptitiously, but carefully. I flip back over and feel again. The pallet he made up isn't even the slightest bit warm. He's been gone for a while then. But if something was wrong, I'd feel it, wouldn't I? The shadows inside me would warn me, would feel different. Except he's been cutting me off. Unless that's what woke me. I frown. Nothing feels off right now. Even so, the dawning sensation of anxiety right in the center of my chest won't let up. The knots twist tighter with each passing second that he doesn't return. I manage to make it 10 minutes. At least that's what it feels like before I get up. I'm already dressed in my warmest clothes. Trying not to wake Voss, who is grumpy as a coiled cobra when his sleep is interrupted, I give Saya a shake and quietly tell her what I'm doing. Then I put on my leather boots and a cloak and leave the room, tiptoeing carefully down the winding staircase, half of which is sand that scuffs and crunches as I walk.
Where are you going?
Bene's voice in my head has me searching the trees. I find him perched on a high, thick branch that bends under his weight, watching over us. He's always watching over us. Devourers don't sleep or feel cold, which makes sense if I think about it. Sand probably doesn't have sensations like that. Where's Reven? I should be with him. No one is supposed to be out alone.
Are you avoiding my question?
No, that's what I'm doing out here. I'm looking for Reven.
He went to the clearing in the stream. I shall escort you there.
I'm not going to argue with him, but I don't wait either. He lands beside me as I get to the ground, then prowls along at my side, head swinging left and right, scanning the woods as I make my way through the deserted village. I scan the area too. No voices. No voices. No creepy voices. It hits me that I'm silently pleading with the goddesses, only they can't hear me because they aren't in the Elusian heavens where they should be. Still, please, no voices. I aim that thought at Aryd's amulet. Let me just make sure Reven is okay and then go back to bed without anything happening. Is that too much to ask? There are several paths leading to nearby clearings and glens here. An odd sort of déjà vu hits me as I move through the forest, and I huff an unamused laugh, because this feels like the first night Reven brought me to the Shadowwood. I couldn't sleep that time either and went wandering. Tonight is different. The Shadowwood is frosted over now. No glowing lanterns hang from posts around the village. Only a few souls slumber in their beds rather than 300. After seeing this place so alive and warm, the coldness to it now is hard to stomach. All 3 moons have hidden their faces, so I don't even have their silvery light to guide my way. But I know where I'm going. I barely make it out of the village before a rustle disturbs the nearby underbrush. Bene prowls forward, head lowered, staring at the spot. Despite the large predator standing there, a hare the color of snow emerges. She sniffs the air, nose twitching, then tries to hop around him. As soon as she sees me, she stops. Then, in what might be the most adorable thing I've ever seen, gives me a bunny bow. Bene snorts a sound that might be telling her to get lost, or might be surprised, I'm not sure which.
Do animals approach you like that often?
I think of the sand foxes. But also, before I got trapped in the palace, there were Kieran and the Deathworm, and even the old she-wolf that lives in these woods. Only in the last few months. He grunts another non-answer, and we move along. Thankfully, I reach the clearing without a problem, and the knots in my stomach untie a bit. This open space with a babbling brook that cuts through the center is a break in the trees, letting starlight in. At the far end stands the sacred tree of Tindra, weeping sweet nectar. While not as tall as the massive red-wooded trees that make up the Shadowwood, it's still glorious, with elegant limbs that reach out from its center and broad, flat leaves that are a brilliant shade of red in the sunlight. Also, like last time, Reven is seated in what appears to be a swirling, contorting throne made of shadow, back regally straight, only without the circle of blue glowing Jedi stones around him. After hearing what those gems really are, is he not using them anymore? He must be here to absorb more shadow, reinforce his power. Does he do this every night? Maybe this is why our time here is the longest we've gone without him losing control since he got me out of the palace. If I didn't know better, I'd relax. A few steps closer and I realize he's holding something in one hand. I stumble to a halt as it glints at me in the starlight. Confusion hits me first, fluttering and swirling, followed by the sting of resentfulness. Because I know what it is. My glass flower. Why is he holding the gift I gave him? He cut me off, broke us up before we could become us. A painful sort of hope that he's regretting that more than he's letting me see threatens to knock me over. Asking him would feel like begging for him to want me, to hurt as much as I am. My pride won't let me do that, which also makes standing here in this place way harder than I expected it to be. Too many memories.
You shouldn't have come.
That familiar silky voice slides through the darkness of night. His eyes are open now, gaze trained on me. You can go back, I tell Bene, who is standing at my side. I'll be okay. The devourer gives Reven a narrow-eyed stare, then with a snort lumbers back toward the village. I catch Reven's flat-lipped annoyance. He's annoyed? Too bad. Coming around the bend, I stop at the edge of the clearing and cross my arms in a useless gesture to either contain my feelings or protect myself from more of the same. You're breaking the rules being here alone.
Bene knows where I was.
That doesn't help if something happens.
I'm fine.
I roll my eyes. Toddlers use that kind of logic. I pitch my tone higher like a small child is speaking. Nothing's happened before, so it won't this time. His nostrils flare.
Are you calling me childish?
If the mental age fits the action, I cut myself off. I'm picking a fight, and I know it. My frustration is not about him being out here alone, or not directly. My problem is that I'd rather be with him. That's what's bugging me. Not that he broke the rules, but that he's completely alone. I hate that he's alone. that he's fighting whatever it is he's fighting, and I can't help him. He won't let me.
You have so many expressions,
He grumbles. I do? He nods.
I don't know how you hid who you were from an entire dominion for so long.
I huff a laugh, then brush my fingertips over the scar in my side. I think maybe you're cheating a little bit. Even through layers of clothes, I feel the shadows ripple against my touch, like they're pressing into my fingertips. Reven's features go taut, the turquoise of his eyes turning brighter. I want to chase that look, but don't. I shake my head. Don't look at me like that unless you can mean it. I'm helpless when he looks at me like that. For a second, I think he's finally going to give in, because he's up and out of his throne, which disappears, and is across to where I'm standing in a few long strides. Except he stops in front of me, body stiff, face a mask of control. He uses distance like a second wall, putting more of it between us, and the gut punch of my disappointment is impossible to ignore.
I'm trying to figure out why these woods feel different,
he says. The admission comes so out of nowhere it takes me a second to catch up. I'm not sure if the bubble of emotion that expands in my chest is relief or growing worry. This place feels different for him too? Wait. Different how?
I don't know. Darker? Like something is growing.
My eyes grow wide. Is this the same as what I've been feeling?
I hear voices,
he says. I suck in a sharp breath. There's no way that's coincidence. The King's shadows?
No, they don't sound like me.
Like when you heard me, or the vanished calling you at night? I ask slowly.
Maybe. Except they're not crying out for help, I don't think. They sound angry.
What are they angry about?
I don't know. I can hear them like a buzz, like cicadas, but I can't make out the words.
I swallow hard. I've heard them too. He grabs me by the arm.
What?
I heard voices, I admit. Like a crowd around me talking, but I can't make out what they're saying. It's only happened once. I wince. Oh, and the shadows turn the pages to show me that spot in the book. His eyes go wide, and for a second I think he might shake me.
Why didn't you say anything?
I pull out of his grasp. Why didn't you? That is the muscle in his jaw ticking. Only when he opens his mouth, he's back to cold and logical.
I wasn't sure at first. It was only here and there.
Me too?
But tonight, it's nonstop and louder.
It's getting worse? That's different then. I stopped hearing them days ago. He nods.
I came out here to try to talk to them.
Of course he did. I fling up my hands. Damn it, Reven! What if something happened while you were out here? This is the moment when he'd call me on my swearing. Before. I miss it now, when instead his jaw works as he stares at me.
I'd rather it happens away from you. If anyone is going to take the hit, it's me.
I fold in on myself, wrapping my arms around my waist. He's protecting me again, making decisions without me again. I should be annoyed. I want to be furious that he's risking himself and ignoring all my wants at the same time. Except part of me hopes that it means he cares too much. But mostly I'm exhausted, empty, and scared. I drop my head so I don't have to look at him when I say this. It comes out quiet because I don't have it in me for more. I know what you're doing. All of it is to keep me safe. And I know you're hurting yourself doing it. I can see that much. I let out a soft breath. But I really hate the ways you try to protect me, Reven. Without giving him a chance to respond, I spin on my heel and call for Bene as I walk away. Reven doesn't stop me. Chapter 38. Falling Apart. That buzzing of voices is what wakes me up the next morning. A jackknife on my palate, looking around for whatever is making the noise, but nothing is there except Voss and Saya. I drop my head into my hands. 7 hells. Did I dream it because Reven and I talked about it last night? Or was that real?
That was abrupt.
Voss is standing near the door to the room.
Bad dream?
Something like that, I mutter. Where are the others? Voss and Saya exchange a look, and she signs something about how they already packed and went down to eat breakfast. I get busy packing my own things. Reven is downstairs with the others at the table, eating when we get there. He doesn't look at me. At least I don't think so, because I don't look at him. My parting shot is still hanging over me like my own personal thundercloud. Should I take it back? Apologize? No, I meant it. In short order, we're all fed. Yesterday, we took some time to check all the homes and shops still standing for any gear that might be handy, or anything we want to take back to the other vanished, rather than leave it all here. I even found Vita's shears. All of that stuff is already packed into heavy bags each of us gets to heft. We load up with that, as well as our own packs we came here with, and our weapons. Never leave home without those. I groan as Saya helps me strap in. This is going to be a long walk out of the forest. After a quick last check around, we make our way out of our village. Reven pauses just where the trees will block the last view and looks over his shoulder. I don't need to feel him through our scars to know that he's saying goodbye to the sanctuary he had tried to create here. I ache watching him. The day we fought Eidolon, Reven plunged a knife into the king's heart. It did nothing. Reven said to me in that moment that Eidolon had no heart to wound, because Reven had it. I think he might have been right. As the last good piece of the king's soul, he's the last piece of heart that was holding on. Maybe that's why he feels everything so deeply, even when he hides the way he does. I want to hug him, tell him that he will return one day. This is the home he built, the safety, the community. Damn Eidolon. Even if he has reasons, like Tindra sinking, damn him straight to the 7th hell. A breeze stirs against my cheek, which should be normal, except the pine needles on the trees and leaves on the bushes don't stir. One glance at Reven, though, his back still to me, and I know he felt it too. Bene prowls up next to me, close enough that I could lean on him.
Something has changed in these woods.
My blood goes cold. If a devourer feels it, then we really have a problem. We should get going. I start walking quickly, hoping everyone will pick up the pace. We go the same way we came to get here, through the massive trees to the southeast. At the border, where the woods end, we all stop and stare. Winds we barely heard in the trees are whipping across the land, blowing snow everywhere. Visibility is down to nothing. Even so, relief is like that first sip of water when you get to a well or spring. Thank the goddesses that we made it out without incident. Not just the voices, but no soldiers, spies, or Eidolon. Plus, we have more to go on now, which is something. Maybe the fates are swinging things our way finally. At least we don't have to be out in the weather long. Reven will shadow us to the temple. That place comes with its own issues, but Reven and I won't be the only ones to hear it or feel it. Though, maybe he should shadow us up to the portal just to be safe?
Marin?
That's the first time Reven's talked to me since last night. Why does his voice sound strange? Reedy? Maybe because of the rush of the winds? I turn back and every drop of blood rushes out of my head, leaving me woozy. He's standing at the edge of the woods, just inside the trees, very still, gaze pinned to mine, a warning in his eyes, and a shadow is curled around him. Like before, when Bene attacked, the rope of darkness is thick and oily, but it isn't coming from Reven. I think, Mother Goddess, it's coming from the woods. There's menace in the way it's snarling around his limbs, reminding me of the hollow's tentacles. Reven? I take a tentative step forward.
Don't.
The word cuts off as another tendril of darkness curls around his throat and squeezes. This isn't him. He's not doing this. I can see that much in the anger tightening his features, feel it in the spiky panic that even bleeds through the break he's made in our connection. Tell me what to do, I beg. He visibly swallows.
Run.
The shadows haul him into the woods so hard his arms and legs fly out in front of him as he shoots backward through the air, crashing through limbs of trees with the thunder of noise that dies away in seconds. Just like that, he's gone. Chapter 39. Risen Against. Reven! The scream punches from me and I take off after him. I only get a few yards before Kane wraps an arm around my waist and yanks me off my feet.
Damned if I'm going to let you do that.
I turn on him like a wild thing, kicking and clawing and scratching my way out of his grasp. We have to help him. I know I'm screaming the words, but I don't care. Kane also doesn't let go, but he does spin us so he can shove me at Voss.
Take her.
Before I can say another word, Kane sprints into the forest in the direction Reven was taken. Kane! Pella surges after him, but Horace snags her by the arm, even as Håkon gets in front of her, arms held wide, a wall of imposing man between her and her brother and whatever took Reven. I go limp in Voss's hold. Breathing hard, I twist in his arms to stare at the woods that consumed the man who was the brightest part of my past, and the man who was my everything, even if he doesn't want to be. Gotta save him. Reven is my everything, and I never told him that. Instead, I told him I hated the way he protected me. Please, I whisper, more to myself, or maybe to the goddess around my neck. The goddess. I gasp. Bene! He can do some damage, even in his current size. Plus, he can fly and get to them faster. The devourer takes off after Reven, only to have another oily tentacle of shadow whip out at him from within the trees. He circles back to land beside me.
In this size, I cannot fight whatever that is.
We all stand at the edge of the woods, winds whipping at our backs and snatching at our clothes as we watch, straining for any sign. I'm too numb for the weather to even penetrate. What is going on in there? I close my eyes and focus on the shadows inside me. Once, when Reven lost control to Eidolon's shadows and was buried deep inside himself, I pulled him out through our connection. It anchors us to each other. For the first time since I left the palace, I try to actively use that to feel him, to find him. I press my hand to the scar in my side and slow my breathing, focusing the way I have when I use my power over sand. The shadows inside me press against my hand, like a snake twisting on itself. It gets worse when my own fear spikes, so I force myself to shove that aside. He's fighting, I think, which is when I hear it. Voices. Not close by, but coming from the trees. Like before, but more. Way more. Hundreds of voices, furious voices. Almost familiar, but I'm too terrified to wrap my head around why. A spike of Reven's terror penetrates the nothing he's put between us, flaying me, and burning fury erupts throughout my body. Let him go! The words come out through clenched teeth, guttural, commanding, and pissed. I don't know who or what I'm talking to. Reven, Eidolon's shadows, the woods, the darkness itself. I open my eyes, glaring at the trees. Let him go! My scar flexes against my hand oddly, still twisting but different. Then it suddenly eases. In the same instant, Pella straightens. Something changed. I squint at the forest, searching. What changed? She's an empath, so that means emotions. But how? I open my mouth to ask.
I'm here.
Reven's voice has us all whipping around to find him standing behind us. A swirl of shadow circling him quickly disappears, though it's difficult to tell if the winds and snow blew it away. He's bent over, hands on his knees, and shaking so hard the ice under his boots is crunching with it. Kane is at his feet, already covered in icy flakes. 3 blood-stained gouges rend through his clothes to the flesh of his chest. The hells? Did a wild animal get to him? Merciful goddess! I try to run for them both, only Voss still has me wrapped up and doesn't let me take so much as a step. I push against his hold. They need help.
Not until we know.
Reven raises his head at that, shoulders still heaving.
It's me.
Voss doesn't let go. Flat-lipped, Reven makes the signal with his hand, one he told the others about. Voss doesn't say a word, but his grip on me falls away, and I'm across the icy space between us and on my knees beside Cain even faster than Pella moves. Lifting his head onto my lap, I curl over him, trying to shield him from the weather. She pulls back his rent clothing to check the wounds, a hiss escaping her lips. I raise my head and meet Reven's gaze, my head full of 1,000 questions. But I can see for myself that beyond a few shallow-looking scratches on his arms, he's unharmed beyond being visibly exhausted.
He hit his head on a tree, and it knocked him out.
Reven says with a nod at Cain.
The wounds aren't deep. If we keep out infection, he'll live.
I drop my gaze again, smoothing Cain's hair from his forehead. What did you go and do? Pella starts ripping up a cloth that Zaya pulled out of one of our packs to bind Cain's wounds.
What happened?
Horus demands from somewhere above me. I lift my head again to catch the pained grimace that flits across Reven's features.
The soldiers I disappeared the night we fought in the Shadowwood. Their souls are trapped in there, in the shadows. I think my presence has been waking them up.
Wait. I want to get up, but Cain's head is still in my lap, so all I can do is straighten. The voices you couldn't quite make out, the ones that were getting louder, those were the soldiers. They attacked you as Shadow.
You've been hearing goddess-damned voices, Voss barks. Not Vanished, and not Eidolon, but other voices.
He gets louder with every word. He's right to be furious, but not just at Reven. I heard them too, Voss, I say quietly. He rounds on me with a growl of frustration.
You two were meant for each other,
he snaps.
With all your secrets.
I'd feel bad, except I'm still trying to process what Reven said. The souls of the soldiers and the barbarians who attacked us are trapped. Reven disappeared them all that night. In a blink, they were gone, but we didn't know where. We assumed just dead. But they're here? Attached to this place? Horus positions himself closer to me, still between me and Reven.
What do you mean you woke them up?
Reven looks off toward the trees, which are silent and still, other than the wind blowing against them.
Best guess. My power put them there, so it woke them up too. The woods were quiet at first, but got louder the longer we stayed. It felt a lot like the
temple. Pella murmurs beside me. Pella, who is empathic. Did you feel it too? She slides me a resentful glance, pausing and binding Cain's wounds. It felt heavier the longer we were there. I didn't connect it to the temple until now.
But if Marion can hear them, what does that mean?
Voss demands. Reven's gaze skitters across me, like he wants to look at me but won't let himself.
I'm not sure.
But I have to guess. I carry his shadows inside me. Whatever the reason, when Cain showed up, the darkness attacked him too. Voss faces the woods in a stance that looks like he's waiting for shadows to crawl out and come for us.
What made them stop? I don't know. Marin?
Cain croaks. On a gasp, I look down to find Cain's eyes fluttering like he can't make them open. My hero, I whisper with a smile. I used to call him that when we were little.
Marin?
He calls out again, more urgent this time, eyes still not open. I frown. I'm here. His head thrashes to one side.
Marin, don't!
I look at Pella. What's happening? She shakes her head. I think he's caught in a nightmare.
He'll kill you,
he shouts.
The darkness is coming for us all.
I put my hands on both sides of his face. Cain, I'm here. Listen to my voice. It's...
Watch it.
Voss snarls the words and assumes a fighting stance. So do Horus and Hakan. I look up to see Reven gone so rigid I think he might snap at the first gust of wind. My blood goes as cold as the Tindrin wind billowing around us. Reven?
Stay away from him,
Kane shouts, an arm flinging out in his unconscious fear and accidentally smacking me across the face, hard enough that my head whips to one side and I have to catch myself with a hand on the ground. I gasp and look back up at Reven in time to see 3 faces cross his features in rapid succession, all furious and snarling. His gaze narrows on me and he takes a halting step closer. Except it's like he's being held back, forcing himself forward against an unseeable thing. Is Reven fighting the shadows? That's what it looks like. Shackles. He manages another agonizing step forward, and Horus jumps in his way.
I can't let you near her.
In a wisp of misty shadow, Reven disappears only to reappear behind Horus in a crouch, 1 foot out as he sweeps Horus's legs out from under him in a spinning maneuver. Horus hasn't even hit the ground when Reven disappears in another wisp of lingering shadow, just before a blast of lightning torches the spot where he'd been. On a gasp, we all look around. Horus rushing back to his feet. Our heads may as well be on swivels as we search for Reven. But he's gone. Bene gives a low warning growl, the sand at the back of his neck raising like hackles on a wolf. Where is he? I whisper. Voss steps closer, a hand on my shoulder.
I won't let him.
Reven appears in front of us and lands a punch to Voss's face, hard enough that I hear the crack of bone. Then he's gone, only fading shadow where he stood.
Stop him,
Voss shouts. A cloud of shadow suddenly seems to bubble up from the very ground. Moving impossibly fast, it surrounds us in a circle of undulating blackness, so thick the winds that have been snatching at us all this time stop completely. Bene takes off, only for a whip of shadow to lash out, catching him by a hind leg. He dangles in the air like a fish on a hook. What comes next happens so fast I can hardly track the action. Hawken blasts another bolt at the shadow, but the bolt sizzles around the circle of it, lighting it up in flashes from the inside like lightning in a rolling thunderstorm. As the last flash of light dies, another whip of shadow shoots out and drags both Hawken and Horus into the cloud of darkness, before spitting them back out in an unconscious heap. Voss blasts ice into the heart of the shadow, only for the ice to go straight up before it touches the darkness, like it's hit a wall. Then a fist of shadow punches through the ice to take him by the throat and throw him into the sky. Bene! I yell. Maybe Hawken's lightning cut him loose. He shoots off in chase of Voss. In another blink of wispy shadow, Reven appears again, this time crouched directly in front of me, too fast for anyone to stop him. Pella throws herself over Kane's body. Don't! She yells and grabs for Reven. To what? Try to use her powers to force him to calm? Between the faces still cycling across his features, I catch glimpses of Reven. He's still in there, thank the goddesses. Maybe I can get to him, pull him out. I've done it before. When he reaches for me, I don't scramble away. Gaze locked with mine, he touches a single finger to my cheek where Kane struck me. I feel, more than see the instant he regains control. The shadows stop. No more faces, no more struggle. The cloud of darkness surrounding us sucks back inside him, leaving just us, me and Reven. A squeak comes out of me that I think is relief or disbelief or maybe shock. A terrible fear flashes in his eyes a second before he lowers his gaze. Then Reven takes a shuddering breath as he forces himself shakily to his feet, then inches slowly back. Chapter 40. All the Problems. What the hells was that, Reven? Pella demands, still hovering protectively over Kane, who is back to silently out cold. Horus groans, lifting his elbow right as Hawken gets to his feet, and Bene arrives with Voss dangling from one talon. They aren't trying to stop Reven anymore. They see it too, that he's fully in control. For now. Reven's own disbelief disappears behind that wall of unemotional nothing he's perfected so well. He looks away from me.
I don't know.
Voss strides across the ice to get right in his face, not touching but pissed.
No, you don't get to say you don't know. What the blazes was that? The shadows.
Reven manages to look even grimmer.
Didn't like what Cain was shouting.
I frown. That's it? They didn't like someone telling me to stay away from Reven? Before we fought the king, he once told me that Eidolon's shadows wanted me. Craved me, he thought. Reven's expression goes dark. His expression, not the shadows.
And we hated that he struck her.
Oh, well, okay. I clear my throat and fiddle with one of the claws laying discarded beside Cain. Did he touch me to ensure, for himself and the shadows, that I was okay? Is that what calmed them? Horus moves closer to where I sit, practically hovering over me.
Maybe you shouldn't be anywhere near Marin while you don't know what's happening to you. Go back to the Zeraphate while we go to Wilderness.
I shoot him a glare. No way am I sending Reven off alone. We are bonded by shadow. It's too late to separate us. Every person around us goes dead still. Which is when it hits me what I've said, what I've admitted. Horus, Voss, and Saya all knew that Reven had healed me with the Shadowraith after the escape from the soldiers in the temple, but they weren't in the room to witness it. They don't know how it worked, or that a piece of Reven is what's holding my insides together. I clear my throat. It's probably why I could hear them too. The shadows in my scar.
You are a deep well of secrets, aren't you?
Voss murmurs. Screw apologizing again. I'm doing my best here. Reven says nothing. Maybe while he's still on edge, I shouldn't be near Cain. Carefully, I lay his head on someone's pack that was dropped next to me in the middle of everything, before standing and moving well away from him. Can we just focus on getting out of here? Only if he isn't going to lose his shit again. Reven doesn't even look at me. He looks at Pella.
Keep Cain silent and away from me and Marin.
Typically, I'd be pissed off he's making decisions for me, but I'm not sure pulling Reven back would be as easy a second time, and he's clearly still on edge. After a moment, she gives a sharp nod, then goes back to binding his wounds.
What's the plan?
Horus asks. Right. Reven can't shadow us now. It's too dangerous to even attempt it. So how are we going to get to the portal? Bene, if you were your true size, could you fly us?
Yes. However, I require sand.
I could probably pull enough from the ground in the Shadowwood, since we don't need the stuff for the stairs anymore. It will take a while to get more, but with both me and Bene working at it, maybe not as long.
That means going back into the woods, Horus points out. Is that really a good idea, now that the darkness is attacking people?
Maybe it won't attack everyone? Just Reven, or... I risk a glance at Cain. Someone trying to help Reven? Saya jumps to her feet and runs at the forest before anyone can stop her. As soon as she's within about 20 feet of the trees, that tar-like shadow whips out at her. In an impressive move, she ducks, then rolls backward into a crouch. Guess that answers that, Pella mutters. The shadow slowly withdraws. Saya backs away carefully until it's safe to turn around and make her way back to us. Voss moves to intercept her. I can't see his face, but based on Saya's contrite expression, I'm guessing he's not happy with her little maneuver. Right. So, no getting sand from the Shadowwood. I pull my power forward and reach for the sand in the ground beneath us. But I can't, because even the ground is too hard. I feel an epic screaming fit coming on. Not that I'll give in to it, but just once, can something we try not be 1 step forward and 100 steps back? I'd even be congratulating myself that we'd completed this trip to the Shadowwood safely. I patted my own back too soon, clearly. I look at Bene. I can't reach it. Can you? The Devourer gives a full-body shake.
It is solid. Unmovable. What about the channel?
Voss asks. The narrow waters that separate Little Tindra from the mainland? Maybe. I was able to work our cages out of the ground when Eidolon's soldiers had us at the temples. Voss nods.
And you made glass spikes easily enough there when we were escaping. The waters must keep it from getting as cold there.
Pella's brows shoot up. I guess no one shared that story with her. She'd probably love knowing that I managed to impale myself in the process. I'm focused on Bene, though. It's loose under the water. How long would it take you to get there and back? He doesn't have to get all the way to the Twin Temples, just to the channel that separates Little Tindra from the mainland.
Our return trip shall require roughly a quarter of a day. I am faster in my larger size. However, traveling to the waters in the size I am currently will involve a full day, perhaps more, especially if these winds keep up, and then another quarter day to the temple.
I tell the others. Do we even want to get to the temple? Pella asks. We all look at her and she holds up both hands. If it's gotten as bad as the woods now, with whatever is awake, son of a viper, I can try a portal again. Not a lot of hope there, given my previous failures, but I did make the sand stairs easily enough. Maybe my powers are strengthening slowly?
Okay, here's the plan.
Voss clasps his gloved hands behind his back.
Forget the temples. We go by foot north toward Wilderness. When Bene finds us, Marin can use some of his sand to try the portal thing. If that doesn't work, Bene flies us to Wilderness. I cannot fly that high, Bene says. I do not know if it is the goddess's magic or my own, but too high and my sand falls apart.
I groan out loud.
What?
Voss demands. I tell them. Voss looks up at the skies, and his shoulders rise and fall in what is an obvious attempt not to yell. Guess I'm not the only one with that urge.
Fine,
he says, lowering his head.
Bene gets us to the one working bridge between Wilderness and Tindra, and we go up that way.
He means the flimsy ladder that is an excuse for a bridge, the sister to the one the Hollow destroyed when Reven and I were still on it. Hells no. I'd rather trade my soul than try that again. If that is an incentive to make my portal work.
All agreed?
Voss asks. We nod. This is really going to suck, Pella mutters beside me. I look off over the rolling fields obliterated by ice and snow and wind that's already beating at us, and the cold finally penetrates enough to send a full-body shiver racking through me. We are still leagues away. At the very least, we have a day or more of travel, on foot, in this weather, with Cain injured, and with Reven dealing with whatever he's dealing with. Hells. Bene looks at me, almost as if asking permission, or maybe trying to feel his goddess who hangs around my neck. Go, I tell him. He spreads his wings and takes off into the sky, tossing about like a falling leaf until he disappears in the swirl of snow-filled air. This is going to be rough. Chapter 41. Across the Ice. We've been going for 3 days and there's been no sight of Bene. No one has voiced their worry, but it's longer than he told us it should take. I'm not the only one checking the skies frequently. I'm putting one foot in front of the other, hunched over, numb not only in my body but my soul. At least the wind has stopped blowing for a second, leaving a pristine but blinding landscape of rolling snow and ice-covered hills that reflect the sunlight. Reven and Voss assure us that Little Tindra is easy terrain to navigate, that the mainland with mountains and crevices and sheer drops would be much harder, so at least we're not there. I'm not sure I'm in a position to appreciate the difference. Why couldn't we have gotten ourselves stuck walking through, I don't know, any other dominion but this one? My cheeks are chapped, my lips cracked, and every part of me is so cold I'm a royal block of ice. I don't think I've stopped full-body shivering once, despite the brutal pace we've been keeping. Voss calls a halt.
Let's stop here.
I grunt with relief, because I'm not sure I can force my stump feet, which is what they feel like even encased in fur boots, to take another step. Immediately, we all drop our packs. While lugging them around has been awful, thank the goddesses that we brought all our gear with us. It has come in handier than expected, way sooner than expected. Exhaustion drags at us all as we start the now familiar process of setting up our small camp. Pella and Saya tend to Kane, who is woken only once or twice for short periods, and is still strapped to the pallet we trussed up for him. With every plodding step, each of us has been swapping out who's doing the dragging. The rest of us get started on making camp. Reven continues doing what he's been doing for weeks now, pretending like I don't exist. Except now there's something else. I've caught a confused glance or two directed my way. I get the sense that he's studying me, or maybe waiting. For what, I'm not sure. Ignoring him right back, I am so not in the headspace to deal with my dying romance. I get busy with helping make camp. Voss is the busiest, using his power to create a small structure made of ice. The orange of his Hyleri light is darker than my soft yellowy amber, and makes me feel like it should be warm to stand beside, like a fire. It's not. He forms our shelter brick by slow brick. We all pack into it at night, rotating who is sleeping on the outskirts of the group, so we can each have time in the middle with body heat to thaw enough and get halfway decent sleep. I grab the small trowel and leather satchel we use to carry water and move away from where we've been walking to scrape clean snow into the satchel. Only the darn thing isn't penetrating and keeps bouncing and slipping off the solid ice. I glare at it. "Just once," I mutter at the ground. "Just once, can you work with me?" I hate this blasted trowel and the blasted ice.
Here.
Voss shows up beside me, holds his thickly gloved hand over the ground, and the ice I'm chipping at turns to softer snow. He can't get much deeper than that. We tried the first time we stopped, hoping he could thaw enough frozen ground underneath the ice so I could pull up sand. It didn't work. I blow out a breath. "Thanks." With a nod, he moves off to finish our shelter. As soon as I have enough, I put it to melt by the fire Hakan is already building. Lightning, it turns out, is very handy to light fires. I grab a second satchel, return to the same spot, drop to my knees, and start scraping more. It's already freezing up again. I barely notice when Horace drops to his knees beside me to do the same.
Everything okay?
He glances over one shoulder as he asks. He's been checking in with me every day. With Kane and Pella too, I've noticed. The Aridians of our group are struggling the hardest here, but Horace, as one of the vanished, spent more time in Tindra than we did. "I really hate ice," I grumble. Hopefully Bene shows up soon and this will all be a bad memory.
Yeah,
he agrees. Horace? Maybe I shouldn't say this out loud. He glances over his shoulder again. So do I. None of the others are near us. He lifts his thinning brows at me in question. Are we doing the right thing? Going after the amulets? I trust the others to tell me the truth. Hells, if I want it unvarnished, I'd ask Pella. But Horace is the oldest of our group. He's lived a longer life, had experiences I couldn't even begin to guess at. And he's a wanderer. I value his advice. He searches my face for a second, then goes back to scraping.
Looking back, the biggest mistake I made when I tried to defend my sister was not acting sooner.
I quietly study the side of his face. He doesn't talk about this, except the one time he mentioned it to me when we met. Sooner?
I should have taken her and run the second I knew what was happening.
I shake my head. Wanderers don't leave their Xeraphates. There is safety and power in numbers.
I know. Which is why I didn't. Everyone I asked for advice told me to just let it be, not speak up. This was how things worked. But if I had gotten her away from there, maybe today...
He cuts himself off and gives an extra hard scrape to the ice.
If I could go back, I'd do what I thought was right, even if it meant going against every piece of advice I received from well-meaning people I trusted.
We both keep scraping while I think about that.
What I'm saying is, do you see any other way?
No.
Then you're doing the right.
He suddenly looks over my head, eyes turning sharp. Then with no warning lunges for me, tackling me to the ground hard enough that I hit the back of my head on the ice with a resounding thwack and a starburst of pain. He grunts once as something leaps over us. A yell goes up from the others, and before he can get off me or I can look around, the unmistakable shoop of loosed arrows fills the air. That noise is drowned out by a rumbling roar. A familiar roar. A massive shadow passes overhead for a heartbeat. Through Horus's arms, I can only see a sliver of what's on the ground, but through that sliver I see Benny's full-sized talons land on a large white-furred creature. Then a snap of his horrendous jaws, and he rips the thing in two, blood spraying across the ice, followed by silence.
Horus.
Reven's voice is razor-thin and close.
She's good.
Horus raises his head from where he has me covered, and I tip my head back, looking upside down at Reven, who is practically vibrating with rage. He's also visibly breathing hard, and I think I see the ripple of another face over his. Reven? He looks down at me, then swallows.
I've got it.
You sure about that? He looks away, jaw tight, then gives me the signal before walking off. What was that? I push Horus up off me, then stare, jaw flapping open at what's left of the white-furred creature, the top half. That's all that's left. The animal looks like something between a bear and a cat with long canine teeth that protrude from its lips. Its paws are bigger than my head, with nasty-looking claws that glitter almost like diamonds. Arrows riddle the remains laying in a growing pool of blood, stark red against the ice. Voss and Pella, meanwhile, are putting away their telescoping bows, an inventive wanderer weapon that is easier to travel with.
It's a Krav,
Voss says.
A blood bear, deadly and carnivorous. I apologize,
Bene sounds in my head.
I think I scared it right to you.
Horus, did it touch you? I'm still sitting on the ground, but I tug at him to check his back. I hiss at the sight of tears in his thick coat where the blood bear's claws struck. Only when he takes the coat off, we find no blood. The thickness of the fur lining and leather protected his skin. I throw my arms around his neck. Don't ever do that again. He remains stiff against me, but he doesn't push me away.
You're my sovereign,
he says simply. That's debatable.
Not to me.
Well, it's debatable enough not to be worth your life. He huffs a laugh and gives me a quick hug before letting go, only to lean down eye to eye.
It is to me.
I peer after him as he gets up and moves toward the dead creature and studies it.
At least we can eat well tonight.
Getting to my feet, I stand next to Reven, surprised when he doesn't immediately put distance between us. Even though he's assured us that since leaving the Shadowwood, he hasn't heard the voices anymore, he still hasn't come within 10 feet of me, even in our shelter, not since he was attacked.
You sure you're okay?
He asks softly. Your dominion is trying to kill me. He makes a sound that might be a scoff, or maybe a laugh.
I felt the same way about yours.
That's the closest I've heard to humor from him. It's something I said, at least, in a while. And that pokes at the open wound that is us. I can't bear to look at him, so I watch Horus. No one should die for me. I don't realize I said that out loud, until Reven says in a voice gone harshly gruff.
Yes, they should.
What? I whip my head around to stare at him, but his face gives nothing away.
Bene's here.
I get what he's saying. Time to make a portal, if I can. Chapter 42. The Queen's Tower. Holy hells, I can't believe you did it, Pella mumbles from behind me. Holy hells, I can't believe I did either. I made a portal. All it took was 5 failed attempts first. The thing isn't pretty, but it's better than the first one I made in the Shadowwood. A little less thick, although like that previous attempt, it still looks like a waterfall frozen in time, weeping downward. Fewer bubbles and cracks, at least. Progress. I did it on my own, even, given that my amulet is still cold and silent under my clothes. The block of glass I made from sand Bene discarded is thick and rectangular, so it can stand on its own. It's not perfect, that's for sure, with bubbles and one side higher than the other, but it hasn't shattered yet. Maybe it's like how it happened with the glass flowers I make. It just took more practice and the goddess's help before only hurried the process along a bit. Or maybe I needed incentive and days of living in this frozen wasteland, plus avoiding both flying on Bene's back and climbing that ladder was all I needed. Nobody breathe on it or touch it. Who knows how long it'll hold together. Sooner we're through, the better. Bene, I say over my shoulder. Better shrink the rest of the way down for this. Let's be quick.
Kane, can you walk with help?
Voss asks. Kane squirms against the bonds holding him safely to the pallet.
Get me out of this thing and let's find out.
While Pella and Saya do that, Bene shrinks back down to his smallest raven size and shape, leaving a pile of sand beside Voss's half-finished shelter. The others gather the bags of gear. Ready? I get a bunch of nods, including one from a green-looking Kane propped up between Pella and Horus. Right. I face my creation. Prayers probably aren't a bad idea. I send my own to the goddess so close to me. Please let this work. I pull off my thick gloves, and hands glowing and skin buzzing with power, place my palm against the glass I made. It does nothing except reflect a dim version of my yellow light out the backside. Come on, I mutter under my breath. Okay, I plead. I picture in my mind the portal and the room we want to go to. I concentrate so hard my eyes start to ache with it.
Marin?
Voss comes up beside me.
Don't exhaust yourself. If it doesn't work, it doesn't.
Not helping? He holds up both hands but doesn't say more. I am forcibly willing my power into the glass block. Come on, damn it. Just a little help. Suddenly, there's a ripple. Instead of changing all at once, first the center goes opaque. That spreads out gradually to the corners. Then the center turns clear, and that moves out to the corners too, until finally it's showing us a room on the other side. Stone walls are all that are visible. No adornments, nothing to tell you where you are beyond the type of stone used. Gray granite from the Devotion Mountains of Wilderness, where the Queen's Tower is hidden. Simple and plain. And secret. Not the tower, though I'd only heard rumors of it before all this, but the portal. Only Aryd has more than one portal. The other dominions have one apiece, or so we thought.
That's a letdown,
Voss says to no one in particular. Hurry! I urge the others in a tight voice. I'm the last through, cutting off the portal behind me. No alarm goes off as we stand here. No shouts. Not that there were any last time Reven and I came through this portal when he kidnapped me. That said, last time the Queen and her entourage were in Aryd for Tabra's coronation, which left this place basically abandoned.
If this goes wrong,
Reven says,
go through the portal to Yolendzag and find the Zeraphate.
A shout rings out somewhere down a hallway, followed by another, and then the unmistakable sound of running. Something triggered this place, and that something is probably us. Maybe we should go back through now? Pella suggests. No. I position myself closest to the door and beckon Reven to come stand beside me. We have a plan. Let's stick to it. The plan is for me to act the part of Tabra and Reven the part of Eidolon and ask for an audience with Queen Estrella. We chose her out of all the sovereigns because she's Tabra's goddess mother. By the time the first guard shows his face in the wide doorway leading out of the room, armed and ready to fight, we are ready with me at the front, my hand lightly on Reven's arm, which twitches under my touch. The others are all arranged behind us in order of social rank. The guards' jaws drop and they glance at each other. Clearly, I'm recognized. Granted, my clothes are going to look strange, but changing in the raging cold in Tindra was not an option, so too bad. I lift my chin. I'm here to speak with Queen Estrella. The guard in charge, based on his insignia, gives me a doubtful look.
We were not informed of any visit, and no one comes this way. How do we know?
Stand down. A soft voice commands from somewhere along the hallway behind him. Immediately, every guard moves to the side, weapons lowered, standing at attention. A swish of sound and the brush of light steps grows nearer until the queen herself appears in the doorway. Estrella. In her middle years, the tall and willowy ruler is a statuesquely beautiful woman. Her intricately braided red gold hair is so long the tips of it sweep the floor. Her dress clings to her body from the top of the high-collared neck down to her knees, but flares out around her calves. The garment is made of lush velvet in shades of brown at the bottom that turn to a deep russet at the top. Intricate needlework in sparkling golden and bronze thread make me think of a drawing from wilderness of a majestic tree in autumn. Her hands are tucked inside long, elegant sleeves, the material of which brushes the ground like falling leaves. A walking tapestry. The queen's soft, dough-brown gaze sweeps over us. She takes in our clothes but lingers longest on my face. We've met only once, personally, though she's known Tabra all her life. This is Tabra's goddess mother for illusion's sake. Then she moves on to Reven, gaze sharper, more intent. No doubt at the way the king suddenly looks younger. She also pauses on Voss, who, as Eidolon's one-time general, has met her, which is why he's standing behind Reven and directly to his right. Queen Tabra, Estrella finally says in a voice that is sweet as honey. You are always welcome in my home. Seriously? Are you not surprised to see us here? She slides a discerning glance toward Reven, who stares back unmoved. After an unknown use of my portal a few months ago, we had it warded to alert us of any intruders. I'm relieved that this time it's you. Oh, does she know that was me and Reven last time too? Should I mention it? Or would that cause some trust issues we don't need? I need to speak with you in private. She doesn't seem surprised by that either. Wary, maybe? Assessing? It's hard to read her. Then she looks directly at Reven. I will speak to Queen Tabra alone. Without Eidolon, who she has to believe Reven is at this point. That's bold. Reven's arm tightens under my fingertips.
Not without.
I let go and walk toward the queen. We are uninvited guests, my king. I think we can humor Estrella. Given the way the queen's eyes widen, I'm guessing Reven is now glaring a hole into the back of my head. The shadows in my scar tug like he wants to pull me back, but he doesn't.
As you wish, my queen.
He murmurs behind me. I'm not sure if he's talking to me or her. Either way, Estrella nods, then turns to her guards. We won't be long. Get the healer for the injured man and make them as comfortable as you can, but keep them all together until I order otherwise. I follow Estrella out of the room, down a level, then along a narrow, curving hallway to a wide set of wooden doors. She ushers me inside, and I pause as I take in what appears to be her private chambers, this room clearly a living space for her. She nods for me to take a seat in a chair carved of some dark, sturdy wood in an X configuration that makes up both the legs and the back, with a cushioned seat intricately embroidered, with the scene of a Kirin surrounded by mountains and forest. Trizzled and Estrella's royal crest. I wonder if it's based on the Kirin I saw outside this tower the first time I came through here. Grateful that she's seating me by the roaring fireplace, I drop down and can't not hold my hands out to the crackling flames. I'm still basically a block of ice after Tindra. Queen Estrella moves to stand before me. King Eidolon. Her gaze flickers to the now closed door at my back, almost as if she expects him to show up at the sound of his name. Has put it out that you were stolen from the palace by the Shadowraith, who has been taking people from all the dominions? I should have known. I look her directly in the eyes. If stolen means that Shadowraith helped me escape the tyrant holding me hostage, then yes. Given how well she's handled everything so far, I'm taken aback when she sinks shakily to sit onto the matching chair across from me. I knew it, she whispers through lips gone pale and pinched. At my questioning stare, she winces delicately. I was worried when we were there for your coronation and wedding celebration. I wondered if I should warn you. About marrying Eidolon? She nods slowly, lifting her gaze to sweep over me as if checking for physical signs that I was harmed. I think you had better tell me everything. My only hesitation is that I don't know this woman. Not really. Grandmother used to say that Estrella was quiet, which was grandmother for weak. Queens aren't allowed to be that. Except I don't see weakness in the woman across from me, and she worried if she should warn me about Eidolon. Trust has to start somewhere, and what I need to ask her for, that is going to take trust. A lot of it, and fast. I take a deep breath. I am not Queen Tabra, I say, my words dropping into the quiet between us, like rocks disturbing the still waters of a pond. I am her twin sister, Princess Marinith. Chapter 43, Not a Fairy Tale. I tell Estrella what she needs to know. Not everything, but enough. As soon as I finish, she sends for the guards to release my people. I'm in the middle of answering her questions about the amulets when Voss, Horus with Bene on his shoulder, and Hakin walk in behind Reven. The queen nods at each as they are introduced. She pauses on Voss again, though. I wondered what happened to you. Voss drops into the chair she had offered. At first I think maybe he's not feeling well, but then he sits forward, both elbows propped on his knees.
Not much, as you can see.
Where are the others? I ask.
The Queen's personal physician met us at the portal and has taken Cain to her chambers,
Horus says.
Bella and Zaya went with him.
Relief has me taking a small silent breath. At least there's that. Bene chooses that moment to fly from where he is perched on Horus's shoulder to the back of my chair. I catch the way Estrella is studying him, and I don't blame her. She's close enough to be able to tell he's not a real raven. Domina, I say, I would like to introduce you to Bene. He is the consort of the goddess Aryd. She startles at that, but I'm not finished. And the devourer that you would know as the Elimination. The queen goes up in my estimation when her only reaction is to stare. First at me, then at Bene, in a calm, assessing way. She's heard Reven's story already and knows what he is, who he is. As if she'd been through enough in her life that a shadow man shed from an ageless, rotten king wasn't going to shake her. Estrella had taken that surprisingly in stride. But it's not every day you encounter a devourer and live. She studies him. I thought he'd be bigger. He fluffs his sandy feathers.
I like this queen. She is honest and calm.
He's travel size at the moment, I say.
I dislike that description.
Estrella takes all this in with only a slight lift of her brows. It seems you have much more to tell me. At her urging, Horus and Hakin sit. Reven, however, goes to a window on the other side of the room, his back to us. To me, so I can't see his face. She spares him a glance but leaves it alone. Then she starts to ask questions. Even as we answer her, I wonder if Queen Estrella believes a single word, even with the book we can show her, and my amulet and Bene as proof. Eventually, she runs out of things to ask. We wait for her to say something. Anything. But she continues to sit with her back straight as an arrow, hands folded within the material of her sleeves on her lap. She's quiet so long, I glance at the others. Voss shrugs, but Horus gives me an encouraging nod. Oh, dear. The queen sort of sighs to herself. Oh, dear, and off with our heads? Oh, dear, and she'll help us? I'm not fluent in that kind of oh, dear. She glances down, fluffing her sleeves with a small lift of her arms, then lifts her gaze. I, too, have a story to share. I blink, at least twice. An uneasy whisper of the shadows within my scar have me glancing at Reven, but his back is to the room still. Lately, I only feel him like that when his control is slipping. Arms crossed, he's staring out the window. He doesn't look like he's struggling. I gesture for Estrella to continue. My king and I are bondmates. Her smile is soft, wistful, and pained. A sound of surprise squeaks out of me before I can stop it. Soul binding is serious magic, rarely done. A vow and ritual well beyond simple marriage. One reserved for two people who trust each other implicitly. More than that, two people who don't just want to be together, but who have to. Through the rest of eternity, from this life into illusion, the hells, or the next life, a compulsion, fate, no one is entirely sure. We met as children. I've adored him all my life, and we were happy, blissful. He loved my hair so much, I promised never to cut it. She lifts her arm like she might touch a lock, but drops it back into her lap and clears her throat. Years ago now, my king lost his dear mother in a sudden hunting accident. In his grief, Trezold was befriended by Eidolon, who encouraged him to go to the Burning Lands. She glances at me. I believe you call it the Land of Eternal Death? There are two of us in the room from Aryd, and Horace and I both exchange a wary look. Our sacred tree, which never stops burning, sits at the top of the entrance of Muertum Canyon, which borders those lands, guards them. Not much is known beyond those lands being a gateway to souls in the afterlife. The Queen continues. Trezold went there seeking to commune with his mother's soul. But he returned to me days later in a state. He said a spirit in those lands told him where to find an amulet that could cure his sadness. Every single one of us sits forward at this, and Reven, still at the window, stiffens, then slowly turns. The Queen visibly has to gather herself. Trezold started digging through the Xerium groves for this trinket.
Did he find it?
Reven demands, his voice missing its usual velvet. Estrella nods, but a shaft of worry slices through my hope because her expression goes flat-lipped and desolate. It's similar to Marin's, though his is made of a black glass. After he found it, he started to change. Change? That sounds ominous. And familiar. I'm thinking of Tabra. How? He started talking to it. Talking to it? I meet Reven's hard gaze over Estrella's head. Small ways at first, Estrella says. But then his thoughts, his words turned darker, and he grew. She shakes her head. Distant. Not himself. She swallows, and I have a feeling what comes next is worse. She looks directly at me. I am Hylarai, like you. I am able to shape-shift into a tree. A tree? Seems pretty innocuous to me. Over the years, she continues, as my powers have grown, I have to become this tree for longer and longer each year. It's how I feed, how I sustain myself. I share another glance with Reven. What does this have to do with the amulet? Trezold. Her voice breaks, and she takes a moment to collect herself. One spring, he found me in that form, and he... Estrella shudders, her mouth working as though she's forming the words, but the sounds just won't come out. His power is over metal. He can form it into any shape he wants. Rejection crawls through me. Please tell me he didn't. In what I swear to the Mother Goddess was a trance, he took an axe to me. I shifted back to human before he could kill me, and my guards eventually stopped him, but not before. She holds her arms up and allows the long, billowy sleeves to slide back. I feel myself blanch. Who wouldn't? Goddess above. Trisolde cut off his queen's hands, his bondmate's hands. She had her arms hidden in her long sleeves this entire time, so I didn't see it sooner. Estrella lowers them, skin stretched across the ends like silk pulled too thin into her lap. When he realized what he had done, he was horrified. He begged me to forgive him, but She presses her lips together like she's stopping the words of anger and bone-deep disappointment. I couldn't trust him after that. So I built my tower. This is why she built the tower. To get away from her bondmate. That's a lot bigger than the usual marital issues.
What happened to his amulet?
Voss asks gently. The queen addresses him directly. I don't know. He sent a missive saying he would bury it where he'd first found it, begging me to come back. And I considered his request. However, he's continued to change since then, becoming nothing of the man I once knew. These days, he only shares his thoughts with Eidolon. I could see it. In Aryd, when I was trapped and pretending, and they were there to celebrate my sister's coronation and wedding, I could see then that something wasn't right with the king. I looked directly at Reven, who was already staring back at me with resignation in his eyes, because he knows what this means. We have to get that amulet away from Trisolde if he still has it.
Where is the king now?
Reven asks. I know by the way Estrella lowers her gaze that it's not good. He is with Eidolon. She glances at me. In Aryd. Son of a bitch. We can't go there. We're not ready to face Eidolon. And what if he called for Trisolde because he learned of the amulet and now he has it? My king should return in 2 days, she adds. 2 days? 2 more days when we already spent so many in Tindra? Although Cain needs time to heal. I hate waiting like this. The sands of time are moving faster through the hourglass than I can keep up with. Reven takes the decision out of my hands.
You should stay here in your tower when we go to him,
he tells Estrella.
You shouldn't suffer more because of us.
She lowers her gaze to her lap, seeming to inspect her arms with their missing hands, but nods, and I can see the weight of what she's doing. Sending us to deal with her bondmate might crush her, because she suddenly appears small and brittle when she's anything but. Something, the goddess in the amulet, I have to assume now, made Estrella's lover do that to her. It turned him into something he's not, poisoned his soul, or whatever is happening to him. Exactly like my sister. Oh, Tabra. If the goddesses are as dangerous as all that, then the previous twin queens of Aryd had good reason to trap them. Except mine hasn't changed me. If anything, she's helped me. And Eidolon's amulet did nothing to me when I wore that one. At least, not that I could tell. Or, I've got this all wrong, and something else is at play here that we can't see yet. Chapter 44. Cain. After we're done with the queen, her servants escort us to our rooms. I'm in mine maybe 10 minutes before there's a knock at the door. I swing it open and blink, because it's Reven, alone. We stare at each other. He opens his mouth, then closes it, huffs what I'm pretty sure is a self-derisive laugh.
I checked on Cain. He's awake. If you want to go see him.
That's what he came here to tell me? Oh, I cringe at myself. Of all the inane replies I could have come up with, that's the worst. Could he hear the disappointment in my voice? After another second, he nods, then walks away. I listen as his footsteps echo off the stone floors. I wait until he's gone before I leave. It doesn't take long before I bump into a servant who shows me where Kane is. You don't have to be here. Pella's voice sounds on the other side of the door, muffled but clear enough. I pause with my hand on the cast iron doorknob. Is she talking to me? I didn't think I made a noise, and the wooden doors in this place are thick. Don't you need to eat or piss or something? Are her next words. Definitely not talking to me. I press my lips together to contain a sudden snigger, because I have a feeling I know exactly who is in there with her. Håkon may not be much of a talker, but he says 1,000 words with a look, and he looks at Pella a lot. Before we'd left the Zerafate, I would have probably stood out here grinning and settled in for a long listen at her expense. That or walked away. But Pella isn't who I'm here to see, so I push my way inside. Sure enough, Håkon is standing across the room from her, right by the door. I'm not sure who she's glaring at harder now, me or him. She points out the door. Both of you, just leave us alone. Pella. The threadiness in Kane's voice makes my stomach clench. Even when I was 5 and he was 7, he's always been the strongest person I know. Nothing makes Kane weak. Walking through the portal and to here, even with help, must have taken it out of him. Pella leans over her brother, her ear close to his mouth to hear him, and I have a decent idea what he's saying, because her expression goes from solicitous concern to lemon-sucking irritation. Fine, she snaps. It's on your head then. She stomps out of the room. Come on. She tosses at Håkon, who follows her out silently. She doesn't bother to look my way as she passes. I sigh when she slams the door behind her. As heavy as those doors are, she really had to put some heft into it. Kane clears his throat. Sorry. She's worried about you. I get it. I make my way to the chair Pella was sitting in at his bedside. He's propped up on cushy-looking feather pillows, bare chest bound tightly in linens, which are pale against his bronzed skin, but I can still see the pallor underneath. At least he's still awake. You look awful. He huffs a laugh, then cringes. Don't spare my feelings or anything, Mare. If you wanted soft and cuddly, you should have asked Saya to take care of you. Another huff, though with a confused frown. That's exactly what Pella said earlier. Really? Where is Saya, anyway? I thought she was here? She went to her rooms to bathe and sleep. Don't change the subject. We were on a subject? Yeah. You and Pella. I don't think that's what we were talking about. Uh-huh. What about you being all understanding about my sister being angry just now? He muses. What's going on? You two are never on the same side. Don't worry, we still can't stand each other. All is right with the world. I tip my head. How are you feeling? Like a devourer took a swipe at me? I wrinkle my nose at him. Whiner. He makes a sound through his teeth, the wanderer equivalent of blowing a raspberry. I grin, but my smile stiffens when he reaches out to take my hand, which is lying on the bed between us. Touch. Deliberate touch. Kane sobers, going quietly resolved. He's dangerous, Marin. Meaning Reven. I don't want to listen to this, but at the same time I have to ask. What happened out there?